Liu Yuan hadn't expected the newly formed X-Force to be wiped out so absurdly. They'd been full of energy and bravado just hours ago, still hyped on the plane, yet now they were all gone. Just like that. The blame? Deadpool. Obviously. It didn't help that Deadpool, in his usual chaotic fashion, claimed he was the producer of this world and had already scripted everyone's deaths, right down to a mercenary named Buck, or something like that. Liu Yuan wasn't even sure anymore. Apparently, Buck only had a single line in the entire movie, and Deadpool had no intention of rewriting the script. At first, Liu Yuan had considered stepping in. He could have saved them. But with Deadpool calling the shots and treating reality like a fourth-wall-breaking improv sketch, Liu Yuan figured it was best to let things play out. So he tuned Deadpool out and turned his attention to the kid in front of him, Russell. The chubby little guy stared up at Liu Yuan with wide eyes, then suddenly reached behind himself and pulled out a pen? A toothbrush? Liu Yuan blinked. Was that really from behind? Wait, never mind. Not worth the brain power. When Deadpool had warned them Russell was dangerous, Liu Yuan hadn't taken it seriously. But now, he was starting to reconsider. Russell began, voice trembling slightly. Are you really Superman? Before Liu Yuan could answer, Deadpool interjected, loudly, obnoxiously. He's asking because even Minecraft has DC memes now. Justice League? Box office flop. Ha ha ha. I kill me. Wait, no, not literally. Not yet. Liu Yuan sighed. How could he not hear that? Deadpool turned to the audience and grinned. Just doing my job. Explaining stuff to the viewers. This guy. Liu Yuan shook his head and smiled gently at Russell. Yes, I'm Superman, and I'm here to help you. The Marvel and DC dynamic had always been weird. Rivals who constantly borrowed from each other. Thanos had shades of Darkseid. Deadpool? Practically a parody of DC's Deathstroke. But over time, both universes had subtly acknowledged each other, even publishing crossover comics and mutual tributes. In fact, within the Marvel universe, DC comics existed and were bestsellers. The reverse was also true in DC's world. So yeah, these companies threw punches and love letters. Back to the matter at hand. In this movie universe, Liu Yuan's Superman identity was obvious the moment he put on the cape. Deadpool reacted like a giddy fanboy. Even Russell's eyes lit up with admiration. Are you a mutant too? The kid asked. I'm an alien, Liu Yuan corrected gently. Russell tilted his head, puzzled. So, like from a broken planet? Exactly. Deadpool, who definitely shouldn't have been able to hear the conversation, somehow still managed to chime in. Domino, I swear, I'd totally move to Krypton if it meant I could look like him and bench press the moon. Must be nice, huh? Liu Yuan finally snapped. Deadpool, shut up. Do you think I came to Earth for fun? Well, actually, Earth is kinda nice, but that's not the point. Focus. Do you realize we're drawing attention here? Indeed, the scene was becoming chaotic, with cars overturned nearby and Superman standing around casually. The surrounding streets were packed with onlookers. Liu Yuan debated lifting the vehicle and just flying away, but it felt disrespectful, especially since Deadpool was still running his mouth at full volume. Meanwhile, Domino was on the verge of a breakdown. Unlike Liu Yuan, she couldn't turn off her super hearing, so she was the only one listening to Deadpool's non-stop commentary over the comms. I'm done. I'm so done, Domino shouted. Superman, I'm almost there. Her entrance was, fittingly, incredible. Of all the parachutes dropped earlier, only Domino's landed properly, right onto a convertible sports car. The driver had just stepped out to watch the X-Force debacle unfold, only to see his ride hijacked by Domino without a second thought. Mercenaries. What can you do? She drove off like she owned the car, arriving quickly to where Liu Yuan was still standing with Russell. You're just standing there? Domino asked, parking beside him. Liu Yuan glanced at Russell again, his expression thoughtful. If you hurt others because you were hurt, how are you any different from the ones who hurt you? Domino fell silent, watching as Liu Yuan's eyes bore into Russell's. Liu Yuan already knew the trauma, the abuse Russell had suffered at the hands of a cruel institution disguised as an orphanage, run by none other than the twisted villain Mr. Sinister, The place existed to study young mutants, experimenting on them to create the perfect specimen. Yuan understood the boy's rage. He understood the darkness brewing inside him. But he also knew that path led nowhere good. Domino, listening in, couldn't help but whisper in her radio, "He really is Superman." Deadpool replied, confused, "I mean, yeah, I know. Why say it like that?" "Because he's being all noble and self-righteous." Like painfully so, Yuan rolled his eyes. "I can hear you, you know." Domino shrugged unapologetically. "Yeah, I know." Domino's snark echoed in the cab, but Yuan could only sigh. She wasn't entirely wrong. He did sound hypocritical. But what she didn't understand was that even Yuan didn't believe half the noble words he said. When it came to dealing with enemies, he was merciless. Even Obadiah's son hadn't been spared. So why stop here? Why show restraint now? Because Yuan had seen Russell's future. He had watched it play out. This child, once he took his first life out of vengeance, would descend into bloodlust. Not out of necessity, but out of a growing addiction to violence. He would lose himself. Russell wasn't evil. He was just a kid, confused, angry, and scarred. He didn't understand the difference between self-defense and revenge. And once that line was crossed, there'd be no going back. Yuan didn't enjoy killing. But Russell might learn to. That was what he had to prevent. So instead of freeing him, Yuan remained still, staring at the child through the reinforced glass, his gaze heavy and conflicted. He had no idea how to reach him, how to douse the fire burning in the boy's heart. Domino, unlike Deadpool, had the good sense not to keep mocking the moment. She simply jumped into the driver's seat and got the transport truck moving again. Over the radio, she and Deadpool coordinated their route. Yuan stayed in the back with the prisoners. And soon, the mocking began. "Hey, you really Superman? That pretty face of yours doesn't scare us. Open the doors if you've got guts." The transport was packed with other detained mutants, angry, twisted by pain and rage. Their laughter was harsh, their taunts venomous. One pressed his face against the glass. "Don't preach to us about kindness if you haven't lived our hell. Have you seen what we've seen?" Yuan turned slowly. His eyes began to glow. A second later, twin beams of searing heat lanced from his eyes, and the man's head exploded in a flash of red light. "This is hell," Yuan said flatly. Gasps echoed across the compartment. Before the others could react, more heat beams followed, clean and brutal, cutting down every prisoner who had been shouting. One by one, they fell, melted steel, scorched screams, then silence. Domino, gripping the wheel, nearly veered off the road. Holy, what the hell was that? Just moments ago, she'd called Yuan self-righteous. Now she wasn't so sure. Even she felt a chill run down her spine. He's not going to come for me next, right? But Yuan remained calm, unmoved. When the heat beams faded, only a few prisoners were left, cowering in the corners. He looked at them, then spoke with quiet authority. "First, I'm not some pretty boy. Second, even if I let you out, you'd still die trying to fight me. And third, your pain doesn't give you the right to cause pain. Ever." Yuan could empathize with their suffering, but he didn't excuse their desire to inflict more of it. That's where he drew the line. The ones he killed, they had already crossed that line. That was the difference between him and Russell. Yuan knew who he was, knew why he fought, and he only struck those who deserved it. But Russell? Russell didn't know the difference yet. That was the problem. The boy stared at Yuan in horror, frozen. Yuan turned to him. "So what should I do with you?" Russell swallowed hard. Was he going to kill him too? Then, a new voice cut through the tension. "If you can't do it, I will." A shadow dropped into the open roof truck. Someone had entered from above, through the tear Yuan had made earlier when ripping the rear doors open. The man who landed stood tall and grim. Cable. The cybernetic arm gleamed, the glowing eye locked on a Russell. He didn't hesitate. He raised his weapon and fired. But Superman stood in the way. Yuan raised his hand and caught the bullet. The round exploded against his palm in a flare of futuristic tech. But his hand didn't budge. The detonation was barely more than a firecracker in his grip. He turned his head slowly, narrowing his eyes. "Cable." Domino shouted over the comms. Deadpool, Cable's here. Where the hell are you? Deadpool, somewhere not far, yelled back. Thanos, that purple bastard. If I had the Infinity Gauntlet, I'd snap him into a puppy and name him Muffin. Yuan arched a brow. Even had to pause at that one. Cable lowered his weapon for a second. He's dangerous. You know that. Let me handle it. Yuan shook his head. As long as I'm here, you won't touch him. The two locked eyes, tension rising. Then Cable did something unexpected. He turned and fired at one of the armored containment cells near the wall. The reinforced door shattered. A massive figure stepped into view. Juggernaut. Chains snapped. Steel bent like paper. The monster was free. He looked at Russell, then charged. The truck groaned as Juggernaut bulldozed his way forward, ripping through the metal like cardboard. Juggernaut, unstoppable, he roared, fist flying forward. Yuan didn't flinch. He raised one hand and caught the punch. Do you think of the Hulk? He asked, calm and smiling. I fought him too, and won.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Boom. When Juggernaut rushed towards Yuan with unstoppable aura, and when he raised a fist as big as a casserole and smashed it on Yuan's raised palm, it immediately triggered a shockwave no less than a bomb. Even the entire car shook violently, and except for Russell, the other escort boxes on the left and right sides were blown away. Several other mutants were alive, and were thrown out of the car screaming and screaming. Domino was holding the steering wheel tightly, but the car was out of control, and even her super ability didn't work. The cables, including the cables, fell to the ground because of their instability. Only Yuan didn't move. He just blocked Juggernaut's attack with one hand, and asked with a smile, "Unstoppable? That's it." In Juggernaut's setting, when Juggernaut's body is activated, nothing can stop him. Even Juggernaut was able to withstand Thor's Mjolnir at one point, or even Wolverine's adamantium steel claws. Generally speaking, Juggernaut is also one of the few ruthless characters who can face the Hulk. But what he faced at the moment was Yuan, a ruthless character who could destroy the Hulk with one hand and hate him. Roar. Juggernaut roared and tried his best to break Yuan's defense. He 06 is a stupid big man, and he is also a fool. He only knows how to run rampant but not to be flexible. Are you going around? Although Yuan won't let him go around. Yuan smiled, intending to become a Doomsday attitude, but after thinking about it, forget it, there is no need. Holding Juggernaut's fist in his hand, Yuan started to exert his strength. In fact, he was far from exerting his full strength, and he didn't even take the initiative to exert himself at all. Juggernaut had no idea what kind of strength the opponent in front of him possessed. After all, Yuan has even integrated the power gem, and the power of the power gem alone is not comparable to Juggernaut. So as Yuan exerted his strength, Juggernaut suddenly felt that his strength seemed to sink into the sea, without even a single ripple. The next moment, Yuan took a light step. Juggernaut was powerless to resist, and immediately fell forward. Just like that, he was knocked down by Yuan. The whole process was so simple and easy, as if Yuan was an adult and Juggernaut was a child in front of him. Not to be outdone, Juggernaut continued to roar, or he could only be incompetent and furious. Perhaps in what Juggernaut has ever experienced, it is the first time that he is so suffocated. Even if he encountered an enemy that was difficult to deal with before, he only used tricks or traps to make him submit. Only Yuan brought him down with stronger strength, which made him feel powerless. Juggernaut is definitely not to be outdone. He refuses to accept it. But he is not stupid. He knows that he has not found a way to defeat Yuan yet, so it is better to find a way to leave first, and then find a chance to make a comeback later. So Juggernaut took the opportunity to jump forward and smashed the steel plate of the car under his feet with a violent punch, and even smashed into the ground under the car, using his own strength to stop the car abruptly. And because of the force of inertia, the whole car was overturned. Taking advantage of the chaos, Juggernaut picked up Russell's escort box and rushed out, and quickly fled away. Yuan floated and looked in the direction that Russell was going away, without stopping. And after a while, he reached out and gently pressed the carriage, holding the car in his hands to avoid smashing it to the ground. This is because Domino and Cable accidentally died. You did it on purpose? Cable asked as he got up. Did you let them go on purpose? Isn't this obvious? Yuan spread his hands. He had already done it so obviously. If it wasn't waterproof, he could kill Juggernaut with a slap. He did it on purpose. Why? Cable raised his head. He was 1.8 meters tall and needed to look up at Yuan, who was 1.9 meters tall. Yuan was amused. It seems that you let the big guy out, right? I'm here to get him to haunt you so I can kill Russell. He's a killer. He's a demon, Cable roared. Yuan actually knew that Cable was not the villain as Deadpool accused him of. On the contrary, Cable was one of Deadpool's few close friends, and it could be said that they became brothers. In fact, the cable is not from this era at the moment, but from 50 years in the future. The setting of the cable in the comics is still the son of Qin-Ji-Lei and Cyclops. Definitely this Qin-Ji-Lei is actually a clone. So the cable is actually a mutant. His left eye can release Cyclops, and has the telepathy ability, with the genes and ability of his parents. Liu Yuan's expression was a little weird, because Deadpool had been calling him Cyclops before. If he was really Cyclops, then this cable was his son? The most important thing is that the actor of this cable is still the actor of Thanos. Too messy. Fortunately, this is a movie, not a comic. After all, it's just the comic book world of Deadpool. Perhaps the origin of the cable has also changed. According to the information Liu Yuan saw from the cable, he already knew the origin and purpose of the cable. 50 years later, Cable's family, his wife and daughter are murdered by the future Russell. At the same time, the future Russell has also become a villain, and is crazy to do bad things and kill people. Cable was originally chasing Russell, but it was a pity that Russell won in the end. The helpless Cable can only go back 50 years ago, intending to kill Russell, who is still a child, in order to change the ending of the future world. So Cable is not the bad guy, Russell is the future villain. 357. Deadpool got this wrong. So Liu Yuan didn't really do anything to the Cable, but at the same time, he couldn't kill Russell, because there was a reason for Russell to be like this. To put it bluntly, the real bad guy and the culprit are obviously other people. Whether it is Russell or Cable, they are both victims, but in the end, they have to choose to kill one of them. Cerebral palsy? Why not just kill the real dem people? That's why Liu Yuan decided to let Russell go. After a while, Deadpool finally came slowly. Looking at the already messy scene, Deadpool couldn't help but startled roar. What happened? Domino reluctantly explained the process again. Deadpool subconsciously pointed his gun at the Cable. It's you bastard again. I really should have shot you in the head, although you will become my brother in the future. Dion Suo didn't even look at him, and said coldly, we will never be brothers. Hey, it's delicious. Deadpool still didn't shoot. He pouted and muttered, okay, I'll let you go once you've released my favorite Marvel character, Juggernaut. Liu Yuan just looked at Deadpool like that. Are you sure? Because Juggernaut has killed Deadpool several times in the comics world. I just like the way he rips me apart. Liu Yuan finally knew why he was called Xiaojianjian. What's next? What else can we do? Think long term. Okay, let's break up. Seeing that Russell, the main target of this operation, has been taken away by Juggernaut, a few people can't stay here all the time, they can only leave first. The so-called disbanding means that the Cable is walking alone, while Liu Yuan, Deadpool, and Domino are 3. On the way, Deadpool also asked Liu Yuan, did you let them go on purpose? Why do you ask? You are Superman, although you have an oriental face, but you are Superman. Juggernaut can't beat you, right? He doesn't have kryptonite, Deadpool said frantically, and even Superman knew the weakness of being afraid of kryptonite. But what he didn't know was that Liu Yuan was not an ordinary Superman, let alone the Kal-El known to Deadpool. He was not afraid of kryptonite for a long time. Liu Yuan looked at Deadpool and said the reason, the child's heart has been filled with anger, resentment, and hatred. I wanted to preach to him, but you and Domino said it was hypocrisy. What can I do? Deadpool covered his mouth with his hands and looked surprised. Is it my fault? Aren't you that kind of character? Come on, can you stop playing tricks? Knowing that you can break 4D walls, but you don't have to talk about characters from movies and comics all the time, right? Liu Yuan rolled his eyes and continued, I've heard a saying, don't persuade others to be kind before they suffer. There is also a sentence behind it, if you are not in the cold winter and the 12th lunar month, who are you in the next spring? The meaning of the previous sentence is that if you have not experienced the hardships others have endured, don't stand on the moral high ground and ask others to be kind. Liu Yuan already knew that Russell had been abused and tortured. If he wanted Russell to be kind, to put it bluntly, it would be called the mother of God. Because he knows what he can't do, yet wants a child who has endured so much to do it? An adult, even as a Superman, can't be merciful when facing the enemy. And then he wants a child to be better than him? Isn't this what the Virgin is? The latter sentence is more reflected in Liu Yuan and Tony. Many people think that the relationship between Liu Yuan and Tony is that Liu Yuan helps Tony unilaterally, but they ignore Tony's help and care for Liu Yuan at the beginning. When two people meet and help each other when they can say that they are in difficulty, the relationship is naturally unusual. And both guys are a little bit rambunctious, so they can play together. Pull away. Liu Yuan sighed, and the Cable is right. Once Russell tastes the sweetness of murder, he will be unable to extricate himself from now on. He will become a bad person, even a murderer. But I don't know how to guide him. He's still a kid. I can't kill him, can I? That's why I let him go. Deadpool's eyes softened a lot. He had already suspected Liu Yuan just now, and he even prepared crazy in his heart. He doesn't care whether Liu Yuan is a real Superman or not. With his madness, he dares to do anything. Once he realizes that Liu Yuan may have a conspiracy, he will immediately take out his gun. It definitely turned out that he himself was killed. But does Deadpool care about dying? Definitely don't care, it won't die anyway. Deadpool doesn't know, Liu Yuan can kill him, the kind that really kills, can erase the existence of Deadpool in the sense of existence. And Liu Yuan's words made him think, do you have other ideas? Do you want Russell to release his anger and resentment? Smart, Liu Yuan nodded, admitting Deadpool's guess. Blocking is worse than sparse. Why should a child ignore the anger and resentment in his heart if we can't do it ourselves? You face the enemy. How did you do it? Definitely kill. Who will let their enemies go? Is the person who spared the enemy still human? Will you spare your enemy? I won't, will you? I do not know either. That's called a fool, X2. The two of them started talking in a blink of an eye. Domino on the side was dumbfounded. Wait, I don't understand what you're talking about. Speaking of Superman, didn't you say you can't let Russell kill? Why do you want him to release his anger and resentment now? Domino said he couldn't understand what they were saying. Liu Yuan shrugged and glanced at Deadpool. It was Deadpool's turn to explain to Domino, we definitely won't let Russell kill himself, otherwise what's the point of our existence as adults? There are many ways to unleash anger and resentment without letting Russell kill. And what Russell is going to do, the adults will undertake it. You can't let a kid do these things, and at least in that regard, Deadpool 2 is a good movie. It's definitely not a family-friendly movie, as Deadpool himself boasted. Shit family fun. He even took the title I Love My Home? Bah, stinky shameless. Because of Liu Yuan's explanation, Deadpool no longer doubted, and even got closer to Liu Yuan. But Liu Yuan stayed far away from him. He knew that this bastard had everything for both men and women, so let him go and harm Colossus. Speaking of Colossus, it should have been Colossus in the movie. After all, it was already known that Juggernaut and Russell got together. But because of Liu Yuan's relationship, do you still need Colossus? Absolutely no need. Well, Deadpool just forgets about people. It's really a model of super scumbags that are thrown away after they are used up. But instead of looking for Colossus, Colossus came to him. Bastard, I heard you let Juggernaut go. Colossus, a huge iron lump more than 2 meters high, broke into Deadpool's base like this. And the so-called base is actually the secret warehouse of the Weasel's bar. There are also various weapons in it, although it means nothing to Liu Yuan and the others. The first time he saw Colossus, Deadpool pointed directly at Liu Yuan. He let go. Liu Yuan couldn't help laughing and laughing. This was sold? But he didn't care either, because there was another person who carried 5078 Ling Long Pot. It was the cable that released the person. Liu Yuan followed suit. It's not that he didn't take responsibility, but to tell the truth, it was the cable that released Juggernaut from custody. And he just didn't stop him and let Juggernaut go. Then Colossus turned his attention to Liu Yuan, looked at the white suit he had changed back, and said thoughtfully, "Are you Superman?" Liu Yuan smiled reservedly and said, "It's me, what? Want to break your wrists?" Deadpool didn't think it was a big deal and shouted, "Come on, come on." The two of them stared at him together. "Do you think you are a troublemaker?" "Colossus is definitely not here to find fault," he said solemnly in his unique Russian English. "You have to help me arrest that guy again, otherwise he is too dangerous." Liu Yuan and Deadpool looked at each other. Could they not want this teammate they gave for free? Because it gets in the way. That's right, Colossus was given completely for nothing, and was disliked by others. Even the cable came to the door later. "Would you like to give it all for nothing? We are already strong enough. Or Domino, why don't you retire first?" Deadpool said to Domino slyly, changing his embarrassment when there was no one before, and now he is picking and choosing. Domino was definitely too lazy to pay attention to him, but when he looked at the people in the room, he also felt a headache. Originally, there were Liu Yuan, Deadpool, and Domino in the team, but now Colossus and Cable are added. The key is that there are weasels and a man called Dopinder. After all, he was the taxi driver. There are too many people. "I need your help," Cable said his purpose as soon as he came in. "I have said that I am from the future, and in my day Russell was killed by the first murder that was about to take place. He's going to be evil, and he's going to spiral out of control and become a bad guy who can do all kinds of evil. We have to kill him here." "Hey, Thanos, you don't have the Infinity Gauntlet yet," Deadpool yelled, but no one understood what he was talking about. Then he shouted, "I have a date with Superman." "It's a plan," Liu Yuan corrected expressionlessly. "Okay, it's okay to go on a date after 357 plans." Deadpool blinked at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan couldn't help but pointed to the side with his hand. "Believe it or not, your girlfriend is watching there." What he said was true. Liu Yuan not only learned from Ancient One and learned all the magic of Sorcerer Supreme, but also ate Dormammu and integrated Soul Gem and Mind Gem. This opened up Liu Yuan's horizons and was able to see almost everything he wanted to see. In fact, Deadpool's girlfriend died, but he never left, but he couldn't let Deadpool go, always following him, watching everything he's done recently. Deadpool was stunned, and looked at Liu Yuan stupidly. Liu Yuan spread his hands. "Do you still want to date me?" Deadpool shook his head. His whole state changed, from being cynical, to being hilarious, to seeming indifferent to everything, to being cautious, and asking Liu Yuan, "Is she really there?" It can be seen how good Deadpool's relationship with his girlfriend is. Liu Yuan sighed. He didn't want to joke about this kind of thing. Deadpool had to talk nonsense, but looking at Deadpool's pitiful appearance, he had to promise, when the matter is resolved, if possible, I can help you bring her back to life. "Do you use heavenly blood?" "Go away, don't be a spoiler, I don't even know what you're talking about." God knows how Deadpool knows so much, and what he calls blood is a secret even in the DC world, and only appears in a few comics. Because of Liu Yuan's words, Deadpool finally got serious. In fact, he has always been fooling around alone, and as long as he is alone, everyone's heads are buzzing. So with Deadpool quieting down, the meeting can go on without a hitch. I'm here to kill Russell. Not only will he kill countless people in the future, but he has also attacked my only important treasure that I can call home, my beloved wife and daughter, Cable said, taking out a little bear. It was his daughter's relic, and the stains on it were not mud, but his daughter's blood. Our motto is not to kill, Colossus emphasizes, and that's what he follows, the X-Men's code of conduct. Saying it is one thing, doing it is another. Are you going to talk to Wolverine about this purpose? He may have come directly with a Majafok. That orphanage is the most important. Lu Yuan also joined the discussion, referring to the orphanage. I don't know if you have investigated. The children in that orphanage are all mutants, and they will take those children experiment, even abuse. What are we really trying to solve? Besides Russell and Juggernaut, I hope the X-Men can save those children. Lu Yuan will definitely not forget that Russell was abused in that orphanage. Since all this is to be resolved, the orphanage must also be destroyed. That's the root cause of everything. There are plans, and our plans. Deadpool, who had been quiet for a while, shouted again. After all, he is Deadpool. As one of the 4 mouthpieces in the Marvel Universe, it is better to keep his mouth shut if he does not speak. I really want to keep your mouth shut. Lu Yuan glared at Deadpool. Deadpool covered his mouth. Now he doesn't dare to provoke Lu Yuan, because it's still a matter of whether his girlfriend can be resurrected. Lu Yuan sighed, but in the end he could only say, I discussed a plan with Deadpool and Domino before this. The child's heart has been filled with hatred and anger. If he wants to guide him, he has to let him all those are vented. But he cannot be allowed to kill, so in the end, I will be responsible for killing the person in charge of the orphanage, and I will take care of it all for him. Since Russell couldn't bear all this as a child, then he, as an adult, could bear it. Isn't it just killing everyone? It's not a big deal. And it's still a damned person, so there's no problem. But Colossus was not happy right away, stood up, and accused Lu Yuan. Since you are Superman, how can you say such cruel words? Isn't Superman the benchmark of justice? After all, there's no Batman here, isn't there? Lu Yuan spat. Now that Deadpool has been playing like crazy, he definitely has to. It's saying that since there's no Batman around, it's okay for him to blacken a little. Deadpool secretly gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yuan was very helpless. It didn't need to be said at first, but it was just a small plan. As long as he played a good show and let Russell vent, he would come forward to solve everything. It's very simple, isn't it? If you have to say it and make everyone unhappy, what kind of trouble is it? Including Cable also disagreed. You have not seen Russell's destruction. He will kill countless people. He has always believed that Russell will become a big bad guy in the future, and only killing him here can change everything. However, Lu Yuan asked, since you understand that killing Russell here can prevent him from doing evil in the future, why can't you understand that even if you don't have to kill Russell in the past, as long as you can change his current thoughts and behaviors, you can also change the future? The reason is very simple. Since it is possible to kill the past Russell to make the future Russell disappear, why can't the current Russell become a good boy, so that the future Russell can also become a good person? Cable remained silent. Has Cable ever thought about this possibility? Maybe only he knows. But he still showed his distrust of Russell. After all, the future Russell killed his most important family member. So anyone could trust Russell, only Cable remained skeptical throughout. But his attitude is not important, because Lu Yuan and Deadpool have already discussed it in advance. They are more informing than listening to others. This meeting was held. Domino shook his head with a wry smile. It turned out that they were only notified unilaterally. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't use it, just leave it to us, Deadpool said, winking at Lu Yuan constantly. In fact, it's all handed over to Lu Yuan, right? And his gesture was already a bit flattering, and even Colossus, who had always been upright, couldn't stand it. Since the discussion has been completed, then prepare to go. If I guess correctly, Russell is already going to take revenge. Lu Yuan stood up. Since he has been involved in this matter, he will be responsible to the end. So he has been following Russell's developments. When he realized that Russell was still accompanied by Juggernaut and had already gone to the orphanage, he knew that he could not delay any longer. Deadpool said subconsciously, if only I had my teleportation belt now. That refers to a device that Deadpool has in the comics universe that allows teleportation. It's just that the device is not stable. For example, problems often occur, such as sending a duplication body of Deadpool to the destination, but he himself remains in place. For example, an arm, a leg, or even a heart or a head. That is Deadpool, and others will definitely not come a second time. Sometimes, Deadpool was running for his life and was chased by the enemy, but the belt will teleport him to the enemy, and he will be surrounded at once. I always felt that the belt was deliberately making things difficult for him. Just when Deadpool wanted to ask Lu Yuan if he would take everyone to that orphanage in a hurry, Lu Yuan has silently opened a golden circle, which is the portal of the Camartage genre. You think I'm willing to talk nonsense with you for so long? Are you really unprepared? Lu Yuan didn't worry about running out of time at all, just this move covered so much distance and came directly to the door of the orphanage. And when they got here, they saw Russell and Juggernaut going up the steps and breaking into the gate of the orphanage. Russell, Deadpool called out subconsciously. Go home, Wade, Russell said rudely. Deadpool's full name is Wade Wilson, and Deathstroke is a surname. Haha, this kid is so rude. Deadpool turned his head and slapped at the people around him, but only he knew how embarrassing his smile was, and he turned his head and shouted at Russell, "You arrogant child, hurry up and give it to me. Come here. Are the post-00s now so rebellious and incomprehensible?" Well, to state in advance, this is what Deadpool said, and it has nothing to do with the author. That's what he said in the movie. Instead of wasting time here and waiting until he kills the first person, it's better to do it with real action. Cable is not a person who is good at humor and jokes, but a practical faction of a cold-blooded tough guy. He has already pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Russell's direction. Without waiting for the others to react, Yuan instantly blocked the Cable in front of him. Deadpool also shouted in hindsight, "Hey, purple sweet potato essence, you promised us that you will follow our plan." Cable was at a loss for a while. Purple sweet potato essence? Why are you calling him that? Definitely because he's also playing Thanos. And when Yuan stepped forward, Juggernaut's eyes also looked over, staring at Yuan, already starting to show anger. It seems that he still remembers what Yuan had taught him a lesson before. At that time, he probably thought that something was wrong with him, that his state was not right, so he lost. At the moment it looked like he had regained his confidence. Be careful, once that guy collides, he will be unstoppable, and even I may not be able to beat him, Colossus said very euphemistically. Maybe he thinks he is the tank and the force in this team? But Yuan didn't care at all, and said to the others, "Leave the Juggernaut to me, and leave the rest to you. Deadpool, bring that child back, don't let him fall. And this orphanage. There are many more people who need help and rescue. Don't worry, I have prepared Shwesu and Juvenile Warhead. By the way, do you really need my help?" Colossus spoke again, a little eager to try. It seemed he still wanted to take on the Juggernaut. Yuan smiled and shook his head, "If I leave it to you, it will waste some time. And I actually have some things to confirm." Having said that, Yuan had already taken care of himself, and saw that the white suit on him was transformed into a classic dark blue tights in an instant, and a cloak fluttered down behind him. Then Deadpool exclaimed, "Roar, oh, I have absolutely no doubt that you draped Grandma's curtains out." Yuan paused, thinking, "Why don't you just kill this bastard first?" Rolling his eyes, Yuan didn't bother to listen to Deadpool's noise anymore, and went straight to the Juggernaut. Russell was still a child after all. When he saw such a big battle on the other side, he had seen Yuan's cruel tactics with his own eyes. He was taken aback and could only turn around while shouting for Juggernaut to help him stop these people. Rushed through the gate of the orphanage. Seeing this situation, Deadpool and the others finally stopped just watching the fun, and chased after them. Juggernaut wanted to stop them, but Yuan had already reached him. "Juggernaut strikes," Juggernaut growled. Yuan felt strange in his heart, as if he had heard it before. By the way, when he defeated Hulk and Abomination at the same time, Hulk shouted, "Hulk strike." "Don't imitate other people's moves," Yuan complained, and quickly flew in front of Juggernaut. Juggernaut opened his big hands, trying to block or grab Yuan. Looking at Yuan again, he turned away from Juggernaut's movements with a slight sideways movement. Juggernaut is too clumsy. In Yuan's eyes, it's like he's slowing down the camera. And after turning around, Yuan grabbed one of Juggernaut's wrists and threw it forward. Juggernaut suddenly turned into a warhead, and it really went straight to the distant sky with an unstoppable momentum. Yuan gestured to the others, meaning to let them in, and leave the rest to them. And Yuan quickly soared into the air and went straight to the Juggernaut. And in midair, Yuan's eyes have already begun to change. He is searching around. Crimson Universe? Watch me blow you up. It turned out that he had been eyeing the power behind Juggernaut from the start. In fact, in addition to being a superhero, self-proclaimed, the reason why Yuan has been helping so wholeheartedly is not only because of his sense of responsibility as a superhero, but also as an adult's guidance to children. There are many other reasons from Juggernaut. As mentioned earlier, Juggernaut is not a mutant. His power has another origin. It comes from an evil god with his own independent universe, which can also be called a crimson demon. Now that Yuan is observing the universe, he needs to observe more of the source power and even the law of the universe in order to realize the integration of the power of the heart of the universe into himself. At the beginning, the two bosses gave wages and benefits, but whether they can get them, or whether they can become their own power, or whether they can always be an external force that helps them, depends on whether Yuan has enough qualifications and understanding. He was even more deeply worried. He was once worried that Thanos would get the reality controller, but 357 was difficult for even OAA. It can be said that it is the strongest state in all versions of Thanos. He has to prepare in advance. So Yuan speeded up, turned into a blue-red light, and instantly caught up with Juggernaut. "Show me your power," Yuan snorted softly, grabbing Juggernaut's huge iron helmet. Juggernaut has a special relationship with Professor X, who are half-step brothers. So Juggernaut is even better than Professor X, so he also wears an iron helmet on his head like Magneto. This is why, in older versions of X-Men, Juggernaut has been wearing a helmet since his appearance. It just didn't give him a more detailed description. At the moment Yuan grabbed the Juggernaut's iron helmet and used one hand. Crack. The thick iron helmet was as fragile as it suddenly turned into a piece of paper. It was torn apart by Yuan, revealing the true face of Juggernaut who had been hiding under the helmet. A funny meme has been circulating on the internet, saying that Juggernaut's head and his helmet are the same shape. Not really. Juggernaut has the same head as a normal human, just bigger. Lu Yuan held down Juggernaut's head again and looked directly into his eyes. Lu Yuan has turned the mind gem into his own power, which is the incarnation of cosmic consciousness, which can enable users to improve their spiritual ability and enter all other existing souls, and can also read, manipulate, modify, create, and protect life. Spirit. Even allowing the user to enter other people's minds can also allow all dreams, thoughts, and ideas to enter the user's brain. At the moment, Lu Yuan used boundless spiritual power to forcibly control Juggernaut's spiritual power. Juggernaut's power is embodied in the flesh. As for IQ, it is a bit clumsy. Now he is powerless to resist, allowing Lu Yuan to turn his mind control and even his memories into a player or an ebook, which he can read casually. Lu Yuan carried the Juggernaut to a high altitude and hid in some clouds to avoid everyone's sight. He began to look for the Crimson Universe and the source of Juggernaut's power. Soon, Lu Yuan found a clue in Juggernaut's consciousness. It was Juggernaut's memory. He had come into contact with a bright red gem and then gained power. It's just that many people don't know that Juggernaut is not a mutant, but mistakenly think that he is a mutant, and then put him on the controller that bound mutant. The obvious result is that it doesn't work at all for Juggernaut. That's why only Juggernaut's escort box is special, and why he can use his powers from the moment he appears. Lu Yuan took a soft roar tone, and he found it. That bright red stone is the medium that connects the Crimson Universe and the power of the Crimson Demon, which allows Juggernaut to continuously obtain the power of the evil god Cyttorak. Just by touching it, other people can also become Juggernauts. In other words, only by touching that ruby can Lu Yuan be connected to that Crimson Universe. What are you waiting for? Lu Yuan glanced at the Juggernaut in his hand. This big guy can be said to be weak, even Lu Fatty and him can only be said to be 50-50. Although the two fights in the comic world a few times, the result is that Lu Fatty wins. But obviously, Juggernaut didn't suffer too much either. But in Lu Yuan's hands, Juggernaut didn't even fight back. Originally, Lu Yuan had defeated Hulk and Abomination at the same time before, and he had not done his best. Later, he obtained the power of a full set of infinite gems, and even the power of the heart of the universe. If it takes Bala to fight a Juggernaut, he won't live anymore. Then the power gained in the core of the sun for 100,000 years is grown on a dog. So Juggernaut is not wrong to lose zero. Even when Lu Yuan reached out and plunged into his heart, Juggernaut couldn't resist. The next moment, with Juggernaut's heart, a bright red, crystal clear gem was finally discovered by Lu Yuan and pulled out. Juggernaut stared at Lu Yuan with the last of his strength, then lost consciousness and died neatly. With the death of the previous Juggernaut and Lu Yuan holding the ruby tightly, Lu Yuan soon noticed the abnormality. There is a red power that seems to come from outside the sky, but actually comes from other universes, as if it is boundless, is surging. In the end, those bright red powers passed through the red gems, and they were about to sink into Lu Yuan's body. But immediately, a powerful aura noticed this, and a pair of terrifying sights were directed at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was not to be outdone. He had even seen a sight that was even more terrifying than this. He stared at it and released two golden heat rays. Using the gem in his hand as a medium, he slammed into it. Boom. In a crimson world, huge amounts of roars and shockwaves burst out across the universe. In the middle of this crimson universe, a giant with a body as huge as a planet, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, slowly stood up. He is the master of this universe, and the only master and life of 2.0. He is the evil god Cyttorak, also known as the Crimson Devil. This crimson universe can be said to belong to Cyttorak alone, outside of a single reality within the multi-universe. And when Cyttorak stayed in his domain, he was not only the master of everything, but also his strength and level were only below 4 of the 5 gods. Even Planet Devourer, one of the 5 gods, has been captured and even detained by him. Cyttorak once trapped the Planet Devourer's ship and expelled the power of a 5th of the Phoenix shards. Here, all the rules are customized by him, and even infinite gems cannot be used here. Here he is omniscient and omnipotent. Using the bright red gemstone as a medium and assisting the door of space, Lu Yuan slowly walked out of the golden circle. He definitely wasn't walking on the ground, but was floating in midair, actually flying over. Finally, Lu Yuan personally came to this crimson universe. It's still in the Marvel universe, but it's different from other universes, more like a special realm outside a single reality within a multi-universe. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked around. There was red everywhere, so it was called the Crimson Universe, right? Everywhere you look is red, all over the universe. But this is no obstacle for Lu Yuan. He is observing the universe with his opened eyes. Every universe is different, and there are always details that vary. That's why he has to travel to other universes, in order to learn more about the things and laws of the Marvel universe, and even the original mysteries of the universe. Why was the universe born? And what was the universe like before the birth of the universe? Was there a previous cosmic epoch? Even the working principle of the universe, the law of the universe itself, and so on. Especially in this Crimson realm, the laws of the entire Crimson universe are different from other universes. Here, only one master dominates all laws and rules. There is not even a concept of time here. The whole universe is at the same time, as if it will never pass. At this moment, an incomparably huge body came from a distance. It seemed that he was still far away, but in the next instant, he had come to Lu Yuan. That body has a file size comparable to planet, and Lu Yuan is not enough to see in front of him, at least in terms of file size. The Crimson Demon, he is the only ruler of this realm, he is the evil god Cyttorak. Since Cyttorak is known as a Crimson Demon, and his domain is a crimson universe of this color, it was originally all bright red. If it weren't for Lu Yuan's high vision, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to perceive his existence even standing in front of him. It may also be that the realm is too poor, or it may be too huge, and it is impossible to see its true colors. Definitely Lu Yuan could recognize the existence of this creature. Cyttorak just appeared in front of Lu Yuan, and he was still sitting on a throne-like seat, looking at the uninvited guest with a calm expression. The uninvited guest naturally refers to Lu Yuan, who forcibly broke into other people's domain privately. But Lu Yuan didn't have any self-knowledge at all, and looked at Cyttorak with a flat face. The two are one big and one small, their eyes are high and the other is low, and they look at each other like this. Until Cyttorak opened his bloody mouth. Cyttorak is naturally not human, but his body posture is humanoid, but his appearance is not flattering, ugly, evil, and has terrifying and ferocious facial features. You can break into my territory with such a weak skin, you should be my pilgrim, if you don't, you will be wiped out immediately, completely destroyed in front of me. Cyttorak just said the words, then like a thunderbolt from the blue, it spread to any corner of the entire Crimson universe. Lu Yuan was good at digging his ears, but he made a mistake. He shouldn't have turned on his super hearing after coming in, and now his ears are buzzing. Noisy, Lu Yuan frowned slightly and scolded in a cold tone, even if you speak in such a strange tone, can you still scare me? To put it bluntly, I didn't intend to live peacefully with you today. Anyway, you originally a demon, if you die, you will die, so it is better to transfer this universe to me. It turned out that when Lu Yuan came in, he didn't plan to get along well with Cyttorak. He has only one purpose, and that is to defeat Cyttorak and then take control of this universe. It's a special universe that might help him a lot, or even conduct his own experiments. Plus the power of infinite gems and the heart of the universe is so powerful that one bad thing can cause irreparable damage to a universe. If there is an entire universe that is not afraid of destruction as a testing ground, even Lu Yuan will feel luxurious, but he will not give up. Cyttorak stared deeply at Lu Yuan, his face expressionless, as if he had been stunned by Lu Yuan's boldness and huge amounts of ambition. Do you know that the person in front of you is the master of this universe? Everything here is determined by me. The law of this universe, the rules of this universe, all are determined by me. How dare you speak to me like this? Cyttorak was already stunned. He was indeed stunned by Lu Yuan. He is a master of the universe, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he has reached the level of a creator god or a creator. It is unforgivable to be treated with such contempt by Lu Yuan now. So Cyttorak didn't give Lu Yuan a chance to speak again, and suddenly stood up from his seat. Since this universe has no concept of time, Cyttorak's actions can be said to be absolutely instantaneous. However, even the so-called moment actually has distinctions and concepts. So Cyttorak's movements were caught by Lu Yuan, and he immediately reacted. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and the light slowly lit up in his eyes. The next moment, the temperature reached the highest, and even the heat ray with the temperature of the core of the sun, with a temperature of 20 million degrees Celsius, flashed two golden rays of light. Cyttorak walked towards the door. Even Cyttorak felt the scorching heat, and he couldn't help opening his bloody mouth, spitting out a bright red light. Fuck. The light of the two collided with a 357, and instantly made a sound that cancelled each other. What shocked Cyttorak was that he soon noticed that Lu Yuan's golden light was advancing towards him at a slow speed. Could it be that the power condensed by the power he controlled the entire Crimson universe was not his opponent? How is that possible? Cyttorak was frightened and angry at the thought that flashed through his mind. He was shocked by Lu Yuan's power. He was angry that he would have such an idea. This is impossible. Thinking about it, Cyttorak started a new movement. He opened his hands, and a sharp, pure red spear appeared in the big left hand. The file size of this spear could even pierce a planet. On the other hand, his right hand opened his extremely sharp claws, while waving his spear to plunge down. He swept the claws so that Lu Yuan could not easily dodge. Cyttorak's huge stature, his claws are like Wuzishan, even if it is not much different from the height of Mount Everest. Lu Yuan snorted softly, and continued to use heat ray to approach Cyttorak's face. With a sudden change in his body, he immediately showed his true appearance from the Superman posture in human form. He took on the form of a Doomsday whose body was already more than 10 meters tall, and he was covered with a terrifying layer of bone armor. Once Lu Yuan's height was only 5 meters, but as his strength became stronger, the maximum size of his body gradually became 10 meters. In particular, he also integrated the power gem, which is the strongest source of power on the physical side. Although in the Crimson universe, infinite gems has fallen into silence, it seems that even infinite gems in this universe must abide by the rules of the Crimson domain, which is the law set by Cyttorak. In other words, Lu Yuan is actually here, using his power all the time. Even the heat ray he unleashed with his own power was already suppressing Cyttorak's power. What's so strange about this? Not to mention the power of the heart of the universe, Lu Yuan defeated Darkseid's body 100,000 years ago. That was the body, an absolute multi-universe level. Although Cyttorak can control the power of the entire Crimson universe, it is within the multi-universe after all, and is only beyond a single reality. In fact, it is still the level single universe. Level single universe. Would you like to take on Liu Yuan, the multi-universe level? What if there are no infinite gems? What if you don't use the power of the heart of the universe? Boom. The terrifying five-finger mountain smashed into Liu Yuan's body. What surprised Cyttorak was that Liu Yuan didn't even dodge. It's not that he didn't have time to react, it's more like from the beginning, he didn't do anything to dodge. Liu Yuan didn't bother to move. Cyttorak grabbed the terrifying spear with his left hand, and stabbed it even more angrily, and Liu Yuan still didn't dodge. The spear was abruptly stuck in his chest. The huge, terrifying, sharp spear tip was even bigger than Liu Yuan's whole person. And with the spear stuck on Liu Yuan's body, Liu Yuan's heat ray was finally isolated. Cyttorak grinned, and spit out a sentence from his hideous mouth. That's it. Yeah, it turns out that you are just like that. Liu Yuan's voice came from below. Cyttorak was stunned. Immediately afterwards, a pair of extremely terrifying golden heat rays penetrated the huge amounts of the spear, and even penetrated the entire shaft and body of the spear very quickly, and once again went straight to the door of Cyttorak. Cyttorak subconsciously took a big step back. This time he couldn't use his strength to fight Liu Yuan recklessly, but chose to back off. Cyttorak was even more angry. He actually backed away. However, when he saw the intact Liu Yuan reappeared in his eyes, he felt even more heart palpitations. It turned out that Cyttorak's previous attack did not hurt Liu Yuan at all. Liu Yuan put away the heat ray, raised his hand and patted the place where he was hit with disdain, but found that he seemed to have been hit all over his body, so he had to give up. It turned out that Liu Yuan directly ignored Cyttorak's attack just now. His claws couldn't break Liu Yuan's skeleton, and the spear couldn't hurt him at all. Originally, Superman's body of steel is extremely powerful, and its defense is not only indestructible, but even the most powerful military-grade weapons can't hurt at all. Liu Yuan became Doomsday again, and he also experienced that terrible war. With Doomsday's setting, he could have been immune to the damage of many attacks. What's more, he has stayed in the core of the sun for another 10 years, and his power has increased almost unlimitedly for a full 100,000 years. Even without the blessing of the power gem, he can ignore almost all physical blows. Looking up at the surprised Cyttorak, Liu Yuan pouted his lips contemptuously. I thought it was some kind of high-profile opponent, but it turned out to be just that. Yes, how can you, who are in a single universe, understand my power? Lao Tzu is at the multi-universe level. It would be better to say that at least he is at the multi-universe level, but in fact it will only be stronger. Even Darkseid itself can suppress the multi-universe, so he is naturally no problem. Cyttorak was shocked and angry, and Liu Yuan's attitude was intolerable to him. Then I'll show you the full power of the single universe. Cyttorak let out an earth-shattering roar, and the entire Crimson Universe began to boil. This universe is everything Cyttorak is, and everything he controls. Cyttorak began to draw power from the entire universe with great power, and in a short while, the power of the entire Crimson Universe condensed into his body. Cyttorak's body was originally comparable to a planet, but now it has become even bigger. If it was the file size of the Earth before, now it is equivalent to the file size of the Sun, and even continues to grow. If it's just a matter of simply getting bigger, Liu Yuan can see that Cyttorak is condensing the power of the entire universe together, and he will eventually make himself reach the level of a single universe. But Liu Yuan didn't care at all. Instead he took this opportunity to learn more about the universe. Then Liu Yuan discovered that this universe is sick, because there is no other person in this universe except Cyttorak, and there is only Cyttorak in the entire universe. Or maybe there was life here, maybe there will be a chance for life in the future. Liu Yuan has no way of knowing, because this world has no concept of time, and even he can't show the long river of time in front of him, and he can't see the past and future of this universe. Unless he defeats Cyttorak, gets all the rights to this universe, and creates a complete time law by himself. This may be a good experience. Liu Yuan nodded and said to himself. He just controlled the time law, but never actually practiced it. Maybe this time he could improve his perception by manipulating the time law. Thinking of this, Liu Yuan became impatient. Are you okay? Liu Yuan asked Cyttorak. He didn't disturb Cyttorak's process of gathering his power, he was obviously waiting for him on purpose. Cyttorak was even more angry, and Liu Yuan had already provoked his boundless anger 5078 Linglong Fire, which finally turned into a self-defeating blow that brought everything together. Death to me, and then become a part of this universe, and I will make you my servant forever, my slave, and serve me until the end of the universe. Cyttorak uttered the most terrible curse, and put all the power he could control, his own power, and the power of the entire Crimson Universe, condensed into the fist of his right hand. With the screams and vibrations of the entire universe, Cyttorak delivered his strongest blow. But Liu Yuan, who was the target, sighed, "Is this your full blow? It's not even as good as Darkseid's casual wave. So is this the power and upper limit of a single universe?" Along with what can be said to be arrogant, it can also be said to be with some contempt, and even some reason. Liu Yuan also shot. He also raised his right hand into a fist, and then slammed his fist in the direction of Cyttorak from a distance. At the moment, a great catastrophe is taking place in this Crimson Universe. Almost no one outside can feel it. The reason why we say almost is because there are still people who can feel it. Like OAA, like Life Court. The Life Court was supposed to manage the entire Marvel Universe order in place of OAA, and it stands to reason that at the moment has already involved the field he is responsible for. But he didn't show up because the OAA stopped him and told the Life Court explicitly, "He's also my apostle, and if you can't beat him, you'll die." The Life Court was shocked. He only has a lifespan of 100,000 years. But there is no upper limit to his potential. 100,000 years has exceeded you by too much. Besides, I gave him the heart of the universe, and you are no longer his opponent. What on earth are you going to do? Look and see what he will comprehend when he gets the Crimson Universe. Therefore, no one could stop Liu Yuan. Even the Life Tribunal was blocked by OAA, not to mention the so-called 5 gods. Those are just famous, but in fact they have already broken the rules. To put it horribly, if the 5 gods came to the Crimson Universe, in a one-on-one situation, they might not necessarily be the opponents of Cyttorak. But now, Liu Yuan didn't care about Cyttorak at all. Even though Cyttorak has gathered all his strength, and all the strength of the entire Crimson Universe, he pinned everything on 357 on this punch and called Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan stayed there with a calm expression, also clenched his fists, and then hit Cyttorak. As the fists of the two got closer and closer, the entire Crimson Universe was screaming and shaking, because this level of combat could easily destroy even a single universe. The chi machine brought by the two people is enough to spread to every corner of a single universe. Boom! The fists of the two brought a terrifying momentum, and they even broke the sound barrier. Even before the effect of the sonic boom could be displayed, it was already far behind. Finally, their fists met. Liu Yuan's fist didn't seem to be worth mentioning compared to the fist of Cyttorak, whose body had reached the level of the sun. However, not even the expected horrific shockwave happened, but silently. When the fists of the two really touched, it didn't have any effect, but silently, Liu Yuan's fist was embedded in Cyttorak's fist in an instant. A horrified look appeared on Cyttorak's face. If he was still angry before, even the boundless anger covered other emotions in his heart. Well, at the moment, his anger has completely disappeared, replaced by boundless fear. Because he truly felt that Liu Yuan's power was so unmatched. Before Liu Yuan only passively blocked or endured, but when he now actively exerts his own strength, Cyttorak finally understands the gap between them. Seeing that Liu Yuan's fist was advancing unstoppably all the way, Cyttorak's huge arm didn't seem to exist. With each point Liu Yuan advanced, a large piece of his arm would disappear. "Do not!" Cyttorak roared, but it was not out of anger, but out of fear. Some people say that when fear reaches its limit, it is anger. This sentence is absolutely correct. What Cyttorak is now manifesting is the roar that evolved from the boundless fear. But what's the point? Liu Yuan turned a deaf ear. The strength and speed in his hand did not slow down at all, but accelerated. Cyttorak's power was like a man's arm in front of him, while Liu Yuan's power was like the end of the world for Cyttorak. It's too late to say it, and Liu Yuan just took Cyttorak's resistance as a piece of tissue paper and pierced it directly through his huge arm. Puff. It was only then that Cyttorak's entire right arm suddenly turned into a dazzling firework and disappeared. Liu Yuan, on the other hand, came to Cyttorak's shoulder and stood there, looking at Cyttorak's profile in front of him. "Don't kill me," Cyttorak suddenly begged for mercy, and cold sweat appeared on the huge amounts of his head. He was afraid. He was finally afraid. After seeing Liu Yuan's true power, he finally understood the huge gap between them. To him, Liu Yuan was like a high-latitude attack, and they were not in the same realm at all. Liu Yuan raised his hand and patted Cyttorak's big head, making a loud noise no less than the collision of planets, and sneered, "Why did I know this before? I just wanted to observe this universe at first, maybe I will return to the universe. Please ask. But why do you have to bark with me?" Liu Yuan was very rude, because in the beginning, Cyttorak was not polite to him, otherwise he might not be able to coexist peacefully. But now, it's too late. Cyttorak seemed to know that his begging for mercy was useless. He turned his head sharply, and opened his mouth to swallow Liu Yuan. However, Liu Yuan was much faster than him, as if he had already made a move in the last century, while Cyttorak had only seen it now. A fist that Cyttorak would never take to heart before, at the moment struck quickly in Cyttorak's eyes. Cyttorak's expression changed rapidly: despair, fear, unwillingness, anger, and finally disappeared, leaving only a look of relief and a sigh. Boom! The huge Cyttorak, in the end, didn't even have a single thing left, and everything he had was blown up by this punch. Liu Yuan floated in the air, looked down at his fist, and muttered, "One punch Superman." Well, it seems that he really didn't take Cyttorak in his eyes, or even regarded it as his opponent, and he was still thinking about it here. He can indeed appear in the image of Superman, and another punch can solve the opponent. Is there anything wrong with calling it a punch Superman? Maybe the only thing that's wrong is that he plagiarized other people's titles, right? Boom. Suddenly, a violent vibration sounded around. Liu Yuan raised his head and noticed that the entire Crimson Universe was collapsing. With the death of Cyttorak, the ruler of the Crimson Domain, the universe was self-destructing. Liu Yuan originally raised his hand to stop it, but suddenly he felt blessed. Why don't you take this opportunity to see the process of the destruction of the universe? Such an opportunity is more rare than creating a universe, because the destruction of a universe is long, and it must be a major event in the universe. Even the gods of the universe have to deal with it carefully. So it is almost impossible to see the entire process of destruction of a universe. However, now it has become possible. Liu Yuan can be said to have personally directed the destruction of the universe. He is naturally qualified to witness the destruction of this universe from beginning to end. As for how to continue to observe the universe after that, it would be good to resurrect this universe, and then I can experience the process of creating the universe once again, killing two birds with one stone. Why not do it? At the moment, the entire Crimson Universe is perishing and collapsing. Lu Yuan did not prevent all this from happening, but his eyes entered a mysterious state. He was observing the moment when the entire universe was going to be destroyed from a unique angle. Now Lu Yuan is like a high-dimensional god, and he is indeed a higher dimension. He is an absolute multi-level universe, and the Crimson Universe is just a single universe. So he can look at this universe from a higher dimensional perspective. Just like when we read a comic book in a two-dimensional world, we can turn over and turn past pages, and we can observe every detail, nuanced. Lu Yuan is now in such a state. It was a rare experience because it involved the demise of an entire universe. If it were the normal universe, it would involve the demise of countless lives, more than Thanos snapped his fingers to death in the movie. If it is normal times, when it involves the life and death of a universe, even the life court may have to come forward. But now it's different. There is no other life in this Crimson Universe, and the Tribunal of Life will not arise. So Lu Yuan got this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is witnessing the end of a universe. Because the Crimson Universe has no concept of time, even Lu Yuan doesn't know how long it has passed in the end. It may be a moment, it may be a year, or it may be 10,000 years. Finally, a huge universe that was once famous has finally ushered in its own demise. When the last bit of crimson disappeared in front of him, Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes. He has been staring at the process of all this, not missing any wonderful. Especially when the universe was completely destroyed, Lu Yuan was even more impressed, and a terrible aura suddenly emerged from his body. It is the purest and most primitive power, exuding the breath of destruction. Yes, it is destruction. Different from the laws of all existing universes, it comes from the power that is born before all universes are born, or can be considered to be after the destruction of all universes. That is the most primitive destruction. Because in the beginning, everything ceased to exist. Because when all is over, also all is gone. Before the beginning of the birth of all things, and after the end of all things, there is nothing but destruction. Actually there should be something else, but what Lu Yuan observed was destruction and termination, so what he understood and obtained was also destruction and termination. So that's the case, Lu Yuan said softly, as if he had a clear understanding. He raised his right hand and grabbed it lightly. A cloud of crimson color was pulled from the depths of the destroyed universe by him. That is the soul of Cyttorak. Although Lu Yuan has destroyed his body and the source of his power, his soul still remains here. Maybe he wanted to wait for the opportunity to start all over again. As long as the Crimson Universe has the possibility of resurrection, he has the possibility of making a comeback. However, at the moment, Lu Yuan pulled him out and held him in his hands. In fact, Lu Yuan had known for a long time that Cyttorak's soul was hiding here, but there were more important things before, so he didn't bother to deal with him. But now, Lu Yuan glanced at Cyttorak's soul in his hand, and an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly emerged from his right hand. Cyttorak gave a startled roar. No. What he felt was the most primitive fear that came from the depths of his soul. But the breath had engulfed him. Cyttorak only felt that the boundless terror was engulfing his existence, erasing him from its original existence. Originally, he was the only existence in the distance, which means that even in the entire infinite multi-universe, there is only one Cyttorak, and there is absolutely no second. But now he is being erased from his existence originally. Once Lu Yuan succeeds, then the history of Cyttorak will be completely forgotten, and there will no longer be a future. Cyttorak wanted to resist, to ask for mercy. But it was meaningless. He couldn't resist Lu Yuan's power, and he had no chance to beg for mercy. In the end, Lu Yuan completely wiped out Cyttorak's existence with the aura of destruction, including his soul. Is this the power of destruction? Lu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. This is the power that can destroy a universe and bring an end to an entire universe, and it is displayed at the multi-universe level, enough to reach the multi-universe level. Not to mention a soul, if Lu Yuan is willing, he can easily bring a crisis to the infinite multiverse. By then, he will be even scarier than the Anti-Monitor. Since I have seen the destruction of the universe and gained the power of destruction, what if I saw the birth of the universe again? Lu Yuan suddenly had a new idea. He has seen the demise of the Crimson Universe, and has gained such power. So what if we know the birth of the Crimson Universe again? Isn't he observing the laws of various universes from all aspects in order to integrate the power of the heart of the universe? Opportunities like this are also rare, and perhaps only the most ancient gods of the universe have had such an experience. But even many great gods were born after the birth of the universe, and not all gods can experience the origin of the universe. But Lu Yuan now has such an opportunity, and he will definitely not let it go. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan immediately turned his heart into action, spreading out his hands to emit a terrifying power that quickly spread to every corner of the Crimson Universe. He witnessed the demise of the Crimson Universe with his own eyes, and at the same time he had a deeper understanding of the origin of the law of the Crimson Universe. In fact, it was not the Crimson Universe that created the Crimson Universe. On the contrary, it was the Crimson Universe that created the Crimson Universe. The universe that used to be incomplete, let alone this color. It was Cyttorak who made this universe. Starting today, I will replace Cyttorak as the lord of this universe. I am the Lord of the Crimson Realm, Lu Yuan suddenly announced, announcing the entire Crimson Universe. From now on, he will become the master of this universe, and he will redefine all the rules of this universe. So be reborn, Crimson Universe, Lu Yuan shouted again. The power of the heart of the universe surged out, and countless powers containing the most primitive law at the beginning of the universe filled the entire Crimson Universe. In the end, an astonishing scene happened. The universe went from a state of annihilation to a terrifying explosion, which was the Big Bang. Then, unlike the previous Crimson Universe, countless planets were born, forming a bright and vast universe. And then, the universe is full of life. Cells, plants, animals, appeared one after another, making the whole universe full of life. The only place where there are traces of the previous universe is the color of the entire universe, perhaps a little reddish. So far, the Crimson Universe has been reborn, but this time, the Crimson Universe was led by Lu Yuan to complete the new life. Even Lu Yuan has become the new master of this universe. I said there should be light in this world. So all fixed stars in this world began to shine. I said light and darkness should be separated. So all the planets started to rotate. I said a day is divided into 24 hours or 12 hours. I said that the solar terms in a year should be divided into 4. I say all things should flourish. The entire Crimson Universe began to become lively, with Lu Yuan standing in the center of the universe, formulating new rules and laws for this new universe one by one, and the universe was reborn. And unlike the dead silence of the previous Crimson Universe, the newly born Crimson Universe is full of the vitality of new life. 357. Plants are growing, animals are prospering and changing, and the history of mankind will be revealed. If Lu Yuan is ambitious, at the moment he can establish his own godhead. In fact, although Lu Yuan is powerful, he has no godhead, so he can never be regarded as a god. To be clear about this, it does not mean that if you are powerful, you can become a god, but that you will gain powerful power after becoming a god. For example, the inhabitants of Apocalypse were once just an ordinary racial civilization. Later, it is said that it was only by the power of Yugakon that Apocalypse and New Creation Star were lifted to the status of the New Protoss. The New Creation Star was once a race with the Apocalypse Star, but it was later split off. After becoming the New Protoss, the Apocalypse Star became a superpower, otherwise it would have been wiped out by the Superman Kryptonian army led by Lu Yuan 100,000 years ago. What's wrong with them? Lu Yuan is about to lead Krypton to become a god. Later, he came to the Marvel Universe, and it is even more impossible to become the god of the Marvel Universe. If Lu Yuan is willing, at the moment, he can become a god with just a little movement of his mind. After all, he made such huge amounts of Albert. But he didn't. Instead, he glanced at the new, incomparably bright Crimson Universe, and then turned and left. He didn't need to become a god, and even cut off his connection with the Crimson Universe when he left. He didn't intend to absorb the vitality of the Crimson Universe, otherwise once he absorbed too much, the entire universe would be destroyed. Just like the previous Cyttorak, regardless of the destruction of the Crimson Universe, he absorbed all the power. In fact, it was not Lu Yuan who destroyed the previous Crimson Universe, but Cyttorak. Moreover, even if Lu Yuan cuts off the connection with the Crimson Universe, it will not hinder his control over the Crimson Universe. This place has become his private domain, and Lu Yuan is like the Lord here. He only unilaterally does not need the tax money of the territory, but he still retains absolute control. Even here, he is the absolute and only true God. He can make this universe rise and fall with a single sentence, and restart it with a single sentence. And this also gave Lu Yuan a new insight. When Lu Yuan returned to the real world outside, he realized that the outside world had actually passed for many years. Although the previous Crimson Universe did not have the concept of time, but after that, the Crimson Universe reshaped by Lu Yuan already had a complete cosmic law. So many years have passed since he created all that. Standing in the air, Lu Yuan looked down, only glanced at what this world would look like for countless years in the future, and then said softly, "Return." He didn't use the power of time at all, and he didn't use any power. Just because of Lu Yuan's words, the surrounding time began to reverse rapidly. It's not that Lu Yuan travels through time, but the time of the whole world is rewinding around him. In an instant, Lu Yuan has returned to the time node when he entered the Crimson Universe. Moreover, Lu Yuan looked in front of him thoughtfully. The golden circle that was opened was still there, and Lu Yuan, who had entered the past, paused thoughtfully, and then went in without saying a word. At this moment, Lu Yuan seemed to feel something, slowly closed his eyes, and spit out a sentence, the only one. Then he said to himself, "Follow your words? It's a convenient power, but if you meet an opponent with equal strength, or even stronger than me, it's meaningless. To put it bluntly, it's a bit tasteless." Words follow the law, because Lu Yuan previously in the Crimson Realm, his remarks on creation, and the designation of a rule for a universe, so he has mastered such power and power. It is equivalent to what he said will become the truth. If he said that a dog should be called a cat, and a cat is a dog, then these two species will cause people to have cognitive errors, and they will see cats as dogs, and they will also call dogs cats. Likewise, even the two species themselves make corresponding changes. Cats become loyal friends of humans, watch the house, and play a game of frisbee. Dogs, on the other hand, become tsundere and learn to climb trees. This kind of power is undoubtedly powerful. After all, Lu Yuan once designated a rule of the universe. It can be said that because of Liu Yuan's own strength, he will easily sanction the multi-universe level and below. But if you are facing an enemy who has surpassed Liu Yuan, this power will not work. That's why he said it was a chicken rib, the ability to only bully the weak, and it was nothing to be commended. If he encounters a powerful enemy, he still has to rely on his own strength to fight. After thinking silently for a long time, Liu Yuan kept in mind what he had seen in the Crimson Universe. He had mastered a lot of cosmic laws when the Crimson Universe was new, such as the meanings represented by the 5 gods, and even many cosmic laws. Even the power represented by infinite gems, he has a deeper understanding. I also feel that in addition to the power of the full set of infinite gems he has mastered, he has improved a lot in all aspects. Even the control of the heart of the universe has gone deeper. In percentage terms, when you first got the heart of the universe, you only had 1% of the control. Later it reached 3%, 2.0 and now, it has reached more than 50%. As long as it exceeds 80%, he can devour the full power of the heart of the universe. At that time, he will become omniscient and omnipotent, very close to the OAA, and even the existence of the Court of Life. That is really under one person, above countless universes. Slowly opening his eyes, Liu Yuan put down his thoughts and turned his head to look down. During this period of time, the actions of Deadpool's gang were also very smooth. They seemed to be nearing the end. The orphanage was destroyed and the children were rescued. The X-Men's plane picked up. Then Deadpool's side, according to the original plan, let him take on the responsibility of killing the chief culprit. But there was a little hiccups later. The original plan was negotiated by Liu Yuan and Deadpool in advance. Russell was still a child, but he had a lot of anger and resentment to vent, but he didn't have a complete set of values to digest. If he actually kills someone, he'll just fall, and even Blacken will become a super badass. So Liu Yuan and Deadpool's plan is to let him vent first, and finally let Liu Yuan or Deadpool as an adult and the Dean, because he is the culprit of everything. However, because Deadpool was once disheartened and wanted to end himself, when he was imprisoned with Russell, he disliked the child in every possible way, and even abandoned the expectation that the child wanted to depend on. Now that kid is in a state of rampage, completely ignoring Deadpool's favor, and even threatening to kill Deadpool who stole his first kill. This annoyed Cable, and he was utterly disappointed in Russell. At a critical moment, when Russell was about to shoot Deadpool, Cable picked up the gun and was about to kill Russell. 06 As a former mercenary, Deadpool walked in the hail of bullets all year round. Naturally, he reacted immediately, so he blocked the bullets with himself and protected Russell. Just before that, in order to regain Russell's heart, Deadpool put on a controller that can inhibit the mutant ability, which means that he lost his self-healing power. Deadpool is not a natural mutant, but his ability does come from mutant and is closely related to Wolverine. Once he loses his self-healing power, his wounds can no longer be healed. Seeing that Deadpool was about to die, Russell finally panicked. He was still a child after all, and was only angry because of his grievances, thinking that Deadpool didn't want him anymore, and he didn't need to rely on Deadpool. But in fact he was willing to get close to Deadpool. He also saw that Deadpool was shot to protect himself, and hurried up to check Deadpool's situation. The Cable side also noticed that his little bear became clean again, realizing that the future had been changed, and Russell was no longer the super bad guy he knew, Fire Fist. At the moment, Liu Yuan stood in the air, looking down at all this. Hey, aren't you going to save me? At this time, Deadpool's soul had escaped from his body and came to Liu Yuan's side. Liu Yuan glanced at Deadpool, who was still not serious, and shook his head with a smile. Forget it, I won't steal your limelight. After all, this is your home court. Deadpool was clearly smiling, too, as you could tell by the change in his mask. Deadpool said softly to Roar, but I still hope to rest for a while. By the way, thank you for your friendly performance. If you are willing to make a cameo for free next time, you are very welcome. By the way, are you really Superman? Liu Yuan glanced at Deadpool. He had clearly changed back to human form when he left the Crimson Universe, but Deadpool seemed to know something. Guess. Liu Yuan showed a meaningful smile. A golden circle portal suddenly appeared behind him, and he stepped back and left the universe. Deadpool muttered, mysterious, isn't it Doomsday? You really don't plan to ask me if I know who your enemy will be in the future? Hey, it's not Zioba. As an existence that can break the fourth dimensional wall, Deadpool ran into the author's dream and threatened the author last night. He seems to already know some plots. In the future, Liu Yuan will encounter an unexpected enemy, even more dangerous than Thanos. The means of Oba and the beasts will never be lower than the preparations of OAA and DC God. Liu Yuan still doesn't know the danger of his future. Needless to say on Deadpool's side, the next plot finally has something to do with the title I Love My Home. All in all, the ending is a happy one. The Cable has a device that allows him to travel through time. Originally, there were only 2 remaining energy sources, but he traveled the second time for Deadpool. He deliberately put a coin on Deadpool. Will definitely hit the position. That coin was snatched from Deadpool during the first encounter between Cable and Deadpool. Then Deadpool definitely doesn't have to die, and he keeps yelling that Deonsu would rather give up the chance to go home and save himself. Absolutely loves himself. Deonsuo definitely has a look of disgust. He already has a wife and daughter. Can this shameless person use the term of friendship between men? Colossus says he's used to it. Later, the young warhead and Shuesu secretly repaired the device. After finding the energy source, Deadpool started his nonsense. He was making so-called timeline revisions, such as going back in time to bring his dead wife back to life. Then Deadpool goes back to the Wolverine episode and kills the self who was silenced in the past, and he will never admit to that self. There are many, many more. In short, with Deadpool's courage and the spirit of not afraid of death, there is nothing that he dare not do. For example, killing the real-world self who got the Green Lantern script. This guy has been full of resentment because of Green Lantern's box office hits. But he shouldn't have done that, otherwise it was said that he would have a chance to restart Green Lantern's plan. As a personal film, Green Lantern may be too small, but if it officially joins the DCEU, it may still be a good opportunity. But obviously, the fate of Xavier and DC may have come to an end. Well, the fate with Deadpool has come to an end. Liu Yuan returned to the Marvel movie universe side. 357 in the eyes of others, his departure this time is only less than a few days. However, even Liu Yuan felt tired. So he went to sleep after returning home, and slept for 3 days and 3 nights in one breath. It's just that he didn't want to be honest when he was sleeping, and he was still trying to rearrange the truths about the mysteries of the universe that he had grasped in his dreams. The laws of the universe are incomprehensible, because they involve too much and too broad, and few people can fully grasp the mysteries of a universe. Even the 5 major gods only have one of these laws, and they are also the embodiment of their own laws. Personality. However, Liu Yuan now has to control the complete cosmic law by himself, which is the entire mystery of the entire infinite multi-universe. This workload can be said to be protracted. But Liu Yuan felt the urgency of time, and he might not have enough time to grow up slowly. It seems that we can only take it slowly. Liu Yuan was a little disappointed. In the end, he just increased his control over the heart of the universe to 60%, and then there was still a remaining part to find another chance. If he was a little more ruthless, he could actually use the life in his own universe, that is, the life in the Crimson Universe today, to conduct experiments, and use it as an experimental field. But he didn't and couldn't. Just a month after Liu Yuan's return, Hammer Industries suddenly announced a technology expo. As someone who knew the inside story, Liu Yuan already knew the inside story in advance. Tony, do you want me to help? Liu Yuan called Tony and asked if he wanted to go out on his own. Tony definitely also received an invitation from Hammer, and said at the beginning, it shouldn't be necessary, I already know his purpose, and Ronaldinho also gave me a set of Ivan Vank's system. They hurriedly what came out was far from my opponent. And Tony has completed the creation of a new energy battlesuit. The new arc reactor uses new more stable elements, and the energy is better than before. In addition, Tony has also equipped with new equipment and weapons, and Rode and Tony are good friends. Hammer still doesn't know that he is being calculated from the inside out. Liu Yuan sighed, brother, you didn't hear that I was actually bored, so I wanted to mix with you. Well, he took the initiative to ask for help because he had been bored at home for the past month, and the research on the heart of the universe had not made much progress. Tony couldn't help laughing and had to agree, then you can come, but you'd better come and wear a battlesuit with me. You know, got it, didn't you just want to punch Hammer in the face with your battlesuit? Liu Yuan didn't know Tony's careful thinking. Didn't he just want to show off, and then slap him in the face in the self-righteous field of Hammer? Really bad-hearted. However, Liu Yuan is also happy to do so. The two bad guys hit it off, and Liu Yuan immediately opened the portal to Tony's house. Tony was wearing his new battlesuit at the time. On the chest of the new battlesuit, the arc reactor, which was once inlaid with a circle shape, has now been replaced by an inverted triangle. Liu Yuan looked at the location of the new arc reactor with a thoughtful look. Tony was about to get dressed. Seeing Liu Yuan's appearance, he asked, what's wrong? Liu Yuan shook his head, it's nothing, just thought of it. You always rely on the robotic arm to wear the battlesuit. Maybe it will be very inconvenient at some point. Liu Yuan's words brightened Tony's eyes. Actually, I feel the same way. Maybe there's time to try to develop a more comfortable battlesuit, Tony muttered to himself. For example, the next generation battlesuit. He has developed that kind of technology, which is the battlesuit worn by Loki during the Avengers Alliance War. Definitely that will have to wait until later. Liu Yuan shook his head again. What he actually wanted to say was nanotechnology. But that will have to wait until later. Today's nanotechnology has not yet entered the development stage, and it may be too early. Definitely, if it is to be achieved with Liu Yuan's strength, it is not impossible. Turning around, Liu Yuan came to the other side. On the other set of robotic arms, the one had been prepared for Liu Yuan from the very beginning, but he had never worn it. The set was mainly dark blue, with a bright red S on the chest. Steel battlesuit, ready to wear. As Liu Yuan stood up and opened his hands, the entire battlesuit began to be put on. Finally, a blue helmet suddenly appeared in front of Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan showed a puzzled expression. At the beginning, this battlesuit did not wear a helmet. He didn't need the system to help him calculate, he didn't need to cover his identity, and he didn't need head protection. Tony knew that. Tony smiled and said on the opposite side, so, you are my assistant this time, don't forget to make me stand out. Rely on, so it is. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes, but still reached out and took off the helmet and buckled it on his head. But Liu Yuan also had questions. Aren't you worried that your performance is too good, and the result will be that the military will attack you again? No, Tony said confidently. This time I'll show them what happens if the battlesuit gets out of hand. The idea of hitting my battlesuit? It's only going to be more dangerous than that. It seemed he had already made up his mind. That being the case, Yuan didn't say anything more. As long as Tony doesn't hand over the battlesuit technology, and doesn't continue to work for a country and develop new terrible weapons, that's fine. Let's go. After the two put on their steel battlesuits, one after the other, they started to take off. It's just that the two are different. In fact, the system of Yuan's steel battlesuit was not turned on, only the internal communicator was turned on, but the fuselage did not work. In fact, it was not the energy of the arc reactor and the battlesuit that took off at all. It must be clear that Yuan took off with his own power. Tony glanced at Yuan behind him with emotion, and shook his head speechlessly. Originally the battlesuit was their strength and the reason they could fly. Now it's good, the battlesuit has become a burden to Yuan. He is equivalent to carrying a steel load on his shoulders in flight. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? But Tony didn't care about this. He knew that it was nothing to Yuan, so he didn't break it, and rushed out quickly along the route arranged by Jarvis. Yuan was also unequivocal, and rushed out after Tony. One red is the main red supplemented, one blue is supplemented by the main red, and the two steel bodies fly up into the sky. But I always think that my battlesuit shouldn't be your wife, right? Yuan suddenly complained in midair. Tony staggered in midair and almost fell, shouting angrily, "Don't talk if you can't talk, what's scary? What, my wife?" He was startled and his face turned pale, because he was actually still connecting with Xiaoqili, asking her what was going on at the scene. It turns out that the technology exhibition of Hammer Industries has already begun, and Pepper, as the top CEO of the current Stark Group, is definitely eligible to participate. Little Pepper asked after a while, "What is the relationship between the two of you?" Tony hadn't had time to speak. Yuan spoke, "Just drink and eat together. I'll accompany him before you get off work. You 5078 Ling Long after get off work, I have to get out of the relationship. I'm your light bulb." Tony breathed a sigh of relief. The Little Pepper spat, "Not serious?" The relationship between Yuan and Xiaoqili also became good friends because of Tony, although Yuan once leaked, saying that at first he thought Xiaoqili was beautiful and wanted to chase her. At one point Tony ignored him. "Tony, Yuan, I don't think there seems to be any problem here. Hammer's performance is normal, just a little muffled," Tony said, "and Rhodes is also there. It doesn't seem to be out of the ordinary." Pepper said what he saw at the scene. "Precisely because there is nothing wrong, it's actually the biggest problem. Little Pepper, get out of there quickly." Rhodes said his system was hacked. Tony let out a sigh, and issued a warning to Little Pepper. And Yuan laughed heartlessly. "Tony, so your system is not so reliable." No wonder Yuan complained about Tony. Because the plot has changed a long time ago, Tony did not have palladium poisoning, and he was a new element in acting. So naturally he will not be disheartened, nor will he indulge himself so much that even Rhodes can't stand it. So Rhodes' war machine was given by Tony, not taken from him. Later, because of the assignment of the military, Rhodes brought War Machine to Hammer Industries to cooperate, and Tony knew it. But he has conceded that no one can change his system, let alone crack his core secrets. Even Rhodes reminded him that Ivan Vank was transforming the War Machine and that Hammer had to carry some weapons, but he never took it to heart. As a result, it is now a face, and even the system of Rhodes' War Machine has been rewritten. Well, this time, Rhodes lost control of the War Machine. Especially when Yuan and Tony arrived halfway through the technology fair held by Hammer Industries, Rhodes warned them in the built-in communicator, "Tony, Yuan, run, my weapon aiming has locked on you." What does this mean? At the moment at the Technology Expo, Hammer was in high spirits and triumphant, showing off the large-scale steel army of the 373 sea, land, and air, which was launched in his name. The three modes of steel soldiers stand there, all of which are now using unmanned technology, as long as they are controlled by the operating system. Just when Hammer was about to brag triumphantly, as if he could finally surpass Tony's skill. As Tony and Yuan came to the venue, all the machines on the scene suddenly made corresponding actions. All the armor systems went out of control at the same time, and all the weapons were activated, aiming at the flying Tony and Yuan. In the next second, countless artillery shells and various weapons could be said to be fired in unison, and a great battle started unexpectedly. The scene was a mess, and even Hammer was dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. The hail of bullets shot straight towards the two of them in the sky. "Yuan," Tony called out Yuan's name at the critical moment. "Not relying on him?" Yuanxin said, who said before that he didn't need to help himself. "Now let's talk about it, huh?" Thinking in his heart, Yuan responded with his hands, and saw that the steel armor of his hands was suddenly untied, revealing his own hands, and a red light that gradually became hot. This is a skill Yuan learned after observing from Russell. Russell, also known as Fire Fist in the future, has the power to control flames. One thing that needs to be clear is that Russell's power is different from the Fireman John in X-Men. The Fireman is very funny. Although he can control fire, he can't create fire himself. In short, the Burning Man John also has to bring his own lighter. However, Russell can create fire by himself, and he can also control fire, even in various forms, much more powerful than the Fireman John. At the moment, Yuan just used a very simple technique. his hands became red, and then created a fire screen around him in an instant, and formed a huge barrier to push forward. When all the bullets came into contact with the flame screen, they were immediately melted or detonated by the intense high temperature, and there was no way to continue to help Lu Yuan and Tony. After Lu Yuan put away the sea of fire in the sky, Tony exclaimed, "Roar, this is also the magic you learned? Maybe I really want to visit Camartage." Lu Yuan said casually, "Your character is not good." Since staying with Deadpool for a while, Lu Yuan's level of complaints has risen sharply. Even Tony was stunned when he didn't react for a while, because in his understanding, Lu Yuan always seemed to be black and cold, and he rarely matched with his cold humor. Another one, after all, the four mouthpieces of Marvel in conventional cognition are Deadpool, Spider-Man, Ant-Man and Star-Lord. Tony only joins occasionally, but after all, he is not a permanent staff member, so he is not as much trouble as Deadpool brought to Lu Yuan. The Deadpool guy is the real talker. "Tony, Lu Yuan, be careful, we're coming," Rode warned again at this time. "I saw that from the venue below, the amphibious mechas that had been honestly pushed out and displayed before. At the moment, all the flamethrowers emerged from their feet, and the next moment, all of them rose into the air one by one." Lu Yuan was about to take another shot. "Wait a minute, Lu Yuan, there are still a lot of people below. We need to buy time for everyone to disperse them," Tony shouted, turned around and flew away. His plan is also very simple, that is, he intends to lead the robots below, and does not want to bring disaster to the people below because of the war. Lu Yuan was speechless. With his strength, is it so troublesome? He wanted to say that he could smash all the robots into flying ashes. But Tony had already flown far away, and he also notified Little Pepper, asking her to help disperse the personnel while arranging for people to capture Ivan Vank, who was hiding in Hammer Industries, and even arrest Hammer himself. Another point is to block the surrounding area. Lu Yuan sighed and had no choice but to quickly catch up with Tony. "Do you want to be so troublesome?" Lu Yuan may have regretted it. Why didn't he stay at home and chat with Steve? It's better than being chased around like this, right? "Stop complaining," Tony yells, and it's going to be hard to listen to him complain while still trying to avoid the attacks behind him. In this way, the two had to take the robot army behind them to circle around the sky until almost all the people in the venue below took refuge. There was also news from Xiao Chili that the relevant people had been contacted, and someone would come to block the nearby streets and send someone to Hammer Industries to arrest people. It's a shame that people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are still there to help. This is called a courtesy exchange. Why does S.H.I.E.L.D. keep giving face like this? Because Lu Yuan had also helped with the Mjolnir matter before, they were naturally on call. They are giving each other face, so this is called cooperation. It's not a question of need or not, but why reject it? It's finally coming to an end. Lu Yuan and Tony received the news and knew it was time. So they could finally return home, spare a big circle at a speed far faster than other mechas, and return to the exposition venue of Hammer Industries again. Huge amounts of venues at the moment were empty, and a big battle was about to unfold. Among all the mechas, only Rhodes' battlesuit can keep up with the speed of Lu Yuan and Tony. After all, it was made by Tony himself, so it must be different. Tony asked Lu Yuan, "Can you help control Ronaldinho's battlesuit? I need to modify the system." Lu Yuan shrugged, "No problem." With that said, before Rhodes fell to the ground, he had already acted. He simply slapped Rhodes, who had not yet reacted, and stepped on them. "It's over." Tony's mouth twitched. Letting Lu Yuan to control Rhodes and War Machine is more than just killing chickens with a bull's knife. But anyway, after Lu Yuan easily suppressed the War Machine, Tony finally cleaned up the loopholes and virus invasion for Rhodes with the help of JARVIS. Rhodes can finally take back control of the battlesuit. "Sorry, Tony," Rod apologized to Tony, who had also been forced to fire a few times earlier. Tony will definitely not blame Rhodes. "Don't be like Ronaldinho. I didn't expect this before. I asked you to participate in Hammer's transformation. Actually, I just said something casually, because it is indeed your fault." Unexpectedly, Rhodes immediately borrowed the donkey and put the blame on Tony. Tony spreads his hands with a question mark on his face. "Meow meow meow." Lu Yuan on the side was amused by the scheming of the two people laughing. However, the time of joy is always short. Immediately, the laggards chased after them one after another, and they fell around one by one, and soon surrounded the three of them. Lu Yuan squinted around, and suddenly released two golden heat rays from the eyes of the helmet, killing all the mechas behind him in seconds with just his eyes. This is not a weapon matched with a battlesuit. As mentioned earlier, Lu Yuan just wore the battlesuit on his body. In fact, the system did not even start. So this is his own heat ray, and he burned through the eye armor of the helmet, melting 2 holes in an instant. Roar was shocked when he saw this scene. Roar, cool. At this time, Tony, not to be outdone, and shouted, "Xiao Luo, get down." Immediately afterwards, Tony raised his hands, and suddenly released 2 red lasers on the arms of both hands. As he made a quick circle, all the surrounding mechas were instantly killed. There is no original chaos, but an instant kill as soon as it comes up. Rhodes got up from the ground, looked at Lu Yuan, then at Tony, and said, "I want this weapon too." In the end, Tony rejected it. "This thing consumes too much. Generally speaking, I don't recommend equipping it. Even I can only consume 1 shot at full power consumption." In order to have the effect of instant kill, Tony used full power consumption when releasing the laser, which was still a huge burden on energy. He is not as good as Liu Yuan, people are his own strength. In other words, this is the end. Rhodes asked the two of them. He is now more or less the responsibility of the Marvel Universe, and sometimes complains. It was clearly the start of a big scene before, but Liu Yuan and Tony killed them all with a single laser shot. I always feel a bit of an anticlimactic sense of sight. However, the anticlimactic is still behind. Boom, bang. There was a dull sound of footsteps, and another heavily armed man appeared in front of the three of them. Maybe Iron Man movies are like this? Whether it is the Iron Overlord of Obadiah before, or the Whiplash Ivan Vank who appeared at the moment, they are all wearing battlesuits similar to Tony. That's right, it was Ivan Vank who appeared at the moment. Maybe he had realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to arrest him, or maybe this was his final plan, so he left the Hammer Industrial headquarters ahead of schedule and came in person got here. One thing needs to be explained clearly, Whiplash and Cable are not the same thing, two people are not the same person. Whiplash is the Ivan Vank in front of him and one of Tony's many enemies. When he first appeared, he used two powerful whiplashes that could be connected to arc reactor energy, which is also the source of his nickname. Although the Cable is called Cable, the weapon originally used has almost nothing to do with Cable. In fact, the Cable was originally a mutant, and its powerful psychokinesis and telepathy can even reach the Omega level. As for why he is called Cable, because it is just a title. Or maybe it's because of what his father once said to him in the comics, you will become a chain connecting the past and the future. So be sure to make sure that Whiplash and Cable have similar titles, but in fact they have nothing to do with each other, and even the origin and meaning of the titles are different. Ivan Vank, he is the final boss at this stage. Liu Yuan sighed, is this the real anticlimactic? I saw that Ivan Vank at the moment was also wearing a steel armor, and even the style was similar to Tony's battlesuit. It can be seen that he was the inspiration found on War Machine. In addition, what Ivan Vank learned from his father can also be reproduced in small arc reactors. So on his battlesuit breastplate, there is also an energy inlaid. The most important thing is that, I don't know why he is so obsessed with whips, he has already changed into this battlesuit, and there are two huge amounts of whips inlaid on his left and right arms. When energy is delivered to the whips through the battlesuit, the two whips become powerful weapons, even cutting steel with ease. Tony. Ivan. Whiplash stood face to face with Tony. Whiplash had no helmet, looked at Tony with hatred in his eyes, and shouted, your father expelled my father, today, I will avenge my father, and I will kill your father's son in my father's place. To say such a digression is actually to inherit the hatred of the previous generation into this generation, and then let him kill Tony and complete his revenge. But is it really like that? Tony interrupted the whip, do you really know why your father was exiled in the first place? Your father betrayed the country, and at the most critical moment of researching nuclear weapons, he exchanged palladium for money. And the final decision to exile your father is not something my father can decide. Deport a scientist who can participate in a nuclear weapons research program? Tony is actually right, Howard doesn't have that ability, just like a country recruiting Dr. Zola from Hydra to join SHIELD. In fact, Howard took the blame for a certain country. A certain country has always been like this, and it wants to be that and wants to be a Tory. So for Tony, he still feels aggrieved. It was your father who wanted to steal my father's technology and all the scientists who participated in the team at that time to sell it for money, so he was exiled. It's better to say that your father and son can finally get it, except arc reactor, what else? As mentioned earlier, the prototype of the arc reactor was a product created by Howard when he was conducting nuclear weapons research, and this technology was stolen and sold by Ivan Vank's father. But that thing is not the core technology of nuclear weapons at all, so when Ivan Vank's father went abroad, he was not taken seriously at all. I thought he could help develop nuclear weapons, but this is what he would do? With the technology at the time, it was not possible to develop the arc reactor as an energy source, so naturally he was let go. Ivan Vank's father was unhappy and only recently died. But who's to blame? Liu Yuan crossed his arms and found a seat in the back to sit down. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Does Ivan Vank really know what's going on? Maybe he really didn't know, because it was a shameful past, and his father would definitely not tell the truth. But it doesn't seem to matter anymore. Ivan Vank has done so much, and now he has no turning back. So in the face of Tony's truth, he chose to sneer and attack directly. On this point, he was still very happy and decisive. Whizzing. Two tearing air sounds sounded, and Ivan Vank had swung two whips, hitting Tony and Rhodes respectively. The reason why he didn't attack Liu Yuan was not because he knew that Liu Yuan couldn't afford it, but because he only had two whips. In addition, Liu Yuan was sitting in the distance, and he didn't seem to intend to come to interfere, so he ignored him. Facing Ivan Vank's attack, Tony and Rhodes raised their arms subconsciously, and Sankizan blocked the two whip locks with their steel battlesuit. However, they were also entangled in Whiplash. As mentioned earlier, Ivan Vank's whiplock is not an ordinary whip, but can be connected to the energy of the arc reactor. The energy sources of the three battlesuits are almost the same. Even Tony's arc reactor is almost the same as the original except that it uses a new element different from the palladium element. For a time, the energy of Tony and Rhodes was disturbed, and even the battlesuit system was somewhat affected. It made them unable to break free. Don't underestimate Ivan Vank, at least at this point. He designed it on purpose. He just wanted to make Tony and Rhodes unable to resist in this way, but because he had prepared in advance, he was still able to relax and sneered. Tony, I want you to see, my father left your knowledge is definitely better than what your father passed on to you. He also has to prove his father's greatness in this regard. To be honest, he is still very filial. Hey, are you just looking at it like that? Suddenly, Rhodes turned to Yuan for help. Tony didn't want to speak, because Ivan Vank mentioned the previous generation of his parents. But Rhodes didn't care, and it had nothing to do with his father. So Rhodes shouted to Yuan without dignity, come and help, don't watch the fun. Yuan looked at Rhodes dumbfounded, this is just the beginning. You don't think about how to solve the current predicament, you just want to ask for help, right? Then I'll do it, Yuan said, pressing his entire body with both hands and rushing out of the steel battlesuit. Tony kindly gave him a battlesuit, and looking at it now, it has all turned into ashes. Tony's eyes widened. Yuan shook his neck and shoulders, it's still so comfortable. Then the clothes on his body began to change. He transformed into Superman's battlesuit with his own power, and draped it lightly on his body. Superman reappears. Yuan raised his head and looked at Ivan Vank. The latter also looked at Yuan. Suddenly, Yuan appeared in front of Ivan Vank in an absolute instant. The three kept their eyes on him, and the lock on Jarvis. But no one could see what he did, as if he had been standing in front of Ivan Vank from the very beginning. Ivan Vank is about to act subconsciously. However, Yuan had already held his arms and shook his head slowly. You shouldn't have come, it's so far away from a certain country, so safe, why come? Ivan Vank and Rhodes didn't understand what he meant, maybe only Tony understood what Yuan was going to say. Yuan will never let Ivan Vank go, he will never leave his life, and he will never give a country the opportunity to obtain more advanced technology. Tony was about to speak. Yuan had already shot, and saw that his hands were gradually turning red, and the power to control the flames occurred within Ivan Vank's battlesuit. Ivan Vank quickly realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The scorching temperature made him feel pain. Roar, ah. In the next second, Ivan Vank's battlesuit turned into a pool of molten iron. As for Ivan Vank, after all, he was only flesh and blood. The whole person was already integrated with the molten iron and could not be distinguished. In order not to leave hidden dangers, Yuan simply and neatly melted the molten iron into a small iron ball with more powerful firepower. After such a forging, this iron ball far exceeds all the steel in the current world. Yuan turned his head and saw Tony and Rhodes looking at him stupidly. You asked me to shoot. Yuan spread his hands. But you don't have to be so cruel, right? Rhodes was the first to question. We can arrest him. Yuan sneered, then give one of your countries the opportunity to hide him in secret to develop new weapons? Don't joke, don't be stupid. Why did Ivan Vank appear in Hammer Industries? Shouldn't he be locked up before? Who changed the system of your battlesuit? After all, Rhodes is an active duty soldier, or a colonel, and subconsciously wants to refute Zero. Tony quickly stopped him. Both of them were his friends. He didn't want them to quarrel over this trivial matter. He asked Yuan, what about the other battlesuits? Also destroy them. Unexpectedly, Yuan said, why don't you recycle it? You have seen it. Ivan Vank has made a remote control system. Have you come too close to Xiao Chili recently? Technology has not developed? Tony murmured in his heart, Pepper is his girlfriend. Is there any problem with getting close to his girlfriend? He definitely also knows that Yuan is complaining about his playfulness. Look at Ivan Vank, and even the remote control has been created. Okay, thanks for the reminder, Tony said casually, then called Roar to go somewhere else. There were also whispers from the two of them. I don't know what happened to this man today, he is so angry. Rhodes ruthlessly complained, maybe it was gunpowder for dinner. No wonder Rhodes complained that Thor's blood was cheese sauce. It turned out that he started to move closer to that direction from then on. Yuan didn't care either. In fact, he also knew that he shouldn't be angry at Rhodes, and it had nothing to do with others 2.0. In the end, Rhodes still has to obey the order. The people above asked him to send the war machine to Hammer Industries. What can he do? But Yuan didn't have any good feelings for a certain country at all. There was no other way but to let Rhodes lie down. It's really not good. You can't make a country disappear in one sentence, right? It's the same sentence. Even if more than 90% of a country is not likable, it is still very annoying. But there are also those 10% who are innocent, and there are others who are still worthy of admiration, and very cute. Even for these 10% of people, we can't just make everyone disappear so irresponsibly. Say it again for the last time, Yuan is not a villain or a bad person. Otherwise, he would not be from the side of OAA and DC God, but from the side of the Beast and Oba. That said, the biggest anticlimactic plot is here. To be honest, Whiplash as the final boss always feels a little small, not even as good as Iron Overlord. And Iron Man is the boss of Iron Man's origin story, or a rival of the same type, which has already appeared once. Another Whiplash appeared. Don't you think it's been repeated? Not to mention the battle scene is too simple. Even Taiba Wong has a wonderful street battle. The two iron bumps you come and go are very cool with steel mechas. When Ivan Vank comes on stage, this is it. Can only say that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It would have been better if the second installment continued its antagonism with the Ten Rings, since there is still a Mandarin. Well, let's not mention it, because Mandarin has become a taboo. Turn around and talk about Liu Yuan. After solving Ivan Vank, because Tony would be responsible for the finishing work, he simply went home directly. I went to play with Tony because I was bored, but it got even more boring after I went. What can Liu Yuan do? He has no choice. Luckily, he wasn't the only one in the house. Steve was obviously still awake, sitting in the living room with a book in his hand, reading it with relish. Liu Yuan glanced at the cover of the book, as if it was a textbook in recent years, especially about his era. It seems that he intends to make up for what he has missed over the years from the time he left. Have a cup. Liu Yuan walked to the refrigerator on his own. Because Steve lives here, Liu Yuan doesn't have to worry about the problems in the refrigerator at all. Steve felt embarrassed because he lived at Liu Yuan's house, so he would take the initiative to fill up the refrigerator. Liu Yuan never knew what was missing. Liu Yuan was worried that Steve would be short of money. As a result, people said that his house was reclaimed by a certain country because no one inherited it. Now that he has returned, the money will be given to him. After all, Captain America has made a great contribution, plus the pension when he disappeared, etc. There is also a sum of money. At least there is no problem with eating and drinking, and Steve has good living habits. He is not like Liu Yuan and Tony when he has money. It should be enough for him to live his whole life without worrying. The premise is, don't buy a house, not even a suburb of Bunara, the Kurlan area. Liu Yuan brought 2 bottles of wine and sat down opposite Steve. Thanks. Steve took the bottle, opened the cap with a twist, took a sip and continued to look at the book in his hand. What are you busy with recently? Liu Yuan asked boredly. Then Steve put down the book in his hand, raised his head and glanced at Liu Yuan, saw that he seemed a little bored, and couldn't help laughing. What? Would you like to chat with this old man like me? This is not Steve's own reliance on the old to sell the old, but Liu Yuan once complained that his actual age is already a bad old man. After all, Steve has been sleeping for 70 years, and his actual age, I am afraid it is not in his 80s or 90. It's just that he doesn't think about himself. Liu Yuan shrugged. After all, it's just the 2 of us in the house. I suddenly wonder if it's too lonely to buy such a big house. Steve glanced around when he heard this, then nodded. It's true, it takes a lot of time every day just to clean. During the few days when Liu Yuan was away, Steve had to take on the task of cleaning. Liu Yuan said with emotion, Steve, don't move out, and don't get married. Otherwise, even if you move out, take me with you. Let's continue to be roommates. Steve looked at Liu Yuan with a black line. He knew what Liu Yuan was thinking. A full-time, or free nanny. Who can accompany Liu Yuan in boxing? And who will fill up the missing items in the refrigerator? Where can such a good roommate be found? But why didn't he get married? Steve shook his head, suddenly thinking of something because of the word marriage. He once had a promise. On the opposite side, Liu Yuan looked at Steve who suddenly fell down, raised his eyebrows, and proposed a name, Maggie. It's Peggy, Peggy Kate. Steve noticed the abnormality and asked Liu Yuan, how do you know? Peggy Carter, full name Margaret Peggy Carter, also known as Agent Carter. As you can tell from the name, she is an agent and even one of the founders of SHIELD. Moreover, she also has a special identity, that is, she is also Captain America's lover. It's a pity that the fate between them is a little thin, and Steve finally fell into the Arctic ice sheet, and it has been frozen for 70 years. In the end, Peggy could only live alone for 70 years. As for the setting that Peggy had a husband, it may have been an identity disguise before. After all, she was an agent. Later, it may be that the captain who traveled through time stayed in the past and finally fulfilled the agreement. They danced a dance and lived their whole life. But it's different now. Liu Yuan looked at Steve and suddenly asked, if she's still alive, do you still want to dance with her? How do you know? Steve looked at Liu Yuan with a solemn expression. Can you check my spirit and what I'm thinking? Liu Yuan didn't hide it, and nodded. Because your expression was so sad before, I want to know who can make you so fascinated. Only then did Liu Yuan know that Steve had always been obsessed with Peggy. Also, Steve was an infatuated lover, regardless of the film's 13th agent, Peggy's niece, Sharon Cut. Today, Steve has just woken up from the 373 seals, and he will definitely not forget the girl in his heart. What if I told you that she was still alive? Liu Yuan asked Steve. What would he do? Take me to see her, wherever she is. Please. Steve even sounded pleading. Actually, Steve just had to call S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury would have told him. After all, Fury knew about Steve and Peggy's relationship. That's for sure. Fury is the head of the agent and the current boss of SHIELD. But Steve couldn't wait. He didn't even have time to make a phone call. He looked straight at Liu Yuan and asked cautiously, is she still alive? Tell me, she's still alive. He was extremely afraid that Liu Yuan would say the most unacceptable result. But he was also full of expectations and hopes, because if Peggy had passed away, why did Liu Yuan mention it specifically? Sure enough, Liu Yuan said with a smile, she's still alive. Take me, no matter where she is, I only need to see her once. Steve asked Liu Yuan again to take him to meet the girl he liked and who had been missing for 70 years. Liu Yuan raised his hand, grab my hand. Steve didn't suspect him, and held Liu Yuan's hand without hesitation. The next moment, they came to a hospital. In the ward in front of her, Peggy, who is already old, is recuperating here. In the ward, the expected scene of reunion after a long absence did not appear. Even Peggy was asleep, completely unaware that there was someone she had also dreamed of all her life, at the moment was right in front of her. Steve cautiously came to Peggy's window, squatted down slightly, and looked at Peggy carefully. He found that his beauty was old, after all 70 years had passed. Paige may be 90 years old now. Her hair turned pale, and her face was wrinkled. No matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Steve's eyes started to turn red, and he missed not only those 70 years, but also a girl's life, and what should have been an ordinary or a wonderful life. Awakening is already a reincarnation. Everything in the world has changed. Steve has also been confused, but he is Captain America, and he has survived. He thought he would survive it strong, but it turned out that he still had too many memories and reluctance. And now, being able to see the person he once loved again in this world is his greatest comfort. Thanks, Steve said softly, suddenly without looking back. He heard footsteps behind him, no matter how slight, because Lu Yuan walked in instead of flying. Lu Yuan stood there. Suddenly he made a decision, raised his hand to the old lady on the bed, and said, "I allow you to regain your youth." Steve raised his head and looked at Lu Yuan in confusion. He didn't know what Lu Yuan was doing, because he also knew nothing about Lu Yuan's power. However, as Lu Yuan's words fell, and his words followed, the old lady on the bed began to experience huge amounts of changes. The long pale hair began to gradually dye a bright red, and it turned out that Peggy had beautiful red hair when she was young. Should it be red hair? Immediately afterwards, the wrinkles on her face began to disappear quickly, her skin became lustrous, and even her facial features became more attractive. Especially the changes in her body. Peggy, who was already a 90-year-old man, her physical vitality is quickly returning to health. In a blink of an eye, the young and beautiful beauty that Steve was familiar with reappeared in front of him. Peggy suddenly let out a light hum, and then slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Because of the person in front of her, Peggy was obviously stunned, but she didn't react much. Instead, she smiled, as if talking to an old friend, and sighed softly. "Steve, I dreamed of you again. It seems we're back to when we were young." Steve didn't care about Lu Yuan. He hurried forward, took Peggy's hand lightly, and said, "Peggy, I'm coming to you for that dance." Peggy just chuckled, but tears rolled from the corners of her eyes. Steve silently wiped away Peggy's tears, but for a moment didn't know what to say. Behind him, Lu Yuan remembered the bad nickname he had been given by Tony. He couldn't help but smiled wryly and shook his head. He didn't bother to disturb the long-awaited reunion of the two. He stepped back and disappeared silently. Under the night sky, Lu Yuan came to a tall building and sat there looking at the sky. What he did today was both emotional and well-prepared. He had already thought about today, and on the first day he saw Steve, he had already thought about the story about Peggy. Steve didn't know that Peggy wasn't dead, and Peggy didn't even know that Steve was unblocked. She was too old to be able to withstand the shock of the news at all. It was not until the Battle of the Avengers Alliance that Peggy finally learned about Steve, and then arranged for Steve to meet her. Later, in the timeline of Captain America 3, Peggy finally died. The reason why Lu Yuan is willing to help them is not because he is too kind, but after getting along with Steve during this period of time, the two of them can be considered to be able to talk. Even if they are not friends, at least they can talk. Especially this evening, Lu Yuan was already a bit bored. He was too bored, and after seeing Steve's thoughts again, he suddenly had such a passage. Lu Yuan not only guided Steve to meet Peggy, but also helped Peggy regain her youthful vitality. Maybe this pair of hard-to-follow Mandarin ducks can resume their leading edge in the world of the new era. But then again, because Peggy is young again, so Steve doesn't have to worry about Tony, right? Maybe he can have a happy family too. Then again, in this way, Steve won't have to stay in the past in the future. By the way, with me here, and the tragedy of the 4th Avengers Alliance? It definitely won't happen. Lu Yuan sat on the rooftop and muttered to himself. But if the future Steve doesn't go back to the past, does he change the past? Will Peggy's husband become someone else? But what do you say now? Will Peggy change because of this? In short, because it may change the past and future of time, Lu Yuan seems to be a little unsure whether it will cause a series of mutations. But what about it? Since you can control the time, if you are afraid to touch it because of worry, it is better not to control it. For example, Doctor Strange said that there is only one way to defeat Thanos, and there are more than 14 million future failures. Is it possible to think that the futures of over 14 million worlds were abandoned by Doctor Strange, who chose the only future? Does this count as playing with time? Every change in people's thinking has the potential to determine the future direction of the world, so why don't you dare to think about it? To put it bluntly, it's still too boring. Lu Yuan held his head. He only thought about so many things because he was bored, and he was about to justify himself and even have a nesting doll. When a person is about to get himself schizophrenic because of boredom, he is too bored. Then I might as well go to other universes to observe the universe, blank. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, wanting to say that since he is so boring now, why don't he find something interesting? Tony's side is busy dealing with the next follow-up events, as well as developing the new technology that Lu Yuan mentioned. Steve is still talking to Peggy here, but Peggy always thought it was a dream. I guess they won't realize it's a reality until something happens in the ward? Lu Yuan wasn't a real light bulb either, so he didn't bother. then go to another universe. With a slap, he took out the folding fan with the teacher's body fragrance on it. Lu Yuan didn't even need the sling ring anymore. He only drew a circle in front of him, and opened a golden circle. Then he stepped inside, regardless of where the light was on the other side. He ended up finding himself on a street, surrounded by some surprise, and pointed a gun at him, hands up. You fucking mutant. Lu Yuan glanced around. Is it a universe related to mutant again? This is too coincidental, right? But it was also related to his aimlessly opening the portal. He just wanted to open the door to other universes, but he didn't have an accurate destination. And he had dealt with mutant a while ago, which is why the current situation appeared. Boom. A gunshot brought Lu Yuan back to his senses, as if he was still surrounded by people. But he just stood there, letting the bullet hit him in the leg, and didn't care. Instead, the shooter looked at Lu Yuan in amazement. Lu Yuan shook his head. He didn't bother to pay attention to these people, and for the sake of this book, he couldn't act casually on them. Raising his feet, Lu Yuan stepped out and disappeared in the voices of those people roar calling stop. When he reappeared, Lu Yuan came to a villa manor. This used to be the villa of a big family, but now it has been transformed into a school, and the sign at the door reads Xavier Gifted Boys Academy. In fact, there is another name here. This is the base of X-Men. Lu Yuan came here. He once heard Deadpool nagging him, complaining that there is also this base in his movie, but there are no other living people in it except Colossus and the two girls, Young Warhead and Shuesu. Deadpool even spit 373 slots that the film company would only make money but not willing to invite a few real X-Men. According to his original words, even the guy with dove wings is fine. Should he be talking about Angel? Lu Yuan thought Deadpool was annoying at first, but he didn't expect him to come today. And what Lu Yuan saw was different from Deadpool, where children of different ages were running everywhere. Where is there no one? Isn't this full of people? Hey, who are you looking for? Suddenly, a man in a black leather jacket and a pair of dark red glasses noticed Lu Yuan at the door, and walked here while asking a long distance. Lu Yuan looked at the other party and thought about recognizing his identity. Are you Cyclops? That's right, the person who appears at the moment is the real Cyclops. However, Cyclops didn't know what Lu Yuan meant by being. He definitely didn't know that Lu Yuan had been haunted by that guy from Deadpool before and insisted on calling him Cyclops. I don't know how much Deadpool cares about X-Men. Or is it that he is full of resentment just because he thinks the company should invite a few real X-Men to make cameo appearances for him? Deadpool didn't know. In fact, the guest had already appeared, but he didn't notice it. I've admired the name for a long time. Lu Yuan has really admired the three words Cyclops for a long time because of Deadpool's relationship. That bastard Chatter. Lu Yuan will never approach any Chatter in the future, and he is already wary of Marvel's remaining three Chatter. Because in addition to Deadpool, the other three Chatters, Spider-Man, Ant-Man and Star-Lord, are all characters from the genuine Marvel movie universe. Will there be a chance to meet by then? And Cyclops still couldn't figure out what Lu Yuan meant, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. He said with a smile that he admired the famous name for a long time, so he could only be polite. It's okay. Cyclops certainly didn't know the real reason why Lu Yuan admired him for so long. What's the matter with you? Cyclops didn't get a few compliments from Lu Yuan, and asked, are you still looking for someone? Lu Yuan thought for a while, raised his hand to condense a ball of fire in his hand, and asked, I heard that mutants are accepted here. Can I still join at my age? Cyclops' attitude softened then, nodded and said, come with me, I'll take you to see the professor. There is only one person called Professor here, and that is Professor X. And this is not only his title. In fact, the setting of Professor X is that he graduated from Harvard University at the age of 16, and has also attended Oxford University and Columbia University, and has also won many awards in biology, psychology, etc. Ph.D. He does qualify as a professor. In addition, this is the academy that Professor X transformed from his own property, and almost everyone is his student. This also gave Professor X a high reputation, and he really deserves to be respected by the children in the school. Lu Yuan followed Cyclops across the lawn in the yard, and finally entered through the gate of the villa. And when they were about to cross the corridor, they met two people head-on. On the left is a sturdy middle-aged man with a head that looks like a big back, but has the visual sense of some kind of animal, and exudes a wild atmosphere. On the right is a tall and beautiful woman with bright red long hair. Scott, Cyclops' name. Who is he? The woman looked at Lu Yuan subconsciously, her eyes lit up. Lu Yuan is 1.9 meters tall, dressed in a neat white suit, and not ugly. It can be said that he is comparable to the other two men in front of him. Cyclops Scott glanced at Lu Yuan a little unhappily, and said casually, he's a mutant who just came here today. I want to ask the professor if he can come here to seek shelter. The wild man suddenly laughed. It turned out to be a little white face. Lu Yuan glanced at the other party and sneered. Not to be outdone, anyone with cheekbones, is that set of adamantium the reason why you are so proud? What did you say? The other party rushed over angrily. Wait a minute, Scott, and the woman hurried to stop. However, before they could take action, a powerful spiritual force swept out from nowhere, and they had to appease the angry wild man and Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan also shot. An even more terrifying spiritual force directly bounced off the spirit, and slapped the wild man's face directly. This spiritual power belonged to Liu Yuan, and he also knew whose previous spiritual power belonged to Professor X. Liu Yuan glanced at a room in the house, and ignored Professor X first, but stepped forward to the wild man, looking down at the man who was lying there in pain. Wolverine, right? Believe it or not, I put you all adamantium will be pulled out for you. That's right, the man in front of him, who exudes a wild atmosphere, but also has a violent and unruly personality, is Wolverine. And Deadpool has always been obsessed with him, always wanting to pull Wolverine and make a movie with himself. Even the reason why Deadpool is so hard to die and self-healing ability is so invincible comes from Wolverine. It's just that Wolverine suffered a lot in front of Liu Yuan today. He never imagined that Liu Yuan possessed more terrifying spiritual power than Professor X, and even more terrifying power. The sudden conflict was something Cyclops Scott couldn't react to. It was the red-haired woman who hurriedly stopped the two of them. Stop. Liu Yuan glanced at her sideways, and already guessed her identity, Jean Grey. Professor. She is Jean Grey, the famous female mutant who is favored by Phoenix Force. Jean Grey is not only the heroine of X-Men, but also the only female member of the original X-Men, and is also very popular among comic readers. Even ranked third in the top 100 sexiest women selected by the Comic Buying Guide. The most important thing is that not only does she have an extremely powerful super ability originally, but the type of ability is similar to Professor X, and it can be said to be stronger than Professor X in some respects. She is also favored by the Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force comes from the original universe and was born at the beginning of all things. It is the immortal, eternal but impermanent existence of chaos. It is also known as the sun of the universe. It is the embodiment of life and spiritual power in the original universe, symbolizing life and emotion. At the same time, Phoenix Force is also the connection point of the spiritual soul of all things that exist or will exist in the future in the infinite multi-universe, the creator and source of spiritual power, and the storage of life and emotional energy for the entire infinite multi-universe future generations. Containers and dominators. If it is a complete Phoenix Force, it is definitely a multi-universe level. It's just that people always think that the Phoenix Force has been broken as early as the last universe. The Phoenix Force that has appeared all the time has never been complete. The most complete fragment is also the most powerful Phoenix Force, which should be Dark Phoenix. And Dark Phoenix once destroyed a galaxy, and even brought a lot of trouble and even a catastrophic crisis to the X-Men. Hey! Suddenly, Wolverine Logan, who stood up again, stood in front of Liu Yuan and blocked his sight. Pay attention to your sight. This is because Liu Yuan's eyes have been staring at Jean Grey. He is observing the power hidden in Jean Grey's body, the Phoenix Force, and it is also Dark Phoenix. That's right, Jean Grey has been possessed by Phoenix Force, and she has become the host of Dark Phoenix. But that's not necessarily a good thing, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. The Phoenix Force is not the same as Venom, unless it is a full Phoenix Force that is self-aware. And the Phoenix Force of fragments is just a pure force. But this is Dark Phoenix, originally a symbol of destruction and madness. Liu Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to Logan, continued to examine Jean Grey, and was about to say, "You can't handle it." Hey, Cyclops Scott interrupted Liu Yuan, but he was not targeting Liu Yuan, but looked at Logan and said seriously, "Jean is my girlfriend." All right. Liu Yuan laughed and finally looked at Logan in front of him. He thought that this guy was angry with his girlfriend, but you were defending someone else's girlfriend, right? Funny, right? No wonder Deadpool likes you. Liu Yuan spit out funny and angrily. It's funny that Logan is so blatant in front of other people's boyfriends to show affection to other people's girlfriends. Annoyed that just thinking about Deadpool gives me a headache. Never interact with chatter characters in the future. Absolutely. It still buzzes in my head when I think about it now. Logan said he didn't know Deadpool. Who is that? Do I know? Liu Yuan raised his eyebrows. No, although this universe is not the main Marvel universe, Deadpool is a universe that is more inclined to the X-Men and mutant systems. What's more, this universe and Wolverine's first movie is a cosmic series, and Deadpool appears in Wolverine's movie. Logan should have known Deadpool who was gagged. His name. Forget it. Liu Yuan waved his hand and ended the topic, because he thought that maybe Logan lost his memory. Otherwise, there will be a lot of plots that cannot be connected. For example, Wolverine, Professor X, and Magneto should know each other. In the first battle, he was the only cameo character who swears at the two protagonists. After saying goodbye to the three in front of him, Liu Yuan flashed past them and was about to go straight to where Professor X was. Wait a minute, Scott quickly followed. He was responsible for introducing Liu Yuan to the past. The most important thing was that he didn't know Liu Yuan's identity and origin, so he would naturally be worried. From behind, Jean Grey and Logan looked at each other and followed curiously. In the end, the four of them pushed open the door of Professor X's room together. At the moment Professor X is teaching students, don't forget that this is still an academy on the surface, specializing in teaching children how to control and master their own power, and because the children here are mutants, it is no longer suitable to be outside the school is responsible for teaching them more knowledge. So when the X-Men have nothing to do on weekdays, they will also play the role of teachers. When Liu Yuan and the others came in, Professor X happened to tell the students that get out of class was over. Several children in the room got up and said goodbye to Professor X and left. One of the children also showed a special ability, passing through the door, and actually penetrating through the door panel, as if there was no entity. Lu Yuan looked at it interesting, so he took a second glance, and then seemed to have grasped something. Hello, this guest, I'm the professor here, you can also call me Charles. Professor X cheerfully seemed like an ordinary gentle old man, and took the initiative to introduce himself to Lu Yuan. But if you know that if he wants to, he can even casually kill and injure countless people all over the world or mutants all over the world in an instant, or even completely wipe out. I don't know if he can still be considered ordinary. Many people may not understand, so why didn't Professor X kill everyone except mutant? It's like questioning why the protagonist of the book doesn't unite the world. But that's the great thing about Professor X, if he does, then Magneto will be decent enough to stop him. Professor X has his own ideas. His purpose is not to unify the world, nor to exterminate mankind for the benefit of mutant. What he hopes is that mankind can coexist peacefully with mutant. After all, the two races are originally one race, and the mutant is also a human being, but it is just a genetic mutation. That is to say, even the descendants of two ordinary people have a probability of becoming a mutant. Will you kill your dad? Pull away. Lu Yuan looked at Professor X, nodded with a smile, and made a trick roar. My name is Lu Yuan. In fact, I'm not a mutant. I lied. I'm an alien. I'm here today because I'm here for you guys. Mutant is intrigued so would like to stay here and visit your special ability. As soon as Lu Yuan came up, he had a showdown. He was an alien, not a mutant. Mutant refers to the human beings who have opened various super abilities due to genetic mutation when they were born, and they are still Earth people in essence. But Lu Yuan is different. He is an alien and a Kryptonian. No matter what ability he acquires, he is not a mutant. Even if he learns mutant's ability, it is just a super ability based on his alien genes. Cyclops Scott was a little stunned. You didn't say that just now. Nonsense. If I say I'm an alien, can you still let me in? You can't even call someone to capture me for slicing research. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. In the context of that era, slicing research is not a stock, but will really be cut into pieces for research. Definitely, with the 373 Lu Yuan's body of steel, no one can cut through his defense even if he lay there and let people cut it casually. Even clothes. Most of his current clothes are formed by his own strength, because he finds that the clothes will not be dirty, and it is very convenient to change clothes. Just as far as the actual situation is concerned, isn't this really equivalent to not wearing it? What's your purpose? This is the first time that Qin Lei has spoken to Lu Yuan alone, and she questioned the first time she opened her mouth. If you are really an alien, what is the purpose of your coming to Earth? You came to us, what's the purpose here? No wonder she questioned. X-Men is first and foremost a superhero team. In addition to fighting for the interests of mutants and preventing bad mutants from doing evil, they are also responsible for protecting the Earth. Besides, it was almost all students and children, so she would definitely worry about Lu Yuan's purpose. Lu Yuan smiled. Compared to me, your danger is the greatest, right? Qin Lei was shocked. Professor X's face was no longer as relaxed as before. He frowned tightly and stopped Lu Yuan. I want to talk to you alone. Professor. Scott exclaimed in confusion. Roar. He was also worried. But Professor X Charles had already made up his mind, shook his head slowly, and said to them, you guys go out first. And Logan, I also want to chat with you alone later. I hope you don't rush to leave. Logan looked at Jean Grey and Scott, and finally shrugged, and the three of them left together. Soon, only Lu Yuan and Charles were left in the room. Sit. Charles pointed to Lu Yuan's chair not far away. That's where those kids were in class before. With a thought, Lu Yuan pulled a chair out of the air with psychokinesis and sat down opposite Charles. The two sat down facing each other, and no one spoke for a while. But he couldn't stay silent, and finally Charles spoke first, and asked tentatively, do you seem to know something? Is that dark force? I definitely know that it doesn't belong to the Earth, it comes from outer space, Lu Yuan said until Charles was nothing more than Phoenix Force. That's right. Phoenix Force doesn't belong to Earth, it even exists in the entire infinite multi-universe, and almost every universe has traces of Phoenix Force fragments. But the only Phoenix Force in this universe is Dark Phoenix, and it is already attached to Jean Grey's body. You sealed it, Lu Yuan said what he had learned. He found out when he observed Qin Lei before that Charles sealed the power of Dark Phoenix, when Qin Lei was still young maid. Only at that time, before Jean Grey had grown strong enough, and before the Phoenix Force had awakened, could Charles be able to do it. If it were changed now, he would be helpless. You know it's the power of darkness, and Jyn isn't ready, she can't control that power, Charles sighed, helpless. When he first met young Jean Grey, Charles had realized that sooner or later this girl would surpass him, and that power will be devastating. If one is not well controlled, even the Earth will be destroyed. So he can only seal the power of Dark Phoenix. Lu Yuan suddenly mentioned, you can give it to me, and I can take it out. Although it belongs to Qin Lei now, it is not her power, but an external power, and I can absorb it. Come out. Charles showed an incredulous expression, but then became wary. You're here for it. However, Lu Yuan immediately shook his head. No, it's fine if you don't give it. I'm too lazy to get involved. To be honest, I'm interested in mutant. Your super abilities are all-encompassing, and there are even many powerful ability 0. However, for example, Franklin Richards, the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, can be said to be one of the strongest mutants. He has shown great power at a young age, and even worked with his sister to resurrect the planet Devourer, one of the 5 gods. And his abilities include, but are not limited to, unlimited physical power, time travel, time, space, manipulation of causality, reality modification, including the creation of parallel universes, and more. Once because of a major event, the members of the X-Men and Avengers in the main universe of the comic world almost died. Then this kid created a pocket universe, and then resurrected the dead superhero in this universe, and finally moved it to the real world for real resurrection. Even the 5 gods can be copied in the pocket universe. With such a performance of ability, do you believe that he is the incarnation of OAA? And he still has an immortal life, even claiming to accompany the planet Devourer until the end of the universe, and then witness the birth of a new universe together. Galactus even said that he would use his final power to become the energy source of the new universe, so as to create a new home for him. Sweet to die for. To be honest, the power of mutant did make Yuan a little curious and concerned, and it was worth his observation. He didn't feel anything before in Deadpool World 2.0, but now he is really full of expectations. Even the multi-universe power of Phoenix Force exists. The origin of Phoenix Force was born in the story of X-Men, so it has always belonged to the X-Men universe, and there are various commendable super abilities. Why not take a good look at it? Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly. Professor, why don't you give me some insight? I still have some doubts in the spiritual field. Let me see how you play with the spiritual field. Charles almost fainted. When did he play with the mental realm? Really can't speak. Moreover, is this bastard's purpose the poor old man himself? It turns out that they all guessed wrong. It turns out that Professor X, who is already quite old, is Yuan's true purpose? Scott, JYN, Logan, save me. It turns out that Professor X Charles thinks too much. Unexpectedly, he also has old and unruly times. Yuan was very helpless, and explained with a black line, I said, I just want to learn how to control your powerful spiritual forces and the skills to use them. What do you want? Charles wiped his cold sweat. Please speak clearly next time. How to say it clearly? If you want to be a student here, I'm definitely welcome, but only if you pay something, like being a member of the X-Men. Charles quickly figured out the benefits after regaining his composure exchange. It is okay to teach Yuan, but if he wants to become an X-Men, he also needs to pay labor. You really agreed? Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Charles to be so happy. Why not? Charles smiled. This is an academy built to help those in need. As long as you have something you want to learn, we will teach you. But the premise is that I hope you don't use this power. Do evil on 06 or the X-Men will be your enemy too. Don't worry about this. Anyway, I'm also from Superhero, I'm a member of the X-Force. Yuan wanted to say that he was also an Avenger. But he remembered that he had been refusing invitations to the S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers projects. After thinking about it, fortunately, he was entangled by Deadpool and joined the X-Force team, so he could be considered a hero, right? Actually, he applied for the job himself. Charles definitely doesn't know what the X-Force is. Maybe it's similar to the X-Men? How did he know that the name X-Men was often scolded by Deadpool? At least Deadpool had a spoof mentality when he named the X-Force team. You can think of X-Force as a knockoff of the X-Men, or as a parody of the next door X-Force, or whatever. In this way, Yuan joined this academy and became a member of X-Men, and the process went smoothly. And Charles also asked Storm to take care of and arrange Yuan's room, as well as explain some details. Storm, whose real name is Orlo Monroe, is a woman with gray hair that is above her ears, dark skin, and athletic fitness. On the way to the dormitory following Storm, Yuan couldn't help but ask, what is your ability? What? Storm looked at Yuan strangely. She didn't know that Yuan was already observing herself, not literally, but observing information about Storm's ability. According to Storm's title, her ability is weather-related. Small to weather changes, such as a light wind, a timely rain, and so on. It is so big that it is likely to attract a strong solar wind and even destroy a planet. Definitely, the current Storm is definitely not able to achieve the level of the level universe phenomenon. At most, she can reach the level of tornadoes, blizzards, and accumulating thunderclouds to summon lightning. But this has also reached the level of a natural disaster. Yuan silently wrote it down in his heart. Maybe it will be very useful at a critical moment. This is your room. Storm finally brought Yuan to a separate room. The space inside was not too big, but it was good for a single room. Inside there is a bed, a wardrobe, a table, and chairs, and a separate toilet with shower head and more. Not bad treatment. Storm thought for a while, and then reminded Yuan, it's best not to inquire about other people's abilities the first time we meet, unless you think the relationship is good. Maybe this is the rule between mutants? Yuan spread his hands, I think you are very beautiful, and our relationship is already pretty good. Storm sighed and shook his head, turned and walked away, not at all interested in Yuan's compliment. By the way, Storm seemed to think of something again, and said without looking back, your uniform will be delivered to you tomorrow, as well as the relevant manual. You can also read it, right next to your bed. Then she walked away without looking back. Yuan shrugged. copied out the folding fan that still had his master's body fragrance, and fanned it in front of his nose. The taste is a bit bland. It seems that I have time to ask master to make another plate, Lu Yuan muttered, saying that although the folding fan is indeed made of wood, who would make a folding fan? At this time, the door next to him suddenly opened, and Logan appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Huh, do you live here too? Logan was a little surprised. Lu Yuan casually made a trick roar, drink 2 drinks at night. Logan raised an eyebrow. The two had a conflict before, but now they seemed to be fine, and they didn't react a bit. Still have a drink? On Lu Yuan's side, he had already entered the door, and fell back on the bed. As for the manual, he threw it directly to where? Follow the rules? Sorry, he doesn't know what rule is. He naturally has his own code of conduct and standards, and even the bottom line. He himself knows what to do and what not to do, and on the other hand, if he thinks what is right, no one can stop him for any reason. For example, if Lu Yuan thinks a person deserves to die, then no one can save him, he said. Ha, yawning, Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Don't forget that it was late at night before he came. After he came to this universe, he experienced these things and delayed a lot of time, and finally felt sleepy. However, after 373, he didn't care whether it was afternoon or morning, and regardless of the agreement he made with Logan to have a drink in the evening, he fell asleep just like that. Until midnight, Logan looked at the wine on the table and wondered if he had been put on a pigeon. Well, he remembered Lu Yuan. In the second half of the night, Lu Yuan vaguely heard some noises coming from the room next to him. It's really the same physical strength as Beast, by the way, he called Wolverine here. Lu Yuan scolded softly, then turned over and continued to sleep. However, Lu Yuan really guessed wrong, not what he thought. Not long after, a girl's scream came from the room next to her. Lu Yuan slept soundly 1 second ago, but broke through the wall the next second. He really broke through the wall and broke through the wall. When he came to another room, Lu Yuan found that a girl broke into Logan's room in the middle of the night, but was woken up by Logan in his sleep and pierced his stomach with a paw. At the moment Logan was putting his hand on the girl's hand in order to save her, and then Lu Yuan noticed that the girl's ability could absorb the ability and vitality of others. Logan's ability was the self-healing force, so the girl was saved. It's just that Logan was sucked away by the girl because of ability, and his life was in danger. Lu Yuan didn't care about anything else, and hurried up to separate them. After the others came, the two were taken away. Only later did Lu Yuan know that the girl was called Little Naughty, Rax Hasa girl, whose real name was Mary. She came here with Logan. On the way, Logan met a Little Naughty who ran away from home because of ability awakening, was attacked by Magneto, and was finally brought here by X-Men. So Little Naughty and Logan know each other, and she still has a unique sense of dependence on Logan. So I came over last night to talk to Logan. Unexpectedly, Logan woke up in the middle of the night and was stabbed with a claw, so in order to save himself, he had to absorb Logan's ability. The Naughty ability is to absorb the energy of others, that is, the vitality. If the person she meets has super ability, such as mutant or superhero, she will also absorb the ability of the other party and temporarily hold the super ability of others. That is Logan, if ordinary people are really in danger. Later, Logan also thanked Lu Yuan, otherwise he would actually be life-threatening. Because of the disappearance of self-healing ability, he couldn't bear to be absorbed a lot of vitality by the Little Naughty. Lu Yuan definitely didn't care, and was also interested in Little Naughty's ability. So on the next morning, Lu Yuan found the Little Naughty sitting alone on the bench on the lawn outside. Because of what happened yesterday, some of the students were frightened, and they became wary and even resisted the ability to have a Little Naughty who could steal the ability of others. So she's in an embarrassing situation right now. G. But just as Lu Yuan was about to pass by, he saw a boy walking towards the Little Naughty. No, Lu Yuan immediately noticed that it wasn't a boy at all, but a female with blue skin and an enchanting figure. Mystique. Lu Yuan immediately guessed the identity of the other party. When it comes to women with blue skin and people who can take the form of others, in the X-Men universe, Mystique is the first thing that comes to mind. Mystique, whose real name is also called Raven, is a mutant who has the super ability to transform into anyone, and to change the position of his body organs to avoid fatal injuries to his body in critical moments. Mystique's transformation ability can change her own cell and tissue structure, so that she can change into anyone's appearance, including iris, fingerprints, skin texture, voice, and even gender, and even the clothes on her body can imitate the texture of any clothing, even glasses. Therefore, she rarely wears clothes. Her skin is her natural shield. In addition, it is said that her other ability is slow aging, and she also claims to be a person who is nearly 200 years old. But how could she be here? Lu Yuan knew that Mystique's current camp was in Magneto's Brotherhood. What is her purpose? Lu Yuan stood in the distance curiously, turned on super listening, and eavesdropped on her conversation with Xiao Naughty. At the moment Mystique turned into a boy in the academy. He was Iceman. He was the first to meet the Little Naughty in the movie and had a good relationship. However, Mystique turned into the mischievous Iceman who was quite fond of her, and deliberately spoke ill of her. Mystique exaggerated the reaction of the students last night and deliberately smeared Professor X Charles as a grumpy person and would rage about it. So she persuaded the Little Naughty to leave here. The Little Naughty was originally a child who ran away from home. In addition, something like that happened last night. For a while, he felt helpless, and he really made up his mind to leave. Looking at the back of the little naughty leaving, just as Mystique was a little proud, even her eyes involuntarily changed back to her original pupil color. Suddenly, a person sat beside him. It was Yuan, who deliberately waited until Mystique finished the scene and the little naughty left passively before appearing and sitting beside her. Mystique obviously didn't know much about Yuan, because Yuan only came in yesterday, and it was impossible for Mystique to have seen Yuan before, so she was about to stand up to leave. Speaking of which, I can also change my appearance, and my clothes are also made by myself. What do you think we are sitting here now? Performance art. Yuan laughed at himself and joked. Said. Mystique froze and said with a dry smile, I don't know what you're talking about. Yuan patted the chair beside him and said, let's talk. Mystique shook her head and insisted on leaving. I still have class. Half of her task has been completed, and she still has tasks to complete, so she doesn't want to get entangled with Yuan. What's more, she's fake, and she's more worried about unintended consequences, or being recognized by Yuan. But Yuan didn't want to let her go. Then I'll call Miss Mystique Raven. Mystique clenched her fists. Yuan noticed it and tilted his head to look at her fists. Fiercely, Mystique reflexively punched. Yuan seemed to be prepared. He reached out and grabbed Mystique's fist, and pulled Mystique down into his arms. Some children around looked at the two in surprise. Because others didn't know that it was Mystique, in their opinion, it was Iceman who suddenly sat in Yuan's arms, and they were two big men. Oops, Iceman's reputation is going to be ruined by you. Yuan didn't seem to care at all. Mystique gritted her teeth and said coldly, what are you doing? Don't you care about your image? Let me go. Yuan laughed heartlessly, I'm not from this world, or even from the earth. I won't come back when I leave. Fame? Image? It's meaningless. So you don't care about Iceman's image, do you? Mystique was stunned. Not a person from this world? Not Earthlings? Aren't you still an alien? Mystique sneered sarcastically. As a result, Yuan let go of his hand and slapped twice. It's so smart, you got it right, but there is no reward. Mystique took the opportunity to stand up, not daring to approach Yuan anymore. She didn't see Yuan's strength, but Yuan's behavior made her a little unnatural. Anyway, Mystique is also a woman, isn't she? Blank, this bastard completely ignores her current appearance, it's really hateful. What on earth are you trying to do? Mystique didn't believe Yuan's nonsense. She just wanted to know now that Yuan neither broke his identity nor stopped what he did just now, so what was his purpose? Yuan glanced at the direction where the little naughty had disappeared, and sighed, you really shouldn't have done that. Because in the comics, the Raxhasa girl, the little naughty girl, is Mystique's adopted daughter, and the only one who is willing to die for her. But in the movie, Mystique treats the little naughty light like this. Definitely Mystique is not Deadpool, she who can't break the walls of the fourth dimension, she doesn't know this at all. Okay, I won't go around in circles, I won't stop you from doing what you want to do, but I have one condition, that is, you have to show me your ability to your heart's content afterwards. Yuan stated his purpose. He originally wanted to observe Mystique's energy. Yuan never concealed his purpose. He came to this universe, this world, and this place just to observe this universe and mutant's ability. He also explained his purpose and his identity to Professor X. So he is very interested in abilities including Mystique. Because of Yuan's own strength, plus the power of infinite gems, the heart of the universe, etc., etc., he can even obtain the same ability by observing the power of mutant. This is not difficult to understand. Originally, the full set of infinite gems is known to be omnipotent, and the heart of the universe is even more powerful than infinite gems. Plus, he can already rewrite reality, and even follow his words. He can indeed copy all of mutant's super abilities if he wants to. So he and Mystique agreed that he would not stop Mystique's task, and after that, Mystique would show her ability for him. As for whether Yuan will be sorry to Professor X, with Charles's power, if he didn't discover Mystique, he'd be remiss, wasn't he? As for what Mystique will do next, Yuan is not interested in knowing. After Mystique left, he also left, walking around the academy, passing by all kinds of children. Sometimes he would stop and watch those children learn to control their own power through play and learning. Sometimes I look up at the sky to observe the mysteries of the universe. Every universe has its own unique meaning of existence and secrets such as special laws. For example, why do mutants in this universe have so many various abilities and so on? There are too many types of super abilities in this universe. The main thing is that there are signs of Phoenix Force in this universe, and Yuan wants to know if there are more fragments of Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force is also one of the mysteries of the universe, which might be of great help. He could also observe Jean Grey, but that might open Charles's seal, and he didn't want to disturb Charles for the time being. So, letting Mystique bring Charles down is also a good choice. Yuan revealed a black-bellied smirk. How could he not know what Mystique was doing? Even if he didn't know it before, he could see it now. He found that Mystique had taken the form of Charles and was heading to a special room. When Yuan stopped Mystique, the news that the little naughty left had been discovered. Then Charles used a special brainwave strengthening machine to find the whereabouts of the little naughty. After that, Logan and the others have set off to find the whereabouts of the little naughty. The only people who set off were Storm and Scott, and Logan ran out by himself. But no one came to inform Yuan. It seemed that he didn't trust him yet. The only people left at the moment were Jean Grey and Charles, and Mystique took the opportunity to slip in. She also turned into Charles, cheated all the levels, and even dealt with iris scans without any problems. After that, Mystique didn't know what was mixed in the brainwave strengthening machine. In short, once Charles used the brainwave strengthening machine again, something would happen. The brainwave strengthening machine was built by Magneto for Charles, and Mystique was Magneto's subordinate, so he definitely knew how to set him up for Charles. Now Mystique has completed all the tasks. However, Mystique didn't plan to go back to find Yuan to fulfill the agreement, but planned to leave secretly through the back door. But as soon as she came out, she saw Yuan waiting for her in front of her. Want to slip away? Yuan looked at the surprised Mystique with a smile, and threatened, I can make all your previous actions go to waste, believe it or not. Mystique let her, but she doubted Yuan's position even more. What exactly do you want to do? Doing what? There are two things that I have to say. One is that I am really interested in Mystique's ability, and the other is to take the opportunity to bring down Charles and open his seal on Jean Grey, so as to observe Phoenix Force. He didn't want to break up with Charles and X-Men, so he had to go around. It just so happened that Mystique bumped into his hand, so he simply borrowed a knife to kill. If you have to do this, then find a place, or a room. Mystique simply gave up, tilting her head, and said to Yuan in an enchanting gesture. But she still maintains that boy's appearance, looking nondescript. Yuan also felt a little nauseated, and quickly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. SHH. The two suddenly disappeared in place. In a forest far more than 1,000 miles away, Yuan and Mystique appeared there together. Yuan also made a chair and sat down, arrogantly raised his chin to Mystique. Let's start. Mystique didn't hide it anymore, and the blue skin on her body began to churn quickly from top to bottom, changing her true face. Mystique put one hand on her hips and hooked her fingers to Yuan with the other. If you don't care. What do you want? Change for Laodza. Yuan still can't care less than Mystique. To be honest, the actors of the two generations of Mystique are naturally quite beautiful. But who can stand this dark blue skin? It can only be said that the prototype of Mystique is indeed a bit off-putting. Definitely Yuan's prototype is not too much. Mystique rolled her eyes and stopped talking nonsense. Since she agreed that she can leave as long as she shows her ability, then let's end it quickly. Then I saw that Mystique stood in front of Yuan and began to constantly show her ability. From man to woman, no matter what gender, Mystique can be freely converted. In addition, even if the quality remains the same and the difference between it and its own body is not large, even human-like creatures can change. Like a man with wings, or a murloc, and even some features that change his appearance, such as a tail growing behind him, ears turning into elf ears, and a pair of steel claws growing out of Wolverine. It's just that these are just fake mimics. The external image is there, but there is still a huge difference from the real one. At most, the fake can only be confused with the real. However, Yuan showed a thoughtful expression, lowered his head, and quickly sprang 3 steel claws from the gap between the bones of his fist. And with his strength and realm, it is the steel claw of adamantium far surpassing Wolverine. It is very likely that he was made of his own bone armor, and even Superman's steel body can be cut open. Mystique on the opposite side was taken aback. Then she saw that Yuan suddenly transformed into a blue-skinned woman with an enchanting figure sitting there. He turned into Mystique. Mystique is absolutely amazing. Why did he learn his ability just by looking at it once? Can you even be yourself? Is he himself? Then who is she? Interesting. Mystique doesn't understand. Why does Yuan have the same ability as himself? She didn't believe that Yuan learned it just by reading it once, because mutants' abilities were all derived from genetic mutations, not acquired. Definitely Yuan won't tell her the real reason. For the sake of your cooperation, I can take you to where you want to go. Yuan was quite particular, and helped Mystique open a portal so that she could go where she was going without having to had some trouble. Then he also quietly returned to his room in the academy. Definitely, he must have changed back to his original appearance when he went back. For Yuan, this is just an ability that he got by the way. It's interesting, but it's not important. What he really values is the Phoenix Force hidden in Qin Lei's body. So Yuan came out of the room again, wondering if Charles had been tricked. And when Yuan found Charles, he found that Logan and the others had also returned. But they didn't get the little naughty back, and there was a skirmish. You said it was me that Magneto was looking for. Logan was venting his anger at Charles, because Charles had said before that Magneto was probably looking for Wolverine. But it turned out that the little naughty was captured by Magneto. It turns out that Magneto's purpose is to be naughty. Charles is also a little confused. I'm sorry, he has a helmet that can block my ability. I can't see his true thoughts. Even Charles is completely unclear. What is the purpose of Magneto to capture the little naughty? There is only one ability for a little naughty, and that is the ability to absorb others. But what is the purpose of doing so? Could it be that Magneto is going to pass on his ability to the little naughty, and then he is going to retire? Charles didn't know. He was half right. He just couldn't believe it and didn't know Magneto's ambitions. At this time, another uninvited guest came. Is that a congressman, or a sponsor who insists that mutant is a threat, and that mutant should be allowed to register the bill and take the initiative to confess his identity and ability? Kind of like the Sokovia Protocol. Originally, he didn't deal with Qin Lei or here. But today he came suddenly, and his state was very wrong. After some investigation, everyone found that the MP who was just an ordinary person has now become a mutant? How did you do that? Charles had to use his ability to observe the counselor's memory, and then he finally discovered Magneto's ambitions. It turns out that Magneto actually built an instrument, and then it can transform the genes of ordinary people into mutants by changing the magnetic field or something. This is a major discovery. Magneto knows that human beings will not accept mutants, so he simply wants to turn everyone into mutants. What a terrible ambition and plan. Charles also discovers a secret that he almost died at one point himself after Magneto succeeded in transforming the congressman. That's not an easy plan to do. Thinking of this, the reason why Magneto wanted to catch the little naughty can also be expected. Magneto is aiming at the fact that the little naughty can absorb the ability of others, so he intends to let the little naughty start the plan instead of himself. In this way, the dead person will be a little naughty. This badass. I know his plan. No, we have to find out where the little naughty was taken to. Charles hurriedly went to the room of the brainwave strengthening machine in excitement, and wanted to use the strongest search range to find the little naughty's whereabouts. As a result, he must have been disturbed by something Mystique mixed in before, and he fell down all of a sudden. It was made for him by Magneto, and he definitely had it ready. Magneto is well aware of Charles's strength, especially with the blessing of the brainwave strengthening machine. Maybe even the helmet may not be able to stop his spiritual invasion. And Charles is also one of the smartest people in the world, and also the strongest brain. As long as he's down, no one can stand in the way of Magneto's plans. This time everyone finally panicked and rushed Charles to the medical room. But Magneto and the little naughty can't be left alone. How can this be good? I'll stay to take care of the professor. You guys should try your best to find the whereabouts of the little naughty. Xavier had to take the baton and arrange for everyone to act first, and then slowly think of a way. Do you want me to help? Although I don't seem to have officially joined you, Yuan asked suddenly. You'd better stay at home and watch the house. Logan mercilessly declined his offer. After Scott and Storm also looked at each other, they did not accept Yuan's kindness. Yuan shrugged and didn't care. In this way, after Charles fell, the last person who could stop Yuan also left. At the moment, 2 people in the room fell. One was Charles, the strongest brain had lost consciousness. There is another member who is in a very bad state. Then there are Yuan and Xavier. Yuan finally showed a smug smile, and he looked very black. He walked slowly towards Xavier. The latter was still unaware, still concentrating on Charles's condition. Finally, Yuan put his hand on Xavier's shoulder and patted it lightly. Xavier looked back at Yuan. What's wrong? Yuan didn't take action, but said, although the professor has fallen, he still has unfinished tasks. We all know that Magneto has huge amounts of ambition, and he doesn't know that his plan is very dangerous. You can look at the congressman. In this state, he's dying? This is not nonsense. The body of the congressman is becoming transparent, and he may turn into a puddle of water and lose his life at any time. If human beings are forcibly transformed into mutants, those people will die in a short period of time like him. I don't think you want to see such a picture. So I hope you can use that brainwave strengthening machine to complete the professor's mission, and you can definitely complete it. Yuan began to bewitch Xavier. But what he said was indeed correct, and Xavier also understood the truth of what he said. But I've never used it. Xavier expressed her concern. Yuan encouraged her, you can do it. But he didn't say why. Xavier looked at Yuan deeply. She actually knew that Yuan had not been recognized and trusted by everyone. Are his words really credible? But he was right. The situation is really dangerous, and if Magneto succeeds, God knows how many people will die. If the scope covers the whole world, then all ordinary people will die. I know, then let me try. Xavier finally made a choice. She has to shoulder the responsibility of being a member of superhero and X-Men. Xavier didn't decide to take the risk because of Yuan's words, but she also heard Charles's words and was worried all the time. And at present, only Xavier and Professor X have similar abilities in the school, so after Charles falls, only she can control the brainwave strengthening machine. Just don't forget that the brainwave strengthening machine has gone wrong. At the same time, don't forget that Yuan knew what Mystique did. So he turned into an engineer and easily removed the hands and feet made by Mystique. It's this thing that disturbed Charles's consciousness. Yuan took the thing to Xavier and glanced at it. The latter said that she was not a researcher in this area, so she could not understand what it was. In fact, Yuan didn't know what it was. Well, 2 fools. But Yuan did make Mystique dismantle 373. Xavier took a deep breath and knelt in front of the brainwave strengthening machine. Not for any reason, but simply because Charles lost the ability to walk and could only sit in a wheelchair, so Xavier could only wear the helmet of the brainwave strengthening machine. Immediately afterwards, Xavier opened the connection of the brainwave intensifier and started the search for Little Naughty. She knew that Magneto had a helmet that could evade the lock of the mind, but the Little Naughty obviously didn't. Not to mention, Xavier really found the whereabouts of the Little Naughty. She's being taken to the goddess by Magneto, Jean Grey said of her discovery. But immediately, Xavier felt a huge amount of exhaustion hit her heart, and her mind was also splitting headaches because of the consumption of mental energy. I see. Behind him, Yuan put his hand on Xavier's shoulder, and gently tapped her neck with his fingers. Qin Lei lost consciousness without humming. Lu Yuan caught Qin Lei's fallen body, took off the helmet of the brainwave strengthening machine and put it aside, picked her up and walked outside in the posture of a princess hug. While walking, Lu Yuan took out his mobile phone and called Scott and the others. Qin just found the whereabouts of the little naughty with the brainwave strengthening machine. Magneto is taking her to the goddess statue, you can go there, Lu Yuan said about Qin Lei's discovery. Scott asked worriedly, how did this happen? Damn it. How's Jyn? Lu Yuan glanced at the unconscious woman in his arms and shrugged, she's consumed too much and has lost consciousness, but don't worry, I will take care of her. Don't get me wrong, it's just literal care, not for you. Wearing a hat. Shit, Scott cursed, wanting to rush back right away. Lu Yuan smirked, don't worry, there are so many people in the academy, what can I do? I'll send her to rest later, and then I'll rush over to help. When he said that, Scott felt much more at ease. As a result, Logan also warned Lu Yuan, you better not do anything to her. What has it got to do with you? Stack shouted. Storm sighed helplessly, screaming to death. Lu Yuan hung up the phone and went back to his room with Qin Lei in his arms. But don't get me wrong, Lu Yuan didn't do anything, he just didn't know where Qin Lei's room was, so he put it in his room first. Anyway, he'd be leaving in a while, just let Scott take her back to rest when he comes back. It's just that before leaving, when Lu Yuan put down Qin Lei, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly broke into Qin Lei's spiritual world. Before that, all Lu Yuan's actions were actually for this moment. He first allowed Mystique to bring Charles down, making Professor X unconscious and unable to realize what he had done. Then he bewitched Qin Lei and knocked her unconscious. Lu Yuan finally found an opportunity to break through Qin Lei's mind's self-defense and Charles's seal. Finally, he found the tightly sealed phoenix deep in Qin Lei's consciousness. It was an elegant phoenix that exuded boundless terrifying power and aura, and was incomparably splendid for generations. Moreover, Lu Yuan also discovered that this phoenix was actually not dark, but fiery red or even golden red. What happened? Wasn't Jean Grey once controlled by the power of Dark Phoenix? Why not Dark Phoenix? In fact, Lu Yuan has preconceived ideas. All the Phoenix fragments are part of the Phoenix Force, and they are not divided into black and white. In fact, Phoenix Force is connected with the spirit and soul of all things that exist or will exist in the infinite multi-universe, and Phoenix Force is also a storage container for the life and emotional energy of the entire infinite multi-universe, including the present and future generations. With the Dominator, so Phoenix Force is also affected by emotions originally. To put it bluntly, if there is not enough strong will to control, Blacken will become Dark Phoenix Zero. And once the host can fully master its own Phoenix Force, there is still the posture of the White Phoenix. The White Phoenix is considered to be the strongest Phoenix stance. B+2+B. In fact, to put it bluntly, you can also think that the host dominated by the Phoenix Force is the Dark Phoenix posture, and the one that can perfectly control the Phoenix Force is the White Phoenix posture. Probably that should be the case. Just like that sentence said, there is no distinction between good and bad power, including death is also an indispensable part of cosmic law, and it is also very important. The key is to see who is holding it. When Lu Yuan's consciousness broke in, he was also discovered by Phoenix Force. But the Phoenix Force has no self-awareness, and only awakening self-awareness occurs when the complete body of the Phoenix Force appears. And this Phoenix is obviously just one of the fragments. Lu Yuan was looking at Phoenix Force, and Phoenix Force was also staring at Lu Yuan. Suddenly, the two seemed to be entangled, or it could be considered that Lu Yuan's will forcibly overrode the Phoenix Force, cut it open, and observed everything it represented. Phoenix Force came from the original universe, even in the previous universe, and originally it was not in the form of a phoenix, but a pure energy body. Later it became what it is now for some reasons. In addition, Phoenix Force is not only the incarnation of life and emotion in the original universe, but also has the highest level of cosmic perception and intuition, which allows it to perceive what has happened in the past, what is happening now, and what will happen in the future. 2.0. Phoenix Force also possesses powerful spiritual power, capable of doing all Shanic powers, such as multi-universe level telepathy and teleportation, etc. Definitely Lu Yuan has already anticipated these things, and whether it is the spiritual power of super ability or the spiritual field on the magic side, he is also exploring and researching it himself. What really bothered Lu Yuan was that the Phoenix Force even manipulated matter to a subatomic level or a stronger level, and could easily change their own elements, such as converting wood into gold, turning stone into crystal, etc. With the reorganization of matter, the transformation of matter and energy, and the creation of the void, it can also be decomposed, transformed, reorganized, and created at will, as small as life and as large as the universe. For Lu Yuan, this was definitely a huge amount of harvest. Even he himself was pleasantly surprised. Phoenix Force is far from simple. It can manipulate time and space at will, such as space teleportation, space stillness, time teleportation, time stillness, manipulation of space dimensions, manipulation of time axis, shuttle to and from any space-time point, and so on. It is also possible to create a black hole-like gateway by folding the energy of space-time, which can travel through space or time at will. It can also easily destroy the space dimension and the time axis, 1 to infinite dimensions, and can roam freely in any dimension, and universe. Definitely, it is not easy to do these things casually. Phoenix Force has become countless fragments after all. So even if it has the power to control causality, weave destiny, and manipulate all things, it can modify history at will, ignoring the law of causality. Even has the ability to destroy, distort, modify, and restart reality at will, and its influence on reality can reach the level of level universe, parallel level universe, and even multi-universe, but this still depends on the integrity of Phoenix Force. The full version of Phoenix, the influence level of Force even 06, is the existence of the Almighty Universe level. However, even now, it seems that in all the Marvel universes, the true full version of the Phoenix Force has still not appeared. So the upper limit of Phoenix Force has never been known. But that doesn't prevent these abilities from disappearing even without the full Phoenix Force. It's just that the incomplete Phoenix Force does it to a different degree. But the abilities possessed by these Phoenix Forces make Liu Yuan a feast for the eyes. Because Liu Yuan has unlimited potential that Phoenix Force does not have, and even now his power has far exceeded Phoenix Force. He actually already has all the above abilities that Phoenix Force can do. People in the fifth dimension can rewrite reality, manipulate time and space at will, and even a single thought can turn into a blank space. Not to mention infinite gems and the heart of the universe. It's just that although Liu Yuan has so many kinds of divine powers that he can't count, he needs a process to get acquainted. It's not that Liu Yuan is inferior to the Phoenix Force, he actually has more power than the Phoenix Force, and even more power than the Phoenix Force. After all, OAA personally gave him the heart of the universe. But Liu Yuan is like holding a golden mountain, but he needs to mine the golden mountain to truly turn it into his treasure. Unlike Phoenix Force, it has already mined the gold mountain. Liu Yuan is using the method and process of observing these universes and the Phoenix Force to complete the mining of Jinshin. He needs to combine his observations with his own powers so that he knows how to use them. Even when Liu Yuan returned from Qin Ji Lei's consciousness, Liu Yuan also discovered that his control over the heart of the universe had reached 80%. It means that he can finally turn the power of the heart of the universe into his own. In an instant, Liu Yuan only felt that his body, mind, and soul were still conscious, and everything in the whole was sublimating. His soul was starting to turn true pure gold, and gleaming, looking almost the same as OAA already. In addition, his physical quality is also changing. If Liu Yuan's physical quality was multi-universe before, now he is entering a higher level and field. He was about to step into the Almighty Universe. And everything, including vision, has once again been elevated to a new realm. Even from this moment, Liu Yuan is not only the only one, but also exists in every minute and every second of the time point. The past Liu Yuan is also the present Liu Yuan, and the present Liu Yuan is also the future Liu Yuan. In other words, if he wants, he can experience the future personally, go back to the present, and even go back to the past, and make changes or choices according to his own thoughts. The timeline and world trajectory will also change into different futures at any time because of his choice, including that he can change his previous decisions at any time and create a different future. But Liu Yuan opened his eyes and forced himself to wake up from that special state. After a cold war, Liu Yuan muttered, "Damn, if that's the case, what's the point of life? If you can know what will happen in the future anytime, anywhere, it is like watching a movie countless times. You have already memorized it, and even the lines can be exactly the same. So what is the freshness of the wonderful movie?" Liu Yuan didn't want to lose the meaning of life. He wanted to live by his own will, rather than make choices for the future. He wants to use his own means to win the hearts of girls, instead of living step by step according to the script of how to win the hearts of girls because of this ability. That's so boring. And the heart of the universe. Liu Yuan raised his hand, a sphere that looked similar to the sun slowly appeared, and then Liu Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed, and he ate the heart of the universe. Completely different from the previous integrate with infinite gems, the heart of the universe was digested by Liu Yuan as a whole. His soul and spiritual power have been strengthened, and his physical quality has also been strengthened. Liu Yuan deeply felt that his strength and physical energy seemed to have reached infinity. Even Liu Yuan can completely control himself. He is no longer limited to his height. Even if he shows the attitude of destroying the sun, he can change into any file size at will. The smallest can reach the quantum field level, and the highest can exceed one universe. This is horrible. Maybe the super ability alone is enough for him to dominate the universe. Besides, Liu Yuan still has so many inexhaustible powers. After eating the heart of the universe and integrating this power, Liu Yuan looked at Qin Gilei in front of him again, with a complicated expression. In the end, he still saw Qin Ji Lei's future. Her future was not going well, not only emotionally, but also in various senses. It was too difficult. Phoenix Force will make her and it will destroy her. But Liu Yuan chose to do nothing, quietly imitating Charles's power to consolidate Charles's spiritual power and continue to block the poor Phoenix Force's fragment. Then Liu Yuan sighed and turned and walked out the door. In fact, it didn't take long for the whole process just now. Liu Yuan didn't forget that he promised to help. At the moment, he opened his hands and immediately put on Superman's classic battlesuit. It's just that the original battlesuit was going to be gold or platinum, but Liu Yuan didn't want to be so high profile, and finally chose the most classic color. Dark blue tights, no underwear, then a bright red robe, and 2 big SS on the chest and head. It's just that the color of S has changed to gold. Liu Yuan flew up lightly, and after looking at the direction, it turned into a bright light and disappeared. Because of Jean Grey's help, Logan and the others no longer had to run around like headless flies, and finally knew their destination. So they came to the place where the goddess was. But after entering, they encountered the enemy, Mystique, who was sent back by Liu Yuan in time, and Mutant Toad. The first is Mystique. She can change into someone else's shape, so she can cause some trouble for everyone, and she can even become Logan with steel claws, even claws. This makes it hard to tell the difference. Leppy Toad was not a well-known character at first, but he was very smart. He knew that he couldn't beat him in a head-on battle, so he made a sneak attack. While Scott and the others were overwhelmed by the 2 Logans, the skinny Toad popped out and shattered Scott's glasses. One downside to Cyclops Scott is that he can't choose when to release the Cyclops laser. In other words, he can't close his Cyclops, which is always in the launch state. And the glasses are not ordinary, they are made of some kind of ruby, so that he can avoid the danger of accidental laser injury, so that he can resume his daily life. Only when he needed it would he properly adjust the controller of the glasses to release the power of the laser at the required level. So when Toad knocked out his glasses, Scott closed his eyes immediately, afraid to open them. He was afraid that he would hurt his teammates, and he was even more afraid that he would destroy the idol. And taking advantage of the lack of a general in the area, Toad went to attack Storm again. Storm's ability is strong, but she needs time to change the weather. As one of Magneto's go-getters, Toad has been playing for Magneto, and he has experienced many battles. So taking this opportunity to suppress Storm too, the 3 major X-Men were in a dilemma for a while. And don't think about how powerful Logan is, he is still very disadvantaged when he really fights against Mystique. Not only is Mystique good at various fighting techniques, her body's softness also allows her to attack at will, including Mystique's physical fitness is much stronger than ordinary people. But there's no denying that the adamantium in Logan's body is too cheating, and with his cheat-level resilience, he can get back on his feet no matter how Mystique attacks. At the same time, Liu Yuan was observing the Phoenix Force and had not come yet. They can only rely on themselves. Scott can't count on it, he's no different from trash now. In the end, Storm still had to look at her. While she was dealing with Toad's attack, she connected to the air outside. For a while, there was a gust of wind around her, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Leap Toad senses the danger and wants to attack again. But the gust of wind hit his face and blew him away. Storm also caused a bolt of lightning to hit the skinny Toad, who was blown away stiffly by Storm and fell into the water outside the goddess. Finally solved an opponent. On the other hand, as Logan slowly adapts to the battle with Mystique, the latter has to change his strategy and return to Logan in the form of Storm after escaping quickly. However, Logan's Wolverine title was not for nothing, he smelled the difference and stabbed Mystique with a paw. Mystique finally fell, but as mentioned earlier, Mystique's ability allows her to change the position of her organs, but she has actually avoided the key point. Unaware of this, Logan went back outside to join his mates, and Storm helped Scott get his glasses back so that Scott could open his eyes. There was no time to complain about Scott's crap. The 3 of them knew that the situation was urgent and rushed upstairs from the inside. Magneto and Chili are on the torch of the goddess, opposite is a certain garden in a certain country or something, and it is also a place for speeches and the like. There is a meeting recently, and it is said that important figures from various countries have come to participate, and there is also a global live broadcast. Magneto intends to turn those people into mutants in front of people all over the world under such a grand occasion. He is going to declare war on the world. Logan they definitely won't let Magneto succeed, so they rush to the torch. Turns out Magneto was already waiting here. You guys really don't know what's going on, Magneto said, jumping first. Logan, who had the advantage just now because of adamantium, and at the moment, because he was covered in adamantium, was instantly killed by Magneto when he met him, and he was honestly stuck on the wall inside the torch and couldn't get up and down with a wave of his hand. It really succeeded adamantium, and it failed because of adamantium. There was also Storm and Scott, who didn't have time to react. A big guy grabbed Storm's neck from behind, making her unable to move. Scott was once again stripped of the glasses by Magneto. As long as there was a metal part on it, it would be controlled by Magneto and removed at once. That's it, the 3 of them were randomly summoned by Magneto to grab a few pieces of metal, one by one, and they couldn't get up and down the wall. By the way, there is one more thing that needs to be explained. That big man is actually Sabretooth. Yes, the Sabretooth in the Wolverine movie, which is Wolverine's brother. Although it does not seem to be related by blood. As for why the Sabretooth here is so different from the Sabretooth of the Wolverine movie. First off, the movie came out first, and Wolverine as a prequel was shot later. Therefore, because of the relationship between the actors and the relationship as a supporting role, there is no emphasis on performance. The most important thing is that Sabretooth's setting is the same as Wolverine. He has lost his own memory because he has been brainwashed and controlled many times. It is understandable that he and Wolverine do not know each other. But Sabretooth will show special attention to Wolverine. Magneto saw this scene and directly explained, "You stay here and watch them." Blank, and then he left with peace of mind. He could finally carry out the next plan with peace of mind, and thought that no one could stop him anymore. Is it really so? At the moment, Liu Yuan turned into a dazzling light. After observing the Phoenix Force and swallowing the heart of the universe, he came here in an instant. Yo, are you doing performance art? Lu Yuan broke in. He clearly broke through the wall, but he didn't have the torch that destroyed the statue of the goddess, and entered through the wall more like a ghost. Looking at Logan and the others in their predicament, Lu Yuan laughed and teased them. What a waste, stinky brother. The three glared angrily. Definitely, Scott didn't dare open his eyes. You still have time to joke? Go and stop Magneto, Logan yelled anxiously. However, he forgot that Sabretooth was still there, and stopped in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled. Are you courting death? Facing Sabretooth standing in front of him, Lu Yuan didn't care. But Sabretooth roared at him. Be careful. Logan and the others who were nailed to the wall were shocked, and noticed that Sabretooth was waving a pair of big hands with sharp claws to grab Lu Yuan. As a result, Lu Yuan came first, raised his hands and grabbed Sabretooth's hands, and then turned back and asked, be careful of what? The three were speechless. Roar. Sabretooth let out a roar, and tried hard to break free from Lu Yuan's restraint. Lu Yuan frowned and yanked along Sabretooth's will. Sabretooth was finally freed, but his arms were pulled down by Lu Yuan. Large tracts of blood were gushing out. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, it's so noisy, can't you be quieter? Before Sabretooth could let out the pain roar, Lu Yuan's words had the effect of following the law. He immediately closed his mouth, as if an invisible force had blocked his ability to speak. Then Lu Yuan didn't relieve his anger and stepped up. Sabretooth flew out and disappeared into the sky as a starlight. Sabretooth's ability is similar to Wolverine, and also has a powerful self-healing ability of 373. But Lu Yuan's kick is likely to kick him into outer space, so he can't be resurrected. Even if he is resurrected, he will die immediately. It is better to simply die to save himself from suffering. After doing this, Lu Yuan did not liberate Logan and the others immediately, but blinked, turned and floated up. At the very top of the goddess, a device that Magneto had carefully prepared was placed there, and the little naughty was firmly trapped by 2 iron cables and had to be connected to the device. Magneto was about to take the initiative to let the little naughty absorb his ability, and then let the little naughty complete the device conversion instead of himself, so that everyone on the opposite side became a mutant. But the arrival of Lu Yuan interrupted his steps. You are really a hypocrite. Since this is your own ambition, why don't you die yourself? Lu Yuan rebuked Magneto for only sacrificing other people's lives. As a result, Magneto replied, do you think my purpose is just these people in front of me? Wrong, I'm just experimenting. I'm not afraid of death, but I want to save my life for a more important plan. I want to save the world's people die when they become mutants. It turned out that Magneto didn't plan to do it this time, and once the little naughty died this time, he would have to do it himself the next time. But Magneto is not afraid of death, and he is planning to die bravely next time. Lu Yuan shook his head. Okay, you are a hero. But now that I'm here, let's stop here. Don't let me do it. Magneto didn't speak, replaced words with actions, drew 2 large pieces of metal from his side, and then shapeshifted into 2 huge sharp blades and headed straight for Lu Yuan. This was his answer. How could he be captured with just 1 word from Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan sighed, and with a wave of his hand, he shattered Magneto's blade with just the airflow. That's right, he waved his hand to create a terrifying air cannon that shattered the metal. This was something Magneto didn't expect, and he couldn't help but stay for a while, still thinking about what kind of super ability Lu Yuan was. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from Magneto's feet, which made him feel pain. Roar, ah! Lu Yuan looked at Magneto, who was wearing a pair of metal shoes on his feet. Magneto can control metal, which allows him to fly himself in this way, although not as flexible as someone who actually has the flight ability, which is a good idea. But now, Lu Yuan directly learned Magneto's ability, and then turned around to control the metal on his feet, pinching his feet tightly. Magneto was startled. He was already easing the pressure on his feet, but he couldn't resist the force exerted by Lu Yuan. What happened? Could it be that his control over metal is not as good as the young man opposite him? Lu Yuan looked only in his 20s. You lost, Lu Yuan said, not in a hurry to kill Magneto. Because of the conversation just now, he still recognized Magneto's charisma. Magneto endured the pain under his feet and shouted angrily, if you are also a mutant, don't you know about the persecution that humans have inflicted on us? We mutants don't even have the most basic powers. You should be on my side. Lu Yuan took out his ears and had to explain, I have one thing I want to make clear. I'm not a mutant, I'm an alien, okay. Magneto was stunned and looked at Lu Yuan stupidly. Aliens? What's the meaning? Lu Yuan suddenly felt a little emotional. Fortunately, he is an alien. Fortunately, he came to the Marvel Universe as an alien from the very beginning. Otherwise, he will be involved in the disputes on Earth sooner or later, right? For example, at the moment, if Lu Yuan was an Earth person, if he were an ordinary person, what would he do? Kill Magneto? If he is a mutant? Do you really want to support Magneto? Or do you want to fully join Charles's peaceful conservative philosophy? But that's really not Lu Yuan's style and character. And what if a certain country fights with a certain country? Lu Yuan used to be from a certain country, can he just sit back and ignore it? Plus the real world. In any case, he could never really stay out of it. Just because he is an alien, even those who want to pull him into the water have to think about it. Can you really believe in aliens? No matter how people on Earth fight to death, it is also a matter of their own family behind closed doors. What does it have to do with you, an alien? Magneto thought so too. If you're an alien, you shouldn't interfere with our earthly affairs. Lu Yuan smiled. Does your family know that you are so shameless? Damn, kill you? Magneto is really fickle. Magneto looked at Lu Yuan with hatred. He wanted to resist. He wanted to fight. But Lu Yuan wouldn't give him a chance, because once a fight really broke out, Lu Yuan might have to kill him. Lu Yuan looked at Magneto and sighed. There are not many villains who can be as attractive as you. Come on, I'll spare your life. Let's capture it. Magneto was powerless to resist. After all, what he faced in front of him was a great being that had truly transcended the multi-universe, and could even step into the almighty universe at any time, as well as the realm of omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipotence. With just one sentence from Lu Yuan, Magneto no longer had the slightest resistance. Then, Lu Yuan turned to look at the little naughty beside him, stretched out his hand to control the metal objects, and untied her bondage. Then Lu Yuan looked at Logan and the others, and liberated them one by one. Lu Yuan also made a new pair of glasses and threw them to Scott. Thanks. Logan them thank you. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Just go back and invite me for a drink. Magneto's ambitious plans have been thwarted, which makes him suddenly seem a lot older, and it is difficult to accept. Lu Yuan didn't leave in a hurry, worried that the three people with Magneto's strength could not be subdued, so he simply helped them bring Magneto back to the academy first. On the way, Lu Yuan also observed Magneto in particular. Later, Lu Yuan discovered that, in fact, Magneto's ability is far from simple. Most of us know Magneto from the movie, but his ability shown in the movie is more like manipulating metal. But actually, the title Magneto should have been associated with magnetic fields, magnetism, etc. from the very beginning. He is Magneto, not Magneto. In fact, Magneto's ability should be to control any form of magnetic field. For example, in the comics, he has moved large planets many times and floated a 30,000-ton nuclear submarine without pressure. His ability even extends to the atomic level, where the electromagnetic force has turned into a chemical bond, allowing him to manipulate chemical structures and transform matter. He is also able to affect non-metallic and non-magnetic substances to a lesser extent, and is able to levitate himself and others. He is also capable of generating powerful electromagnetic pulses, or EMPs, which can also generate electromagnetic energy at the quantum level. He can also become invisible by bending the visible light around him. Magneto also has a frequently used ability, which can generate a force field that isolates matter and energy. This force field is strong enough to withstand the blow of several thermonuclear weapons, so Magneto is almost immune to most damage while surrounded by the force field and thus survives the universe. Including Magneto's helmet isn't that simple either. Not only can he block Professor X's psychic power with an iron helmet, otherwise, wouldn't it mean that as long as there is an iron barrier, he can block Professor X's ability? That Professor X is too weak. In fact, Magneto is using his ability to cooperate with the helmet for defense. Once in the comics he can no longer use the helmet due to his ability being nerfed. If the helmet does not need his power, there is no need to declare it. Magneto has many more powers. For example, he can use magnetism to strengthen his body, thereby enhancing his strength and endurance, even exceeding the limit of human beings, and he can also shorten his reaction time to 15 times that of a normal human. In some cases, he can change the gravitational field around him, which also means he can manipulate the unification field, i.e., Einstein's unification of gravitational and electromagnetic forces. He has even been shown to be able to create a wormhole to safely teleport himself and others. Especially in the face of humans with iron in their blood, when he exerts his ability to the limit, it can be said that no one can avoid his pursuit. So the real ability of Magneto is electromagnetic force, the force that includes all electromagnetic fields. Not a control metal at all. Lu Yuan showed an interested expression. Mutant could always surprise him. It's a pity that this world is still different from the Fantastic Four, so even if Lu Yuan can control the time, he can't go to the future to observe Mr. Fantastic and the little guy from the Invisible Girl's house. But it doesn't matter, sooner or later there will be a chance to meet. He has this hunch. And that little guy may also bring him a good harvest. Although the foundation has been laid and the heart of the universe has become part of my own strength, it still needs to be improved continuously. Lu Yuan sighed in his heart. He still has more to do. Logan noticed that Lu Yuan's appearance was suddenly wrong, and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" I have to say that Wolverine's senses are still very keen, no wonder he can identify Mystique's identity. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, I just thought that I might not stay here for too long, so I felt a little sad. Don't call me that, just call me Lu Yuan. Since I came as an alien, then let me tell you the name of my Kryptonian. My name is Lu Yuan. If it is the identity of the Earth, he is naturally called Lu Yuan. But since he has been using his alien identity, he is Lu Yuan. Therefore, the way to call Roar is different, and it is no problem to call Lu Yuan. Logan was relieved and a little embarrassed. He wanted to be a little closer for the sake of helping Lu Yuan before, but his hot face was put on Lang. This guy seems to be honest. Logan turned to Magneto again. The latter snorted coldly, traitor. Even if Magneto is a villain and a bad guy, he has to admit that what he does is to fight for the interests of mutant. The reason why Lu Yuan let go of Magneto was precisely because he admired his personality. Because Liu Yuan is by no means Charles's type, he is similar to Magneto in character and behavior. If he were Charles, he wouldn't have nearly wiped out Dekozam. There's no need to even make metaphors or doubt. If Liu Yuan was Magneto, he might have gone too far. He even really killed the enemy, just like he did to Dekozam, almost destroying the civilization of Dekozam. This makes Dekozam extremely honest in the next 100,000 years. So in Magneto's view, these fellow mutants on the side of humanity are all traitors. Logan, they are too lazy to deal with the idea of Magneto. On the other hand, Liu Yuan smiled at Magneto. What other goals or new plans are there next? Anyway, I have nothing to do when I am idle, so let's hear it. Magneto looked at Liu Yuan with a strange expression. His biggest plan and ambition was finally stopped by this person, but strangely, he didn't have any angry thoughts. Magneto is a worthy hero, and if it is necessary to sacrifice, he can even sacrifice his fellow mutant. So he never regretted what he had done before, and he was not fortunate enough to be stopped. But it is very strange that he can easily accept the ending of his defeat, even if it wasn't his old friend Charles. Are you really an alien? Magneto confirmed to Liu Yuan again. Liu Yuan was also unequivocal, and agreed, if it's a fake, I'm definitely not a mutant. Stupid Earthlings, Magneto sneered at himself, including himself being scolded in it. But Liu Yuan understood what he meant. It is obvious that there are alien threats in the universe, but the people on Earth are fighting hard by themselves. Isn't it stupid or what? Once aliens suddenly invade, what will be used to resist? At the same time, Magneto was also relieved. As long as he knew that there were aliens, maybe he could. Although Magneto's ability has been shown by Liu Yuan's observations. But he didn't produce any more moths, perhaps because he was disheartened, or he knew that he couldn't beat Liu Yuan, or he was weakened too hard by the movie universe. In short, the power that Magneto has shown so far has only been the control of metal. So when he was arrested, after a special prison made of plastic and glass was made for him, he was sent to the prison to be honest. On the other side, Charles finally woke up too, and he was told that Magneto had been defeated. Qin Gilei also woke up. She didn't know what Liu Yuan had done, she just thought she was too tired and lost consciousness. Later, I thanked Liu Yuan, because Liu Yuan took care of her and didn't do anything excessive. Liu Yuanxin said that he was not a scumbag. 373. In this way, everything returned to calm, and the little naughty was brought back, and he explained to Iceman clearly that Liu Yuan testified to Iceman that it was Mystique who became his appearance, and it was Mystique who stimulated the little naughty to force her to leave. As for why Liu Yuan knew, because I can see through Mystique's transformation, Liu Yuan told the truth. No matter how the appearance changes, the soul remains the same, and his vision has long been extended to the soul level, and even the true meaning of the universe. That's why he can learn mutant's ability just by observation. One night after the return, Logan fulfilled his promise and invited Liu Yuan to have a few drinks. Scott also came. He and Logan didn't like each other, especially Logan had always been fond of Jean Grey for some reason. But after fighting side by side this time, they have also become partners. Scott also retained Liu Yuan. Why don't you join us officially? So you sure don't trust me, do you? Liu Yuan said in a funny and angry way. Scott is a little embarrassed. After all, Liu Yuan himself said he was an alien, how could he believe it so easily? But Liu Yuan shook his head. I may have to leave. For so long, Liu Yuan has observed the mutants in the academy for a long time, and even with his supervision, he has seen the mutants in the whole world one by one. He had gotten what he wanted for so long. Whether it's Charles or Magneto, especially the Phoenix Force, he's got a lot. In particular, finally integrating the power of the heart of the universe is the biggest gain for him to come to this universe. It's just that his control over the heart of the universe is still only 80%, which is not the most perfect integrate. Maybe he needs to continue to observe other universes, right? So Liu Yuan was ready to leave. I'm leaving too. Logan also suddenly made an attitude of leaving. The professor gave me some information, and I may have to leave for a while. Scott couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. The relationship between the three has just eased, and the result is about to part ways. Definitely it's just how he feels. Liu Yuan and Logan looked at each other, and then invariably looked away. Maybe Scott is a little provocative, and it may be better if Qin Gilei is to keep Logan. Or maybe let Storm keep Liu Yuan back. Speaking of which, Liu Yuan did two things before leaving. One is that while the congressman hadn't died, he still managed to save the congressman's life and reversed his genes to make him return to an ordinary person. This made the little naughty very excited, and hoped that Liu Yuan would turn her into an ordinary person. As a result, Liu Yuan told him that because the congressman was originally an ordinary person, he could become an ordinary person. And the little naughty is born a mutant, and naturally he can't become an ordinary person. Actually, it is possible, but Liu Yuan doesn't want the little naughty to give up his identity. The congressman spent a few days in the academy, and this experience and what he saw and heard made the congressman make a wise choice in the end. He no longer insisted on letting mutant register, but also began to change his attitude and became the most solid supporter of the peaceful coexistence between human beings and mutant. In addition, there is one more thing. Liu Yuan went somewhere in stealth form. It looked like a military factory, and was building something like a robot sentry. Liu Yuan seemed to already know the origin of those robots. He watched the secret research here in silence, but in the end chose to do nothing. Because he already knows that the future timeline needs to be updated. To put it bluntly, there will be a restart. After all, the X-Men of the old generation is old and should be retired. Then it's the new generation's turn. Or, according to Deadpool, the X-Men is just too cluttered with an old and new generation? Well, according to the plot of the first battle, Charles can no longer walk, and Magneto parted ways with him. How can it be explained in the last battle? Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. The more he thought about it, the more headaches he would get. He didn't want to worry about the screenwriter. Let's go back. Lu Yuan raised his hand to open a portal, and after stepping over, he returned to the Marvel Cinematic Universe in an instant. Although X-Men is also an IP created by Marvel, it is well known that the copyright of this entire set has been sold, so the X-Men movie universe does not belong to the Marvel movie universe. Because of the time difference, it was already evening when Lu Yuan came back. As soon as he got home, Lu Yuan saw two people sitting on the long table in the living room. There were 2 candles on the table. It was obviously a warm candlelight dinner. Even those 2 people deliberately changed into clothes in the style of the last century. It was Steve and Peggy, who was reborn into youth. The 2 of them were also stunned, and looked at Lu Yuan, who suddenly appeared, obviously not expecting him to come back at this time. There was also a melodious tune resounding in the room. Are they planning to dance after the candlelight dinner? Well, they did have a dance agreement. 2.0 that. Steve stood up awkwardly, about to speak. Lu Yuan hurriedly beckoned. Don't pay attention to me. I originally thought you wanted to live alone, so I came back. Since you are accompanied by a beautiful woman, I will go find someone else. Obviously this is Lu Yuan's house, but he had to hide. There was also a voice of gratitude from Steve behind him. Thank you. His gratitude included a lot, including Lu Yuan's kindness, his help to Peggy, and other things. Lu Yuan waved his hand and left without looking back. He didn't seem to think about it until he walked out of the house. This is my house. Damn, am I really a light bulb? Maybe Tony's nickname for him was right? But the question is, where do you go after you get out? Lu Yuan was a little dazed. After thinking about it, he took out the folding fan, stepped into the portal, and went straight to Camartage. At the moment, Tony is spending time with Pepper, and Steve is celebrating a reunion with Peggy after 70 years. Lu Yuan was left alone. He can't run to find Happy to play, can he? Or are you going to have a bachelor party with Rhodes? He wouldn't go to Nick Fury or Hawkeye Barton anyway, and if he was really bored, would he go to Phil Coulson for a drink, or Natasha Romanoff? The point is that Phil Coulson, as the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, got busy again after dealing with Thor and Mjolnir. And Natasha Romanoff, she knew that Lu Yuan had thoughts about herself, so she treated Lu Yuan's love even more coldly. So Lu Yuan didn't want to appear too humble, so he went to Camartage. So you came to me. Ancient One rolled his eyes angrily, and complained while listening to Lu Yuan complaining that he even lost his home. Lu Yuan didn't care either. Lai didn't leave here. He was still holding the tea made by Ancient One himself, drinking it with relish. Ancient One sighed with a headache. Speaking of which, Ancient One is getting younger and younger, and it seems to have returned to the youthful state of 18 or 19. After all, D06 Erda Swinton was also a great beauty when she was young, especially with a fairy air. No wonder Lu Yuan is willing to get close to Master, and likes the immortal aura in Master. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan took out the folding fan and handed it over. Ancient One glanced at Lu Yuan and thought he didn't like it anymore. After all, it is a folding fan for girls, it looks small and exquisite, and there is no fan, just an ordinary wooden fan. It's just that the Ancient One has been used for a long time before it was forcibly turned into a magic weapon. However, when it comes to fighting, she will still use her magic, or her melee combat skills. As a result, Lu Yuan said, the aroma on it is almost gone, let's add more. Ancient One shook his hand and smashed the fan directly. When you are a backup perfume. And the aroma? It's really outrageous. For many years, Ancient One was molested by his own disciple for the first time, and Lu Yuan was the first time in hundreds of years to be so daring. What the hell are you doing here? Ancient One asked, dumbfounded. Lu Yuan caught the fan carefully, shrugged his shoulders, and put on a serious expression. Actually, I am trying to find a way to observe various universes, and I have also experienced multi-universe. Ancient One was taken aback, but not too shocked. The reason is that they belong to the Sorcerer Supreme lineage, which can be connected to the multi-universe and even open the door of time and space in other dimensions. She just didn't expect Lu Yuan to move so fast. And then, Ancient One asked, what results did you observe? Lu Yuan shook his head. I have a general understanding of the laws of the universe on the physics side. This is the truth. His current ability is too numerous to count, just by observing the power of Phoenix Force, and all of them involve the terrible law of level universe. But I still have some flaws, so I want to ask the teacher, what else do I understand about the mysteries of the universe in the spiritual realm? Or is the teacher hiding something from me? Shouldn't we be honest with each other? Lu Yuan finally made a pun. Ancient One glared at him. Would he speak? That's called giving money to each other. What kind of frank meeting? But Ancient One also began to think about it, and finally asked, do you really have a good understanding of the cosmic law on the physical side? Lu Yuan simply made a demonstration, and saw that he raised his hands, and a handful of soil suddenly appeared in the empty palms, then changed into a handful of clear water, and then changed into various substances and elements. Finally, Lu Yuan conjured a bouquet of flowers and sent it to Ancient One. Luckily it wasn't a rose. Ancient One reluctantly accepted it, and was surprised by Lu Yuan's current method. Create matter? Change matter? Reorganize matter? Ancient One exclaimed, and with her eyes, she could still see what Lu Yuan's hand represented. This has already involved the domain of the creator god. If Lu Yuan wanted to, he could even create his own universe. Ancient One didn't know yet that Lu Yuan had indeed reached the level of creating the universe. Thinking of what Lu Yuan mentioned, what he still lacks in the spiritual realm, Ancient One fell into contemplation. Lu Yuan didn't bother, silently admiring Master's bald head. Ancient One only felt a scorching heat on his forehead, and snorted angrily, "Do you still want me to point you?" Only then did Lu Yuan become serious again. Ancient One shook his head. This disciple had already left for a long time, and their current relationship was completely reversed. Becoming a life, she had to rely on Lu Yuan's strength to continue to maintain a young and energetic life. So it was difficult for her to control Lu Yuan. If you have to say it, you have never thought about observing the origin of the spiritual realm, and even the real scope of the spiritual realm, right? Ancient One is indeed the Ancient One, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but see the suggestion she mentioned. Right. Yes, although Lu Yuan has also observed the spiritual realm, he has never thought about how the spiritual realm came from, let alone the boundaries of the spiritual realm. Lu Yuan had only one chance to observe the destruction and rebirth of the Crimson Universe, and that was a rare opportunity. However, the spiritual realm is also a part of the universe, and he has never really understood it in depth. I knew it was right to come to the teacher. Lu Yuan thanked Ancient One repeatedly. Ancient One took out another folding fan and opened it, fanning it gently, with a satisfied smile on his face. She was not boasted by Lu Yuan, but because she was satisfied with the achievements of her disciples. 373 The opposite Lu Yuan also smiled and shook his head. Although this teacher is not young, she has devoted her whole life to the cause of protecting the earth against Dormammu, and she has devoted herself to cultivating Camartage disciples. But she never thought about herself. Why don't the teacher get along with me? Roll. Ancient One frowned. He still said it after all. Lu Yuan got out. Okay, he went too far. People have come here with cumin for hundreds of years, and suddenly want her to be moved? How is this possible? Lu Yuan rolled directly into the spiritual realm, and now he doesn't even need the sling ring anymore. He can open the mirror world, the portal, and even break into the spiritual realm with his own body, without the need for a soul astral. When he came to the spiritual realm again, Lu Yuan was not unfamiliar, because he had been here before, and he had never entered it later. But this time is different from the past. Lu Yuan came here to thoroughly observe the spiritual realm, because this is also a part of the universe. How can he only focus on the physical side and ignore the spiritual side? Maybe this is the last vacancy in his heart for the universe? However, the spiritual realm is not like the Crimson Universe is about to collapse, and it is impossible to create a new spiritual realm. How can this be good? It's hard for Lu Yuan. Don't forget that he can control time. If the timeline is regarded as a straight line, then the human footsteps will appear in the corresponding position with the passage of time. Wherever time goes, the footprints of people will be left. There may be footprints left on the past timeline, but there will be nothing on the timeline that hasn't started yet. Unless you can go beyond the constraints of the timeline. For example, Lu Yuan. He is already detached now, and can even control the timeline as he wants, and he has become the only one, which means that it is not the past Lu Yuan or the future Lu Yuan that exists in the timeline, it is more like he exists in every minute. 1 second. For example, at the moment, Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes, but around him, the time domain was undergoing tremendous changes. Everything is in reverse, only he is the only one, until the time domain has not been born, including the universe has not been born, is in the dead silence after the end of the last universe. Then Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and he saw that when the last universe perished, the only survivor survived, and he was the later planet devourer. Among the 5 gods, he is the only one who is not the embodiment of the law of the universe, but a remnant of the previous universe. Lu Yuan didn't pay attention to Planet Devourer, but looked around him. With the bang of the universe, the big explosion of level universe was triggered, and this universe was finally born. And at the beginning of the birth of the universe, 6 kinds of elemental gems were also brought from the void. They are the cinematic universe, the infinite gems of this universe. We all already know that each infinite gem represents and controls a cosmic origin attribute. Space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. It's always been said that getting a full set of infinite gems can do almost anything. It is because they are almost equal to the originating force of a universe. Only then did the birth of the other 4 cosmic gods begin. Eternity, annihilation, infinity, and death. Then the universe began to enter a stage of prosperity and development. Regarding those, Lu Yuan didn't care at all. His eyes at the moment are only in the spiritual realm where he is. Finally, he saw the first birth of the spiritual realm. In fact, from the very beginning, the universe was a whole. Before the birth of the universe, everything was nothing, and there was nothing. The entire universe was dead silence. With the formal establishment of the concept of the universe, the physical side and the spiritual field began to separate automatically, half of which formed all the matter on the physical side, and the other half became the spiritual world. Therefore, the universe as a whole includes both the physical side and the spiritual realm. What Lu Yuan lacks is the understanding and observation of the spiritual realm. He was aware of this himself, and that's why he came to find Ancient One. The accomplishments of the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One are not blown away. In this way, Lu Yuan completed the observation of the birth of the spiritual realm, but he found that his integration of the heart of the universe had only become 85%. Still haven't fully turned the heart of the universe into its own power? What is still missing? Is it the lack of knowledge of the total scope of the spiritual realm? No, he already knew that the spiritual realm was as large as the universe, because it was the spiritual realm and the physical side that together formed a complete universe. That is to say, as much as the physical universe is, the spiritual realm is also as big. What else? Lu Yuan fell into deep thought, and finally his heart moved. It's the end. Everything in the world has life and death, so death is also an essential and important law in the universe. Lu Yuan witnessed the birth of the spiritual realm, but lacked observation of the demise of the spiritual realm. So he moved the river of time again, this time from the beginning of the universe to the end of the universe. Then Lu Yuan saw that everything in the world had withered away, and everything was going to perish. All the fixed stars in the universe are extinguished, and almost all of them are transforming into black holes, and even most of the fixed star systems have been swallowed up by the centers of their respective galaxies. Because there is an unprecedented huge black hole in the center of every galaxy, including the Milky Way, which also has such a terrifying black hole, and is about to completely swallow all the planets in the Milky Way. Lu Yuan suddenly moved in his heart and looked in the direction of the Earth. There was originally the location of the solar system, but now it is all gone. The solar system was swallowed up by the Milky Way as early as tens of billions of years ago. Now Lu Yuan is likely to be tens of trillions of years after the Cosmos era, and it is only at this time that the universe is heading for extinction. Suddenly, Lu Yuan looked into the distance again, and then he saw a strange sight. Far from the edge of the universe, the Earth that should have been destroyed is still alive, and it is strange that the technology on this Earth is not too exaggerated, but has remained at the level of modern times. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan could see that the Earth has actually been restarted countless times. Except for humans, the environment of the Earth has been rebuilt countless times, so it can be preserved. And the Earth was artificially pushed to the edge of the universe. It was none other than Lu Yuan himself. It was him who, in a certain timeline, pushed the Earth here in advance, avoiding being engulfed by the sun of the solar system and being swallowed by the center of the galaxy. And there are also multiple artificial fixed stars arranged there, which can artificially control day and night, and even the temperature of the Earth. Even when the universe was about to die, dozens of men and women wearing Superman battlesuits flew out of the Earth, all of them handsome and beautiful. Lu Yuan slapped his forehead. Well, all his descendants, or the first generation, either sons or daughters. His children also have immortal life, and even push the Earth together, and finally look at this universe, and then break the cosmic barrier and enter another universe. Suddenly, a blonde girl turned her head again and rushed in the direction of Lu Yuan, making a playful face across the distance of almost a universe. The other children also felt blank, and raised their hands in the direction of Lu Yuan. And then they went into action, and outside the cosmic barriers, a whole new, living universe was waiting to welcome them. There is no longer the Marvel universe, or even the DC universe. There is a universe of one person. There is the universe of Lu Yuan's family. That's right, Dad. The blonde girl suddenly shouted at Lu Yuan, "Be careful of your enemy, your opponent is just like you." A slender hand covered the girl's mouth, and the Ancient One with splendid blonde hair was already set aside to look in the direction of Lu Yuan, and said with a complicated expression, "I think you don't want to know about the future, right?" Lu Yuan smiled. "I have never been a step-by-step person and character." Ancient One also smiled, welcoming the Earth and disappearing into another universe together. Then, the universe finally came to its final end. Is Ancient One still moved? Is that girl her daughter? Also Lu Yuan's daughter? The latter is for sure. That girl and those wearing the Superman battlesuit are all Lu Yuan's children, which he can confirm. But about Ancient One, Lu Yuan has not confirmed it yet. Not in a hurry. Lu Yuan put his mind away and focused his attention on the matter in front of him again. As for the warning given by the future daughter, Lu Yuan had already vaguely guessed something. As same as him? All where? What? A traveler? Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Lu Yuan didn't expect that the future timeline would still bring him unexpected joy. He didn't feel worried, but looked forward to it. If he really met fellow villagers or colleagues, what should he do at that time? What kind of exciting battle will break out? As Lu Yuan waited and watched, he continued to observe the arrival of the final moment in the spiritual realm. As the universe reaches the end of time, everything comes to an end, including the spiritual realm. Lu Yuan had seen the destruction of the Crimson Universe, and now he has witnessed the demise of the spiritual realm with his own eyes, which enriched his experience. He even noticed that his control over the heart of the universe had increased a step further, reaching 90/390. However, only the last 10% could never break through. Lu Yuan began to be puzzled. Why? So far, Lu Yuan has observed several universes, and has mastered many cosmic laws and even the power of the origin of the universe. Why hasn't he fully grasped the power of the heart of the universe until now? What's wrong with that? Lu Yuan fell into deep thought, but no matter how he thought about it, he didn't know what was lacking. If he is willing to break his own rules and break into that universe now, he can definitely ask something from Ancient One or someone else. He can even figure out who the mothers of his children are, and the relationship between Ancient One and himself in the future. Could it be that he is really going to become Yanguo? Not bad. The young Ancient One looks like a fairy, and it is impossible for him to be as old as Liu Yuan da. Human for hundreds of years is a good choice. What am I thinking? Let's figure out what's missing now. Liu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, always feeling that he was thinking wrong. Now it's not about women's problems. That problem is not a problem. After all, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. Fate can't stop it. So he has to figure out as soon as possible what he is most concerned about now. But no matter what Liu Yuan thought, he still couldn't figure out the problem. I don't know how many years he stayed here, but in the end he could only sigh, reverse the long river of time, and return to the original timeline. When Liu Yuan returned to that room, he found that Ancient One was still reading a book while drinking tea. For Ancient One, Liu Yuan's departure was a matter of a second. Teacher, Liu Yuan's eyes lit up, leaned in front of Ancient One, and said mysteriously, I had a dream. Ancient One looked at Liu Yuan with a strange expression. What dream? Do you predict a dream? That's right, Liu Yuan snapped his fingers. This will definitely not wipe out half of the life in the universe. He just snapped his fingers normally and said excitedly, I dreamed that the teacher gave me. You're going to say it again. Ancient One had an annoyed expression on his face. He wasn't done yet, was he? I thought he was going to say something. In Ancient One's senses, Liu Yuan had molested her not long ago, and now it's starting again? Liu Yuan shrugged, I'm telling the truth. Go away, I'm annoying when I see you. Even Ancient One's self-cultivation couldn't help scolding, because this guy is so lawless. He even hit her with the idea of picking a girl. It's just outrageous. Liu Yuan could only roll away again. But after he came out, he started to get into trouble again. What to do? Floating in the sky, Liu Yuan glanced loosely around the world. Then he found out that even trying to get Phil Coulson for a drink was impossible, because S.H.I.E.L.D was having a big move recently. It turned out that after the Thor incident, Fury began to worry because he noticed the existence and power of aliens one after another. What if the Earth was attacked by other aliens that were hostile to the Earth? It's not that this kind of thing hasn't happened before. For example, Fury personally experienced the alien invasion incident because of Captain Marvel in the 1990s. At that time, he had already experienced a sense of powerlessness. Do you still need to be defenseless? No, this time Fury was going to plan ahead, so he secretly started a project to develop the space gem that S.H.I.E.L.D had secretly mastered, but now called Tesseract. He wants to develop this mysterious and powerful force, and then create some super technical weapons. Only then can he rest assured. For this reason, most of S.H.I.E.L.D's high-level agents were recruited, including Hawkeye as an important defender there. Only Natasha Romanoff is still relatively free now, but she has already sneaked in one step ahead of the next task. She has to arrange her identity in advance before she can proceed further. Liu Yuanxin said that if she suddenly ran over now, she would definitely be very angry, right? Just get angry. In the end, Liu Yuan didn't realize it at all. It might be better to say that he did it on purpose and flew to where Natasha Romanoff is now. It was in a certain country, and she needed to investigate some important information. However, it is not possible to start the task directly, and the agent needs to go through a series of preparations to obtain the necessary information. So Natasha Romanoff is now at a stage where her identity is yet to be confirmed, and she needs to be recognized by the people here. Today, she rarely has time to take a good rest. She originally planned to stay at home here, so that she could not only do secret preparations, but also take a good rest. As a result, Liu Yuan suddenly appeared in the room, which startled her. Why are you here? Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened. She hadn't seen Liu Yuan for a while, and she was in a foreign country again. To be honest, she was a little closer, but she was more shocked and angry. Idiot, I'm on a secret mission. Damn, there's someone watching me. What are you doing? Natasha Romanoff knew that the enemy wasn't a fool, and was probably suspecting that he was watching himself. She was worried that Liu Yuan had exposed herself. Liu Yuan said heartlessly, then let me clear the entire apartment building for you. Natasha Romanoff clutched her head, which was starting to hurt. Don't make trouble, big brother. She came to steal information, not to assassinate. Liu Yuan didn't care about that. He was still carrying a beer he didn't know he brought from some unfortunate convenience store on the way. He asked Roar, come with me for a drink. I was kicked out of my house. Natasha Romanoff had nothing to do with him, but to obey. But just as Natasha Romanoff took a sip, Liu Yuan suddenly said, I had a dream that you became my daughter's mother. Is Ancient One still moved? Is that girl her daughter? Also Liu Yuan's daughter? The latter is for sure. That girl and those wearing the Superman battle suit are all Liu Yuan's children, which he can confirm. But about Ancient One, Liu Yuan has not confirmed it yet. Not in a hurry. Liu Yuan put his mind away and focused his attention on the matter in front of him again. As for the warning given by the future daughter, Liu Yuan had already vaguely guessed something. As same as him? All where? What? A traveler? Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Liu Yuan didn't expect that the future timeline would still bring him unexpected joy. He didn't feel worried, but looked forward to it. If he really met fellow villagers or colleagues, what should he do at that time? What kind of exciting battle will break out? As Lu Yuan waited and watched, he continued to observe the arrival of the final moment in the spiritual realm. As the universe reaches the end of time, everything comes to an end, including the spiritual realm. Lu Yuan had seen the destruction of the Crimson Universe, and now he has witnessed the demise of the spiritual realm with his own eyes, which enriched his experience. He even noticed that his control over the heart of the universe had increased a step further, reaching 90/390. However, only the last 10% could never break through. Lu Yuan began to be puzzled. Why? So far, Lu Yuan has observed several universes, and has mastered many cosmic laws and even the power of the origin of the universe. Why hasn't he fully grasped the power of the heart of the universe until now? What's wrong with that? Lu Yuan fell into deep thought, but no matter how he thought about it, he didn't know what was lacking. If he is willing to break his own rules and break into that universe now, he can definitely ask something from Ancient One or someone else. He can even figure out who the mothers of his children are, and the relationship between Ancient One and himself in the future. Could it be that he is really going to become Yanguo? Not bad, the young Ancient One looks like a fairy, and it is impossible for him to be as old as Lu Yuan da. Human for hundreds of years is a good choice. What am I thinking? Let's figure out what's missing now. Lu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, always feeling that he was thinking wrong. Now it's not about women's problems. That problem is not a problem. After all, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. Fate can't stop it. So he has to figure out as soon as possible what he is most concerned about now. But no matter what Lu Yuan thought, he still couldn't figure out the problem. I don't know how many years he stayed here, but in the end he could only sigh, reverse the long river of time, and return to the original timeline. When Lu Yuan returned to that room, he found that Ancient One was still reading a book while drinking tea. For Ancient One, Lu Yuan's departure was a matter of a second. Teacher, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, leaned in front of Ancient One, and said mysteriously, I had a dream. Ancient One looked at Lu Yuan with a strange expression. What dream? Do you predict a dream? That's right, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. This will definitely not wipe out half of the life in the universe. He just snapped his fingers normally and said excitedly, I dreamed that the teacher gave me. You're going to say it again. Ancient One had an annoyed expression on his face. He wasn't done yet, was he? I thought he was going to say something. In Ancient One's senses, Lu Yuan had molested her not long ago, and now it's starting again? Lu Yuan shrugged, I'm telling the truth. Go away, I'm annoying when I see you. Even Ancient One's self-cultivation couldn't help scolding, because this guy is so lawless. He even hit her with the idea of picking a girl. It's just outrageous. Lu Yuan could only roll away again. But after he came out, he started to get into trouble again. What to do? Floating in the sky, Lu Yuan glanced loosely around the world. Then he found out that even trying to get Phil Coulson for a drink was impossible, because S.H.I.E.L.D. was having a big move recently. It turned out that after the Thor incident, Fury began to worry because he noticed the existence and power of aliens one after another. What if the Earth was attacked by other aliens that were hostile to the Earth? It's not that this kind of thing hasn't happened before. For example, Fury personally experienced the alien invasion incident because of Captain Marvel in the 1990s. At that time, he had already experienced a sense of powerlessness. Do you still need to be defenseless? No, this time Fury was going to plan ahead, so he secretly started a project to develop the space gem that S.H.I.E.L.D. had secretly mastered, but now called Tesseract. He wants to develop this mysterious and powerful force, and then create some super technical weapons. Only then can he rest assured. For this reason, most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-level agents were recruited, including Hawkeye as an important defender there. Only Natasha Romanoff is still relatively free now, but she has already sneaked in one step ahead of the next task. She has to arrange her identity in advance before she can proceed further. Liu Yongxin said that if she suddenly ran over now, she would definitely be very angry, right? Just get angry. In the end, Liu Yuan didn't realize it at all. It might be better to say that he did it on purpose and flew to where Natasha Romanoff is now. It was in a certain country, and she needed to investigate some important information. However, it is not possible to start the task directly, and the agent needs to go through a series of preparations to obtain the necessary information. So Natasha Romanoff is now at a stage where her identity is yet to be confirmed, and she needs to be recognized by the people here. Today, she rarely has time to take a good rest. She originally planned to stay at home here, so that she could not only do secret preparations, but also take a good rest. As a result, Liu Yuan suddenly appeared in the room, which startled her. Why are you here? Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened. She hadn't seen Liu Yuan for a while, and she was in a foreign country again. To be honest, she was a little closer, but she was more shocked and angry. Idiot, I'm on a secret mission. Damn, there's someone watching me. What are you doing? Natasha Romanoff knew that the enemy wasn't a fool, and was probably suspecting that he was watching himself. She was worried that Liu Yuan had exposed herself. Liu Yuan said heartlessly, then let me clear the entire apartment building for you. Natasha Romanoff clutched her head, which was starting to hurt. Don't make trouble, big brother. She came to steal information, not to assassinate. Liu Yuan didn't care about that. He was still carrying a beer he didn't know he brought from some unfortunate convenience store on the way. He asked Roar, come with me for a drink. I was kicked out of my house. Natasha Romanoff had nothing to do with him, but to obey. But just as Natasha Romanoff took a sip, Lu Yuan suddenly said, I had a dream that you became my daughter's mother. It would be a lie to say that Lu Yuan didn't care about that picture in the future, it would be so heartless. Those dozens of little Superman, actually the youngest can't be counted, are his children, but who is their mother? Lu Yuan said that he did not want to know too much about the future, for fear that life would lose its fun. Originally the strength is invincible, and then see the future things too clearly, what's the point? But after all, it is his own child, and he still cares very much. So I felt that Lu Yuan began to find mothers for his children all over the world. When the little tadpoles find their mothers, the tadpoles find their mothers by themselves, but he would do well to help his little tadpoles find their mothers. Neuropathy 1. At least Natasha Romanoff thought he was a lunatic, and sprayed Lu Yuan's face with a sip of wine. Definitely he was embarrassed to avoid it, because it was all his words. Natasha Romanoff stared at Lu Yuan angrily, thinking he was a lunatic. What are you doing? Natasha Romanoff thought he was talking nonsense. How could anyone believe it because of a dream? She will not believe that Lu Yuan has the ability to see the future. And Natasha Romanoff actually has an indescribable heart disease, that is, she can't have children. She was born in the Red House, which is a place for training agents, especially female agents. Before leaving the Red House, all female agents must complete the final test, that is, sterilization forever. To put it bluntly, it is to demolish the child's house. The Red House, maybe that's where it came from, right? So Natasha Romanoff was even more angry and annoyed. Lu Yuan's words were like rubbing salt on her wound. Lu Yuan reached out and wiped the drink from his face, indifferently, and said, there is a child who was carved out of the same mold as you, and it is a complete copy of the Little Widow. You're the Little Widow, Natasha Romanoff snarled angrily. Even if there is such a child, is there such a father? Call your daughter a little widow? You are the widow. Well, your whole family are widows. Well, it seems that the child is still counted. But wait, she can't have a daughter. In fact, what Lu Yuan said was true. He really saw a little red-haired white girl who was his daughter, but she was similar to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff does not believe in evil, and it is impossible to believe his nonsense. If you're trying to tease me for saying this, then hurry up and go. Your purpose has been achieved. Natasha Romanoff had already decided that Lu Yuan was teasing himself anyway. Lu Yuan sat there motionless, just kept looking at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff looked unnatural by him. Come on. She was still urging to drive away Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan sighed, his eyes were aimed at Natasha Romanoff's lower abdomen, and two lasers suddenly rushed out and submerged Natasha Romanoff's body. Natasha Romanoff didn't have time to react at all, and she was shocked. Did she deliberately show that she didn't like Lu Yuan and still angered this alien? Is he going to destroy himself? Natasha Romanoff is clearly overthinking. The two lasers did not damage Natasha Romanoff's body, but repaired her body that had been damaged by surgery. Lu Yuan used the ability to change reality to change Natasha Romanoff's body, making her traumatized past become illusory. Even Natasha Romanoff's physical age is back to where it was before he joined the Red House. Definitely, so many years of her combat experience will definitely not be erased. Natasha Romanoff subconsciously covered her stomach with her hands, looking at Lu Yuan with a look of disbelief on her face. Lu Yuan stood up, took the cold beer on the table and prepared to take it away, and warned Natasha Romanoff, don't eat cold things in the future. Natasha Romanoff is angry and funny, who cares? But she looked at Lu Yuan with complicated eyes and couldn't say a word. She had obviously felt what Lu Yuan had done, but the feeling of being lost and regained was extremely unbelievable. Thanks. Need not. Lu Yuan finally left and came with a beer. Before he finished the first bottle, he had to leave with a beer that was only 2 less. Where to go next? Go on to find the child's mother? But who's next? Wanda? Are you sure she's not a child now? Lu Yuan muttered. Scarlet Witch Wanda, unlike other universes, is not a mutant in the Marvel movie universe, but an experimentally transformed Superman. And according to the setting in the movie, Wanda should be about 2 years older than Little Spider-Man. And the Little Spider-Man of Captain America 3 should be about 15 to 17 years old. So Wanda was only 17 to 19 years old when he got to Captain America 3. It's 2009 now, and even if it's 2010 now, it's still 6 years away from the 16th year or so of Captain America's 3rd episode. If he dares to tell a 10-year-old kawaii that she is the mother of his child, I can guarantee that the 3-year minimum guarantee is indefinite. Who else is there? And surprise, with her character, she might have to fight first. And then, speaking of which, let him think about how many girls he will provoke in the future. Those who have no names and no points must be uncountable. When they are on the scene, everyone is an adult. It is enough to know them. 0. The problem is, there are dozens of kids alone, and that's just the Marvel universe, not the DC universe. In other words, maybe the DC universe is more lively? Oh, life is already fulfilled. Lu Yuan fell back, flew into the clouds in the sky and lay down, feeling full of satisfaction. Those beauties in Marvel are rare stunners. At most, ordinary people can only fantasize about marrying a certain one. He is very good, maybe he can have all of them? It's a pity that so far, no one has affirmed his pursuit. But he wasn't in a hurry. In this way, Lu Yuan spent the night in the clouds. When he got home the next day, he found that Steve and Peggy hadn't gotten up yet. Steve? Old Popsicle? It's time to get up and go for a run, Lu Yuan shouted deliberately downstairs. In the past, Steve called him to go for a run, but Lu Yuan never accepted Steve's invitation. As a result, it was him who came to roar to call Steve today. After a while, Steve came out with a look of helplessness, with a pair of sweatpants on his body and a shirt draped over his shoulders, looking at Lu Yuan helplessly. Do you have to shout like that? Lu Yuan looked at the stairs upstairs with frowning eyes. Hey, it seemed very intense last night. Shut up, aren't you going for a run? Steve quickly interrupted Lu Yuan's joking, and had to drag him outside. Lu Yuan's title of Mr. Lightbulb is well deserved, that is, Tony lives far away, otherwise he will suffer too. Lu Yuan and Steve's running, what should I say, it is not running in the sense of ordinary people. Both of them are not ordinary people, that is called a fast walk, just sprinting 100 meters every second. Even if they go to the competition, no one can match, and they can easily break the record. The two were running wildly on the street early in the morning, and many people on both sides who had just woken up for work couldn't react. I just felt a flower in front of my eyes, and the two figures passed by with a swish swish. What the hell happened in the past? Someone on the street screamed roar, and in the end they could only watch the two backs quickly go away. In order to avoid people's attention, Lu Yuan and Steve discussed it and found a park where they could run to their heart's content. They can even chat while running. We're going to move out of 390 soon, Steve said suddenly. He and Peggy have reunited, and Peggy is back in the best shape, and they can live the life they want. But they can't live in Lu Yuan's house all the time. But Lu Yuan said it didn't matter. I'm not at home often, isn't it very convenient for you to live there? But Steve didn't think so. You always have to bring girls back, don't you? It will be inconvenient for everyone. And your house is too big, we only need a small room. From the beginning, Steve said the house was too big. That's the truth. And what he said was right. Lu Yuan would bring the girl back in the future. What should he do then? In order to avoid embarrassing everyone, he had better leave with Peggy. Okay, Lu Yuan had no choice but to agree. But Steve also said that he used to live here, so he was planning to find a place to live nearby. At that time, they should live not far away, and they can get together every now and then and have a few drinks. The relationship between Lu Yuan and Steve was stumbling at the beginning, and now it's okay to talk and drink a few glasses of wine. Especially Lu Yuan is a benefactor to Steve. If one day Steve and Peggy get married, Lu Yuan will definitely be their big benefactor. In this way, after Steve and Lu Yuan ran back, the Steve and his wife were ready to move. Peggy also prepared breakfast for them after getting up. Thank you. Peggy took the initiative to come to Lu Yuan and express her sincere thanks to him. That night Peggy always thought it was a dream, and it was a rare dream. It wasn't until Steve couldn't help kissing her that Peggy slowly turned into surprise, staring at Steve with wide eyes. Then Peggy finally knew that this was the real world. Her big boy was back, and she was also unconsciously restored to her youth and vitality by Lu Yuan in her deep sleep. It's a pity that Lu Yuan has left since then and disappeared without a trace. It was not until today that Peggy finally had the opportunity to say thank you to Lu Yuan. Thank you for bringing Steve back. Thank you for helping the two reunite after a long absence, and thank him for giving them the chance to reconnect. If Peggy was still a 90-year-old woman, she wouldn't be able to do another dance with Steve even if Steve didn't mind, would she? Lu Yuan was not humble either, and took over Peggy's gratitude with a smile. After eating, Lu Yuan helped them clean up their salute. It seems that Steve and Peggy are already ready to move. In fact, they have even paid the rent, but they have been waiting to make a face-to-face move with Lu Yuan. Roar. In a blink of an eye, Lu Yuan was the only one left in the huge house. Lu Yuan also felt bored, so he thought of calling Tony, only to be yelled at by Tony. It turned out that he was busy updating the battlesuit again, and he also had to research the remote control system that Ivan Vank had created before. He was so busy recently, how could he have time to take care of Lu Yuan? In fact, the company is also very busy. Mobile phones are sold all over the world. Today, there is no brand that can compete with Stark Group's ultra-smart phones in the mobile phone market. The entire market is occupied. Because the technology brought by Lu Yuan has not only surpassed the current technology for 2 years, but even surpassed it for several years. When someone else develops a similar system, it will be time for Stark Group to develop the next set of mobile phones. In addition, the most important thing is a series of supporting programs. To put it harshly, Lu Yuan has great ambitions and appetites. His plan is to create a technology circle of the Stark Group, and to develop various high-tech products around mobile phones. Needless to say, the new generation of wireless routers, there are mobile video websites, various convenient apps, and even the most basic mobile games zero. Rich mobile games can make people like this kind of high smart mobile phones more, and more importantly, mobile games are also a great tool for making money. For free games, you make money with fill money, traffic, and advertising. Not to mention spending money on games, as long as the quality is passed, you can definitely make a lot of money. The most important thing is that as long as it can make the company's mobile phone more popular, even if it doesn't make money, as long as it doesn't lose money, it's a profit. In the future, I will also open a mobile phone to read novels, read news, and so on with the new era of technology. But Lu Yuan didn't care about all of them. He only paid dividends, but handed over all the tiring work to Little Pepper. Sometimes Tony needs help too, only Lu Yuan is too leisurely. Obadiah just lives in an impenetrable life. This is the most desirable life. Isn't it good to make money while lying down? It's just that there were times when he was bored, so Liu Yuan took the time to go to a few movies, listen to a few concerts, and even attended several high society parties, and brought a few girls home. No one bothered him now, and Liu Yuan had just let go. But after a few days he got bored himself. It's so boring. No way, timeline, accelerate me. Liu Yuan finally couldn't bear it anymore, stretched out his sinful little hand, and pressed the acceleration button on the river of time. In an instant, except for Liu Yuan, time began to pass at an accelerated rate, and a lot of time 2.0 passed in a blink of an eye, and it came to 2012. It's time for a big event to happen. Liu Yuan was secretly proud. He could finally have some fun, otherwise he would be bored to death. It can be said to be a big event, but it has to be circular and gradual. For example, in the past so long, S.H.I.E.L.D's research on Tesseract, which is the space gem, has finally improved. But it is precisely because of the improved relationship that it has attracted a glimpse of the universe. Finally, someone opened the time-space tunnel to Earth through the power of the space gem and sent Loki over. As an Asgard, actually a descendant of Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim, Loki's overall strength is far greater than that of Earth people. He also has a psychic scepter, which controls the scene in an instant, and uses the psychic scepter to brainwash Hawkeye. At this point, a war is about to begin. Loki's invasion was so sudden that it didn't give S.H.I.E.L.D time to prepare. And Loki is a member of Asgard anyway, and is the child of Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim. In addition to being incompetent as a magician, he has some strength. So S.H.I.E.L.D's secret base was breached by him. Not only was the space gem taken away, but Loki also controlled a group of people with his mind scepter. Most importantly, Hawkeye Barton was also brainwashed by Loki. This made Fury realize the seriousness of the problem at once. If Thor is just wandering to the Earth, but not hostile to the Earth, then the evil god Loki in Norse mythology must have come with bad intentions. At the moment, Fury immediately decided to activate the emergency plan. It's just that if this plan is to be implemented, it has to be approved by the United Nations first. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is a subordinate agency of the United Nations, at least on the surface. So he started a video conference with his boss first, and several officers in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D obviously knew what was going on. But Director Nick Fury, do you really believe those freaks? Someone questioned. What's your plan called? By the way, Avengers. But the Avengers program has been cancelled. Several officials revealed that the Avengers plan that Fury wanted to win over Liu Yuan was eventually cancelled. The reason is that Fury's list is a bit worrying. For example, there is Hulk. Liu Yuan had gone to General Ross for this matter before. The result was nothing. Even Liu Yuan's name is on the list. Liu Yuan is an alien. Did he even let him participate? Many people are taking a wait-and-see approach to the plan. I don't mean the Avengers, Fury quibble. But there's no denying that we need a special emergency team right now. After all, although the name may not be called Avengers, but the meaning is still the same, right? We all know that you have a group of excellent agents under your command, but you have to hand over the fate of the Earth to two monsters. Someone continued to ask questions. Liu Yuan has revealed his true body more than once, that is, the attitude of Doomsday. If you add the Hulk, the two monsters are already considered the greatest danger. These people may be withdrawn or even not normal, especially Liu Yuan is not from the Earth, but I always think that as long as we have the right motivation, they can give us much needed help. Even protect the Earth, Fury said with emotion. Reasonable. Do you believe these words yourself? Emotions don't win wars, Director Nick Fury, you're too self-motivated. Facing their question after question, Fury sighed, I'm not being emotional, but now I can only rely on those warriors. Those people don't actually know that the situation has reached a very dangerous level. While Fury probably didn't know it was the space gem, he probably did. But at least Fury understands the power of Tesseract, and that Tesseract may have the ability to open space passages. After all, that's how Loki came here. And the doctor who was at the scene at the time also explained that Tesseract was originally an energy source, so there was no need to use external energy to activate it. And just like a door, since it can be opened from one side, it means that it can also be opened from the other side. Obviously, that's how Loki came to Earth, and now that Loki has taken Tesseract away, can he open that channel again? Fury knew that the situation was critical, so he stopped wrangling with them, and directly stated his worries and current hidden dangers. Only then did the United Nations know the seriousness of the problem and had to agree to Fury's emergency team's proposal. So Fury was finally able to gather his people to his heart's content. The first is to call Phil Coulson nearby, inform him that he can act, and let him be responsible for wooing Iron Man Tony. Then there was Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan's family was also in New York, but Fury didn't call directly, but instead called Natasha Romanoff first. Because of Liu Yuan's previous influence, Natasha Romanoff almost fell short. However, she still spent a lot of time in the end, and finally the work is almost finished, and now there is only one last procedure left, which is to let a general-level person speak important information. She was told that Hawkeye Barton had been brainwashed and taken away by the enemy. I'll be right here. Natasha Romanoff neatly finished the finishing touches before rushing back. You don't rush back, Natasha Romanoff, you have two big guys in charge, Fury said on the phone. 2. Natasha Romanoff was puzzled at first, then immediately exclaimed, "No way, I'd rather be in charge of the green one." Natasha Romanoff, only you could have him in, Fury persuaded softly. "Don't you really want me to sell my hue?" Natasha Romanoff felt insulted. Although she is a beautiful agent, she is not that kind of agent. Natasha Romanoff can say a little bit, and she can handle a lot of things on her own. Her skills are more deadly than her beauty, definitely she herself always thought. Fury sighed. Barton got caught. Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth angrily, knowing her relationship with Barton, and knowing that the Barton family regarded her as family, she couldn't ignore Barton, so she said so. "Too bad, this boss. You said so long ago, didn't I know if you said so?" Natasha Romanoff could only obey, and called Lu Yuan on the spot. "Master Lu Yuan, come and play," Natasha Romanoff said in an extremely cold voice. Lu Yuan fought a cold war and hung up the phone. "Is it wrong?" "That's right," Natasha Romanoff called again, roaring on the phone. "Fury asked me to call you, let me sell my hue and get you to join the Avengers, and now there's an emergency and I need your help." Lu Yuan poked out his ears. "Is your family asking for help like this? Get used to her." Natasha Romanoff roared confidently. "Isn't the old lady in her menstrual period?" "Well, this is really strange to Lu Yuan. Come here, you said it earlier." Lu Yuan had no choice but to come to meet Natasha Romanoff in despair. Natasha Romanoff was so shriveled in front of Fury before, and now Lu Yuan is so shriveled in front of her. But who asked Lu Yuan to turn people back into real women? It's understandable that he had a bad temper in those days, right? Lu Yuan peeked at Natasha Romanoff's belly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Somewhere in a certain country, this is a remote place, much like a backward tribe that has not yet developed. Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff acted together and came here, waiting for the arrival of someone next. "Didn't you say you would never join S.H.I.E.L.D. or Avengers?" Natasha Romanoff leaned against the wall, looking at Lu Yuan with arms folded. Lu Yuan sat there, looking at a cup on the table with disgust. "Is that tea? It always felt like a cup of mud soup." "Forget it, don't drink it." Even he is worried about being poisoned to death. This kind of death is really unacceptable. Raising his head, Lu Yuan rushed to Natasha Romanoff with an undead smile. "When did I join S.H.I.E.L.D.? When did I join the Avengers? Didn't I ask you to help? Beauty, your words are the imperial decree. I am happy to help your service." Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes, but she still enjoyed it. Because Lu Yuan was really strong this time, she roared him over with a roar. Not at all like before, Lu Yuan just kept teasing her, but when he really needed help, he pushed 3 and 4. It's no wonder that Natasha Romanoff is very upset with him. "My mother doesn't hesitate to give you a good look, but you only take advantage of it and don't do anything? What an asshole." Only what Lu Yuan did this time made her very satisfied. How could she know that Lu Yuan is because she saw in the future world that she has become the mother of his child, and it seems unreasonable not to give some face. He was looking at the face of the little tadpole. "Speaking of what happened to Barton," Lu Yuan asked. Natasha Romanoff shook his head, a look of worry flashing in his eyes. "I don't know, Fury just said that Barton was brainwashed by the enemy. It's Loki. Didn't you come into contact with Thor? You should know something about Loki." "Oh, who would pay attention to the bloody soap operas of the Odinson family?" Lu Yuan complained directly, without giving any face, whether he was the god king of Norse mythology or not. Natasha Romanoff was dumbfounded. At least to them ordinary people, those are the legendary gods. "Okay, he's coming." Suddenly, a warning came from Natasha Romanoff's wireless earphones, and the man was finally coming. Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff came here because they had another mission. This time the emergency plan was more urgent, and Fury had to call everyone in the first place, and even needed the people who had already called to call others. Because it wasn't that anyone he wanted to help would go. For example, Lu Yuan. If Natasha Romanoff hadn't come forward, no one might be able to move him. Even if Tony had that face, or Steve could get out, it would have to wait until later. But the problem is, there is still a troublesome figure to solve. I saw that the curtain hanging on the door was pulled open, and first a little girl ran in with money in her hand, and then ran away from the back window with a quick movement. Immediately after that, a man dressed in a bit shabby, but also a bit particular, followed. He has a name called Bruce Banner, also known as Dr. Banner, and a resounding nickname called the Hulk. Yes, he is the Hulk. It turned out that the two big men that Fury put Natasha Romanoff in charge of, one was Lu Yuan, and the other was the Hulk. Fury's guy is very insidious. He deliberately asked Natasha Romanoff to contact Lu Yuan first, and then he planned to ask Lu Yuan to win over the Hulk. The calculus was very loud. Lu Yuan didn't mind either. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff was about to go out, he quickly stood up and followed, and subconsciously wanted to hold Natasha Romanoff's little hand. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly took 2 steps to dodge, glared at Lu Yuan, and came to the front of Dr. Banner outside. "Dr. Banner, I'm Natasha Romanoff, from SHIELD. I'm here to invite you to do me a favor," Natasha Romanoff said straight to the point as soon as she came up. She was from SHIELD. Dr. Banner's face first showed an unpleasant expression, but he immediately smiled in disguise. "I don't think I did anything wrong." To be honest, Dr. Banner doesn't have a favorable opinion of S.H.I.E.L.D., including the military power of any country. The reason is that almost everyone wants his power to create an army of super warriors. Dr. Banner also lived a life in hiding because of these troubles. In fact, he didn't know that General Ross had withdrawn his arrest, and he could go back to a normal life. Lu Yuan said directly, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse, I'll tell you the truth, as long as you perform well this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. can assign you an identity to ensure that you will never be arrested again, provided that you will not be arrested again. The rampage is out of control. Remember Betty? You don't want to go back and reconnect with her? If you stay like this for a few more years, she can even play soy sauce for children." In fact, in the Marvel movie universe, there is almost no story of Betty anymore. Lu Yuan guessed that Betty is already married to someone else. Hearing Lu Yuan mentioned Betty, Dr. Banner's expression loosened. But he still wanted to find out, what is the matter with me? Lu Yuan sighed, otherwise, you can just call Fatty Lu out. It's too troublesome to chat with you. It's better for me to use my fist to communicate with Fatty Lu. Dr. Banner glanced at Lu Yuan in confusion. In fact, Dr. Banner didn't know that Lu Yuan was the big monster who had subdued him and his hatred one by one. The Hatred and Hulk at that time were simply good babies in front of Lu Yuan's destruction day. Natasha Romanoff must have known that. He glanced at Lu Yuan with a funny and annoyed expression, and motioned him to shut up with his eyes. He was about to die. Let Lu Yuan go on, and he might have to fight. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly stepped forward and continued to convince Dr. Banner, actually, S.H.I.E.L.D. lost a very important thing, which may be related to gamma rays, blank. That's why we want to invite in this regard. You're an expert here to help us find it. As long as you can find that thing, you can leave at any time, and we guarantee that no one will be against you. Lu Yuan pouted his lips and said liar silently. Natasha Romanoff kicked him with the heel in a fit of rage. Lu Yuan snorted and walked aside. Natasha Romanoff is worthy of being a professional. Her face is not blushing and her heart is not beating, as if what she said is true. But actually, Natasha Romanoff's task is to deceive Dr. Banner. As for Fury, that's why she didn't care, and returned the empty check with a mouthful of promises. No one's doing anything against Dr. Banner? What a joke. Maybe even Fury has to worry about Dr. Banner getting out of control. In addition to this, isn't this emergency plan to deal with Loki in the end? Can it still influence Loki? There will definitely be a fight in the end. In the end, Natasha Romanoff persuaded Dr. Banner, or perhaps Lu Yuan promised that Dr. Banner could return to a normal life, and that he could go back to live with his girlfriend Betty, which is what moved him. Then they got on the plane that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already prepared and headed to a certain country. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. has always known about the whereabouts of the Hulk. Lu Yuan could have opened the door of space, and he came like that when he came, but he didn't want to show too much enthusiasm. In fact, Natasha Romanoff doesn't know that Lu Yuan has been very boring recently. He even took the initiative to cross the timeline to the time node of Avengers Alliance 1. If she knew, she would have lost all her efforts if it wasn't for Lu Yuan's previous pleas. In the sea near a certain country, there is a huge amount of aircraft carrier docked. When Lu Yuan and the others came over, Steve and Peggy took the lead to meet them. Oh, you're here too. Lu Yuan was not surprised. Peggy was originally the high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and one of the founders. Since she regained her youth, she has returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. So Steve also joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Lu Yuan has spent so much time, he also knows 390 things that happened during this time. It's weird, but it's definitely a no-brainer. After all, his strength is there. Steve nodded to Lu Yuan, made a move with Natasha Romanoff roar, and finally came to Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner, I heard that you can find Tesseract. At the beginning, Steve led someone to defeat Hydra, and then captured the Tesseract. He was even very concerned about the strength of the Tesseract. Peggy glanced at Lu Yuan, suddenly showed a wicked smile, and pulled Natasha Romanoff away. Let's go over there and talk, and let these stinky old men stay on the side. Natasha Romanoff was at a loss. She had also heard about Peggy, but she had been out on assignments recently, and this was the first time she had come face to face with her. Subconsciously, Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Yuan for help. Lu Yuan looked at Steve. Steve shrugged. It's Peggy who said that she's suddenly young again, and she always has to make a report. Why did Natasha Romanoff ask Lu Yuan for help? It must have been known that Peggy's rejuvenation had something to do with Lu Yuan, and even that Peggy and Steve once lived in Lu Yuan's house. Don't forget that Lu Yuan's villa was prepared for him by S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if Lu Yuan didn't want to think about it, he realized that there must be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyeliner staring at him nearby. Natasha Romanoff saw Lu Yuan pretending not to see, pulling Steve and Dr. Banner there to chat, gritted his teeth, an unreliable man. But she also wondered what Peggy wanted to say to herself. As a result, Peggy took Natasha Romanoff aside and whispered to her, that man is very fussy. I've heard that he often brings women home. You have to be careful. Natasha Romanoff wants to say what it has to do with herself. But for some reason, she unconsciously squeezed her fist, and a certain flame rose up in her eyes. On the other side, Lu Yuan didn't seem to know what was going on, with Dr. Banner on the left and Steve on the right. The three came to the edge of the aircraft carrier and looked at the sea below. Attention all units on deck, it's about to take off. Suddenly, the aircraft carrier suddenly changed. 4 huge amounts of propellers were deployed from the 4 directions of the aircraft carrier, and the aircraft carrier slowly flew up from the sea. So this is still an amphibious aircraft carrier? Even Dr. Banner was surprised. Is technology so advanced now? Huge amounts of the aircraft carrier soared into the sky, and when it reached a certain height, it even turned on a layer of armor based on a certain principle, and the whole entered a state of invisibility. Afterwards, Phil Coulson came to find Liu Yuan and the others, and brought a few hillies to the control room. Fury was already waiting for them. How? Our technology is not bad, right? Fury asked, not without a show. You just asked us to watch this. Liu Yuan angered when he came up. Fury said no more and started explaining the situation to Dr. Banner. Natasha Romanoff silently came to a computer that was searching for news about Barton's agent. Now the operating room is divided into several parts. The first is naturally the operating system that maintains the aircraft carrier's flight direction, as well as the invisible console. There is also a full search for Tesseract's gamma rays. Then there's the search for information on Loki. In fact, there are still some computers searching for other related people, but they are ignored because they are not important. Liu Yuan came behind Natasha Romanoff squatting and comforted. Don't worry, Barton is fine, don't forget that I have a good relationship with him. Natasha Romanoff sighed. If you really think of Barton as your friend, I think you'll be able to find Barton's whereabouts now, right? Just like you can always know where I am at any time. Natasha Romanoff is smart, it's not that he doesn't know what Liu Yuan wants to do, he wants to chase him. So she was surprised that Liu Yuan could easily find herself several times, and later regarded it as his ability. But now, Liu Yuan's attitude towards Barton and Natasha Romanoff are completely different. He could have found Barton's whereabouts. But Liu Yuan didn't do that. Yes, for Liu Yuan, what he encounters now is not a problem, as long as he wants to. Natasha Romanoff, please take Dr. Banner to his room. Dr. Banner wants to help us find the whereabouts of Tesseract and Barton agent as soon as possible, Fury called out over there. After explaining the situation to Dr. Banner seemed to have already what do you think of. Natasha Romanoff took a deep look at Liu Yuan, then walked past him. Liu Yuan shrugged and looked at Peggy. Don't look at Fury as the director, but Peggy's status is special, and even Fury has to give a bit of thinness. There are too many people now, and Liu Yuan didn't ask her why she said that, but turned around and glanced around. Then he couldn't help but muttered in his heart, damn, more than half of them are Hydra, what's wrong? Seeing this, Liu Yuan was really startled. He found out that more than half of the people were Hydra, and there were not many people in S.H.I.E.L.D. But this time, Hydra has learned to be smart, and no one has tattoos on their bodies anymore, lest they be found out again. Later, Liu Yuan still found the opportunity to question Peggy alone. Why did she say that? Why say that to Natasha Romanoff? Peggy felt amused and said, one is to let her know who you are, you playboy. There is definitely another point to repay you for helping us. If she really cares about you, I think she has to be tension. Well, just pretend she's helping herself. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, found a target that matches Loki's appearance. For some reason, Loki appeared so suddenly, he couldn't have known that S.H.I.E.L.D. was laying down a net to follow him. But he just came out. Captain, it's up to you. Fury definitely didn't miss the opportunity, and immediately gave the order to attack. Including Natasha Romanoff followed suit, and she and a pilot were responsible for flying Steve to the past. I'll go too. Liu Yuan sighed. Since Natasha Romanoff was going, he was dealing with a dangerous guy like Loki. He definitely couldn't just sit back and ignore it. This Fury. Liu Yuan thought it was Fury's intentional arrangement. As a result, Fury blocked Liu Yuan's initiative. Liu Yuan, you stay. Huh. Liu Yuan was stunned. Shouldn't he let him help arrest Loki? Fury secretly glanced at the direction Natasha Romanoff took Dr. Banner to before, but he actually let Liu Yuan see it on purpose. Liu Yuan understood at once, and said with a sneer, you are really insidious. Why do you want to leave Liu Yuan to watch the house? He wasn't looking at home, it was Hulk. What if everyone was gone and at the moment Hulk suddenly got out of control? Fury knew that Liu Yuan could defeat Hulk, and it was very easy. So he left Liu Yuan, which was putting a safety bolt on the Hulk. Liu Yuan said that he was insidious. On the surface, he seemed to completely trust Dr. Banner. A duplicitous guy. Fury didn't care, anyway, he's just that kind of person, not emotional, but rather ruthless. No way, Liu Yuan could only tell Natasha Romanoff to be careful. Natasha Romanoff ignored Liu Yuan, opened S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet with a flight attendant, and dragged the heavily armed Steve away. S.H.I.E.L.D. also prepared Steve's equipment in advance, still his old battlesuit. What to say? Have you ever seen anyone wearing national chess on the battlefield? Watching Quinjet go away quickly, Liu Yuan could only stay on the aircraft carrier boldly and accompany the old fellow Fury. This guy has been a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. since Captain Marvel in the 90s, so many years now, I don't know how old he is. Liu Yuan didn't bother to look at a big man, so he ran to a console next to him and asked a heroic-looking female agent, what's your name? The latter glanced at Liu Yuan and said with a light snort, my name is Hill, I know who you are, but you don't have to waste time on me, that's impossible. Liu Yuan spread his hands, did I say anything? I was asking if there is any free computer, anyway, I am free. Can I hit the little bees? Beat the little bee, a very old game. Hill looked at Lu Yuan speechlessly, then turned back subconsciously and asked Fury for instructions with a questioning look. Fury nodded. If that would keep him quiet for a while. Actually, I liked your initial attitude better. This means that when Lu Yuan first contacted S.H.I.E.L.D, he was extremely arrogant and cold. He seemed to be cooperating all the time, but at the end he left a warning that if S.H.I.E.L.D dared to go too far, he would not be so good at talking. Well, although Lu Yuan gave a lot of face later. By the way, didn't you invite Tony? Lu Yuan asked Fury while Hill was trying to find an old game like Little B. Fury definitely couldn't miss Tony. Knowing that Lu Yuan was testing, he couldn't help laughing and replied, "Don't worry, I've asked Tony to help, Natasha Romanoff is fine." Lu Yuan was really relieved, actually because he knew that in addition to the place where Loki was found, including Barton was also nearby, he also brought a team of brainwashed agents. One is bright and the other is dark, and Natasha Romanoff will still be dangerous if Hawkeye is going to do a sneak attack. Because the two of them are longtime friends and know each other well, Natasha Romanoff is dangerous if Hawkeye kills him. And Steve. It's not that Lu Yuan doesn't believe that he can't beat Loki. In fact, Steve can beat anyone, and it's hard to predict the outcome with Loki. Might as well trust Tony. In the end, Hill finally found the old-fashioned game for Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan was obedient and played with his computer aside. During the period, Phil Coulson also came over and briefly said a few words to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also asked Phil Coulson if he had succeeded in getting Steve to get an autograph. Almost everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D knows that Phil Coulson is a huge fan of Steve, even Lu Yuan has heard of it. When Steve announced he was joining S.H.I.E.L.D, he nearly passed out with excitement. This is what Natasha Romanoff said, it's debatable whether it's true. On the other hand, the capture of Loki has gone so smoothly for some reason. Because not only did Loki take the initiative to show up, but he also appeared on the street as if he did it on purpose, and even asked people on the street to kneel for him. It's crazy to want to be a king, this guy is about to go crazy. Natasha Romanoff and the others arrive at the crucial moment, and Steve rushes down ahead and fights Loki. The result was as expected by Lu Yuan, Steve, and Loki, the magician, were 5-5 in melee combat, and were knocked down by Loki a few times. Although Steve quickly got back on his feet, he did lose a foothold for a while. 0. Before Lu Yuan was worried, Tony arrived in time as Iron Man. Then Loki immediately surrendered. To be honest, it was more like he deliberately wanted to be arrested. At least Steve thought so. Then later, on their way back, they also encountered Thor's intrusion. It turned out that Asgard also knew the news that Loki was going to mess with the Earth, and also received the news about the space gem, so Odin sent Thor to the Earth again, one to bring the space gem to Asgard, the other to defeat Loki and bring he took it back. It seems that the old guy Odin has also peeped at infinite gems. Thor then hijacks Loki from the plane, and the two brothers exchange affectionately. But Tony and Thor didn't know each other well, and they fought each other for a while. In short, with every superhero on the stage, they have to show it, right? Only Lu Yuan maintained an indifferent attitude, squatting in the corner and playing the game of BB silently. And Fury secretly saw that from the beginning to the end, Lu Yuan never died once, and now he has reached the last level. In fact, it is a mystery whether there is a real level in the game of playing Little B, at least the author has not played it. Anyway, the meaning is that Lu Yuan played very well. Isn't this a foregone conclusion? He is a guy who entered the almighty universe with one kick, and now he is sitting here playing games. If he still loses, he will be damned. Finally, when Natasha Romanoff and the others flew back, Tony, Thor and Loki who were being escorted came back together. I don't know if Tony and Thor had a conflict later, and how they were resolved. It was rare for Lu Yuan to put down the computer, and it was the first time he saw this god of tricks with his own eyes. Dr. Banner also left his lab, looking at Loki being escorted past him, always feeling like he was targeting him. Loki was then sent to a specially made cell. When Lu Yuan saw the cell, he couldn't help but jokingly said, "Isn't it prepared for me?" But others couldn't laugh, especially Dr. Banner. His face changed. To be honest, this emergency team was called too suddenly, and there was no warning before that. It is impossible for them to become friends for many years at once, not to mention tacit understanding. Reserved. Definitely Lu Yuan is an exception. Even someone like Tony, who is uninhibited, self-regarding, arrogant, and extremely narcissistic, took the initiative to call roar to Lu Yuan after he came in, and joked, "That thing can't lock you up." Long time no see. The two hugged affectionately. How long Lu Yuan sped up the timeline was equivalent to how long he had been separated from Tony. The two good friends really haven't seen each other for a long time. Lu Yuan couldn't help complaining, who is it all because of? A guy who values sex over friends. Isn't it because Lu Yuan didn't go because he was afraid of disturbing him and Little Pepper, and he didn't want to be called Mr. Bulb anymore? Tony smiled and suggested, "Find a place to have a drink after you're done. Don't set up a flag," Lu Yuanxin said. As long as he said this, something would definitely happen. Thor and Steve, along with Natasha Romanoff and Peggy, also came to the room. When Thor saw Lu Yuan, his eyes lit up, and he kindly walked over to shake hands with him. Originally Thor wanted to hug him too, but this big man had some muscle mass, so Lu Yuan didn't want to be hugged by him. Thor and Liu Yuan and Phil Coulson are old acquaintances, especially Thor seems to know that Liu Yuan once held up his Mjolnir. My father said that you have the qualifications to lift Mjolnir, and at the same time have a noble character that is not deceived by power, Thor said of Odin's evaluation of Liu Yuan. It seemed that Odin had been observing when Liu Yuan held up Mjolnir. Maybe if Liu Yuan really wants to gain the power of Thor, Odin will definitely stop it. It will be accounted for after the fact. Liu Yuan smiled nonchalantly. If he wanted power, he could get it in his own way, not by a hammer, let alone by Odin's charity. Besides, he's stronger than Odin. Tony, who was on the side, asked in hindsight, "You know each other?" "That seems to be a misunderstanding. Good job, big man, you played well before." He also patted Thor's arm. Thor finds it inexplicable, it's just a tin man leaning on a tin suit, so tugging? He is God. After Fury locked Loki up, they joined in as well. Looking at the room full of talented people, Fury just felt content. With the exception of Hawkeye Barton still missing, take a look at the current lineup. Captain America Steve, Iron Man Tony, Thor, Hulk, Dr. Banner, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and the alien Liu Yuan. Well, I haven't figured out a title for him yet. You say it's Superman, but that's not his real body. But it's called Doomsday. One is that it doesn't look like the title of superhero, and the other is that he will not reveal his true body easily, not because he thinks he is ugly, because he is afraid of scaring others. Liu Yuan's human form is also a handsome guy. If fans have nightmares just thinking about his true colors, he will also be sad. Who doesn't want to have a few female fans? In addition, there are several important S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the aircraft carrier in the room. Like Peggy, Phil Coulson, Hill, Fury, of course. A group of people sat around the conference table. Liu Yuan looked around and seemed to have a good relationship with him. Only Dr. Banner didn't know yet, but Liu Yuan was actually the big monster that day, otherwise Roar would be surprised that it was you. The crowd is definitely not sitting here for an exhibition or a blind date, but for a discussion about Loki. It's more like he was taken in by us. What is his purpose? Everyone can see that Loki has no intention of resisting, but has a very clear sense of initiative, more like delaying time zero. Thor, what do you know? They all looked at Thor together, they were brothers after all. Thor knows something. I heard he has an army of Chitauri, from somewhere in the universe, that will help him wage war to conquer Earth. Aha, war. Liu Yuan snorted coldly, even though he kept saying that he was an alien. He talked about staying out of the way and not participating in any forces all day long. But in fact, if you come to a non-Earth force to try to attack the Earth, you can see if he will stay out of it. Before, including knowing that Thor will not attack the Earth, and it will not be harmful to the Earth, he still ran over to witness it for himself. So Liu Yuan's eyes became cold and he warned, Thor, even if he is your brother, if there is a war, I can only say that he will die, and it will be miserable. Thor looked at Liu Yuan. For your sake, I can leave him a whole body, Liu Yuan said his bottom line. Thor frowned deeply, trying to speak for Loki, but he also knew that if war did break out, it was Loki who started it, and he invaded Earth. I'll help you stop him. Thor took his stand, vaguely pleading for Loki. You see he's here to help. Can't you spare Loki's life for his sake? That guy is a lunatic, yelled Dr. Banner 2.0, even though he could turn into the Hulk, but Dr. Banner was a peace lover. Even Dr. Banner even wanted to solve himself in order not to let the other self continue to harm the Earth. It turned out that he had just shot in the mouth on one side, and the other he had spit out the bullet. He can't die at all. Thor knew Liu Yuan, but not Dr. Banner, and scolded, no matter what Loki does, he's an Asgard, and more importantly, my younger brother. It was your brother who took control of one of our agents, kidnapped Dr. Eric Shavig, and killed more than 80 people in 2 days, Natasha Romanoff said, accusing what Loki has done these days. Thor lost his confidence. Well, my father picked him up. Also, Eric is my friend. Thor, where's your courage? This one. Since it's not clear what Loki's true intentions are, or why he was deliberately arrested, people are still discussing it. If Loki wanted to hide, he wouldn't be caught so easily. Thor has the most say here, because he knows his brother. Apparently Loki first revealed his position, then got caught almost without resistance. Do you really think he's that easy to deal with? And he can't command his alien army if he stays here, if he really has a large army. Steve was as sensitive and concerned about the topic of war as Liu Yuan. After all, the world was still at war before he was frozen, and he just woke up not long ago. Portal, I finally know why he kidnapped Dr. Eric Selvig. Dr. Banner seemed to think of something. Eric Selvig is a doctor with considerable accomplishments in astronomy. If it were him, he might be able to create a portal that even Dr. Tony and Dr. Banner cannot achieve today. And Iridium, don't forget that the Barton agent robbed a doctor's warehouse. Tony heard the news that he was attacking the doctor when 06 was capturing Loki. And that doctor has a chemical element called Iridium in his hands. I don't know what Iridium is for. Dr. Banner is not an expert in this field after all, so he was a little confused about the role of Iridium for a while. It can help him stabilize the portal, Tony said as if he were familiar with the role of Iridium. I heard that when Loki first came to Earth, it caused a collapse of the portal, and even destroyed a building. But if you add Iridium, you don't have that danger. In addition, Iridium can also allow Loki to increase the file size of the portal, and even open the portal as long as he wants, Tony said, the more ugly his face became. If it's just a one-time portal and only one team can be sent, the threat isn't that great. But once the portal can be opened all the time, and the alien army from outside the sky can be continuously delivered, then it is very dangerous. When did you become an expert in this field again? Lu Yuan didn't care about the danger hidden in Tony's words, but was interested in when he got a degree. Tony glanced at Lu Yuan and said helplessly, because I read the whole paper published by Dr. Selvig last night. By the way, don't you have any homework? But if he wants to get enough energy to open the portal, he needs to heat the Tesseract to at least 100 million degrees, I don't know if this is Celsius or Fahrenheit, to break through the Coulomb barrier, Dr. Banner said suddenly. Tony's eyes lit up, and he said, unless Dr. Selvig has figured out a way to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect. If he figured it out, he could do heavy ion beam fusion in any reactor. When two of the brightest scientists on the planet right now start a one-word conversation, almost everyone is dumbfounded. Steve turned to look at the two who came together to shake hands, and whispered, what are they talking about? Lu Yuan burst out laughing, mainly because Steve's cute look was too funny, although I don't understand it, at least I won't show it. Everyone else has a black line, and you don't understand that you are still laughing at others there? You really don't understand. Tony looked at Lu Yuan with a funny face. Lu Yuan shrugged, don't dig a hole for me, although I am really strong in learning ability, but since I can open the portal with my own strength instead of your cumbersome and lengthy scientific theories like smelly socks, I will give up wearing smelly socks. Does Lu Yuan really understand? Wrong, he even knows more about any element, substance, and even various phenomena in the universe than any scientist currently known. He could enumerate every element and even principle of the sun. Only that doesn't make any sense. You are still working hard to build a portal device with scientific methods, and people have long wanted to open a stable portal. With such a big difference, why bother? In many cases, power is not complicated. As long as you can understand the principle, it will be as simple as drinking water and eating, and even more natural than roar suction. What else can Tony say about Lu Yuan's answer? Well, he knows that Lu Yuan can use magic to open the portal, but this is really not the same thing as science. It doesn't help that we can't sit here all the time anyway. Fury didn't speak until then, giving his opinion. He kept asking the Avengers to exchange opinions until they were almost acquainted, and then interrupted. Then I hope you can help Dr. Banner to find out the whereabouts of Tesseract and the Barton agent as soon as possible, Tony. Since we already know that Bastard's plan must never let him succeed. I think it's best to start with his scepter, because that scepter works a lot like the Hydra weapons I've seen before, Steve suggested again. In fact, he was right, but not entirely right. That scepter is actually another infinite gems, which is the lodging of Mind Gem, and the gemstone inlaid on it is Mind Gem. Mind Gem is at the same level as Tesseract Space Gem, that is, Scepter and Tesseract are two gems at one level. However, because it is 390 infinite gems, and in the setting of the Power Universe, infinite gems seem to be the same type as gamma rays. So it seems to be the same. Lu Yuan is the only one who knows the true face of the spiritual scepter among the people present. But he didn't say anything, and he didn't observe Mind Gem. Don't forget that he has integrated a full set of infinite gems, and his infinite gems are from the main universe of the Marvel Universe. That is the most powerful and complete setting. At Fury's urging, the crowd began to act. Mainly still lies with Tony and Dr. Banner. They are the main players in the search for gems now. As for the others, they can only do what they can in their own way. It was like Steve was with Peggy. Natasha Romanoff was going to pay attention to Barton's news, but was called aside by Lu Yuan. She thought there was something wrong, but Lu Yuan wanted to show her his ability to play games, and suddenly became angry. Head away. =Ike=#. Later, Thor still couldn't see it and came to Lu Yuan. Try. Thor suddenly threw the hammer out of his hand. Lu Yuan caught it subconsciously. This guy is really not right. His own artifact is thrown out when he says it is thrown out. It seems that the title of second-hand and funny Thor is gone. Everyone started to act. Tony and Dr. Banner are in charge of searching for Tesseract signals. Steve has his own business to do, and even Natasha Romanoff is monitoring Loki's every move and looking for opportunities to get some intel. Perhaps there are only two people doing nothing now. One is Thor and the other is Lu Yuan. The two asked Fury for a separate room, where they were discussing the use of Mjolnir. How did you fly? Throw yourself out. Lu Yuan was curious about Thor's flight method. Thor waved the hammer in his hand and explained, I threw the hammer out, and then let myself take off. Lu Yuan was powerless to complain. It was a perfect physical law. This made Lu Yuan inexplicably think of a picture. The athlete who threw the iron ball didn't let go in time after throwing the iron ball, and then took himself away. Whoosh. Suddenly, Thor on the opposite side threw the hammer over. Lu Yuan reached out to take it, and sighed helplessly, You really want to do this? Thor just said that he wanted Lu Yuan to try it. As for what to try, in a nutshell, let Lu Yuan try to see if he can still get Thor's power when he is holding a hammer. Facts have proved that he can't. Lu Yuan can't have the opportunity to get Thor's power after getting the hammer's approval as before. The reason is simple, Thor has his power back, unless Odin takes it away from him again. So when Lu Yuan holds the hammer, he can only control the thunder and lightning through Mjolnir, but he cannot obtain Thor's power by mastering the hammer. Thor looked smug when he saw this scene. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, this guy understood too well. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan held the hammer and made a waving motion. In the end, he said disappointedly, it's too light, and it's too small. It's not suitable for me, man, it has to be big. Thor didn't understand that Lu Yuan was driving, and explained, only those of us who can pick up a hammer will feel light, but for the enemy, it is no less than being hit by a planet. That's why unrecognized people can't hold a hammer, not even Hulk. The original weight of the hammer was terrifying, and with the blessing of Odin's magic, most people couldn't use brute force. But Lu Yuan still shook his head, I still prefer a bigger one. In the end, even Hill couldn't listen. At first Hill was curious about what they would do, so in the main control room he could turn on monitors and monitors. This is S.H.I.E.L.D's turf, and it's full of extremely clever monitors hidden everywhere. At the moment Hill looked at Fury, what are they doing? Fury shrugged. As long as these two aliens don't mess up, I'm already thankful. To be honest, now that the enemy he's facing is aliens, it's impossible to say that Fury doesn't have any worries. Loki is also Thor's brother, both from Asgard. Could it be that Asgard didn't plan to attack the Earth? And Lu Yuan, who said he came from Krypton. But the problem is, this is in the Marvel Universe, how can there be such a planet as Krypton? In addition, the origin of Chitauri is unclear, even Thor said that he did not know where they came from. Just in case, Fury had to think about the worst. Especially when Hill suddenly noticed, boss, a virus is hacking into our system. Who? Fury asked hastily. J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony did it. Hill sighed. Tony really doesn't think their S.H.I.E.L.D. people are idiots? In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D. also collects geniuses on a global scale, and even a whole planet of geniuses is not as good as him alone. Think more. Fury also had a headache. The situation was already so tense, I didn't expect Tony to make such a small gesture. What worries Fury even more is that S.H.I.E.L.D. does have a secret. For example, why did Loki suddenly open the portal to come to Earth before? That's right, they're researching and developing Tesseract, which activates the power of Tesseract, allowing Loki to open doors from the other side. About this, Tony obviously already understands. In the previous meeting, he complained that the portal opened by S.H.I.E.L.D. was unstable, but it was actually Loki opening it from the other side. Looks like I'll have to go over there. Fury could only talk to Tony himself. After Lu Yuan and Thor saw it, they finally ended their little game. They were about to pass the hammer around like a basketball. But that's not a child's game, it's a training in cooperative combat, and when necessary, maybe they can cooperate with one hand and two people. Seeing Fury hurrying, the two thought they had found the whereabouts of Tesseract, and hurriedly followed. Then they came to the laboratory of Tony and Dr. Banner, and saw that the two were working together in tacit understanding, and at the same time chatting about something. Stark, please don't do anything superfluous, your mission is to find the whereabouts of Tesseract, Fury said straight to the point when he came in, indicating that he already knew what Tony was doing. Tony didn't mind at all, while admitting that he was indeed hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D's system. He said nonchalantly, we have established a search engine, as long as there is a clue, we can find it at the first time. But what is even more strange to me is that, what is the purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. to develop Tesseract? What is the so-called second stage? The first stage is to develop Tesseract, so what is the purpose of the second stage? Weapons. Suddenly, Steve also broke in, and threw a high-tech firearm on the workbench. Fortunately, there was no energy in it, so there was no need to worry about escaping. Steve looked at Fury with disappointment in his eyes. I took, blank, as the world has changed, and the result is still the same as before. S.H.I.E.L.D., like Hydra, are using Tesseract to create powerful weapons. Steve, Peggy chased in from behind, looking at her, she'd clearly been chasing her all the way. But seeing the situation in the room, Peggy silently stopped the words she wanted to stop. At this time, Tony finally completely hacked into the system of S.H.I.E.L.D. He read a lot of important information for a while, especially a huge amount of missiles like rockets. Why did S.H.I.E.L.D. develop such a dangerous weapon? Banner couldn't help but ask. Such a weapon would even be far more powerful than a nuclear weapon. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff seemed to have something to gain, and walked in quickly, and as soon as he came in, he aimed at Banner. Loki's target is you? Banner was shocked. You guys brought me here in the first place. All of a sudden, because of the unearthed important secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone began to question Fury what they were hiding from the world before. When Fury saw the fierce reaction from the crowd, he understood that he had to give an explanation. Suddenly, Fury pointed at Lu Yuan and Thor respectively, because of them. We saw his power after seeing Lu Yuan easily shredding hatred and defeating Hulk. If Hulk is an inescapable controlled bombs, then Lu Yuan is the nuclear weapon that can run around by himself. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Do you blame me? Banner looked at Lu Yuan in shock, only to realize that he was the monster who had defeated him before. Fury continued, and Thor. Last year, a small town was destroyed because of their crap. We just realized that humans are not alone, there are other planetary civilizations in the universe, and even we are in them. In front of him is the 5 scumbags, not as good as a child. So we have to have the power to protect ourselves. That's Fury's answer, and the reason for developing Tesseract to build weapons. But once you develop Tesseract, you're declaring war on everyone else, and you're telling everyone in the universe that Earth is ready for battle. Thor scolded Fury for reason 390. Fury sneered and asked back, why, did the Earthlings come to your planet to make a fuss? This is the irony that Thor came to Earth before, but brought destruction to a small town. At least Tesseract shouldn't be developed. That thing has extraordinary power and will cause others to pry. Even for super civilizations, there are a few things that are enough to make them jealous, and Tesseract is one of them. Yuan was not in a hurry to reveal the existence of infinite gems. However, he is also warning everyone that treasures like Tesseract are enough to attract the peeps of super civilizations. Like the Kree. The civilization of the Kree people is already one of the super civilizations, but even they value the power of Tesseract very much, and even chased the Earth for a time. The Kree already know that the Tesseract is here on Earth, and may make a comeback at some point. Not to mention Thanos. Then what else can we do? Rely on you? You have never lent us your power. Fury's avatar angered, and his deep resentment and dissatisfaction with Yuan, the alien, erupted. Yuan shouted angrily, damn, what do you think I'm doing here? Have you ever played the house? You know who brought you here. Fury glanced at Natasha Romanoff covertly. Yuan was powerless to refute. He didn't speak, but the quarrel of others continued. For some reason, everyone started complaining and accusing each other. As long as someone speaks, it will definitely become the target of public criticism. Even Tony took the opportunity to complain that Yuan had completely become a hands-off shopkeeper. Yuan ignored him and walked straight into the laboratory, in front of Loki's spiritual scepter. He actually already knew that the state of everyone was not normal, because the gemstone inlaid on the mind scepter was actually the mind gem, which was controlling the emotions of the people in the room. Yuan could have stopped it, but why stop it? Their team was only established today, so it's possible to have a tacit understanding right away, and maybe they still have a lot of opinions on each other in their hearts. For example, Steve and Tony don't like each other because their personalities are so different, they're two extremes. So they are also against each other. Steve asked Tony, what else do you have but a tin? Take off that tin and what are you? Tony retorted unceremoniously, I'm still a billionaire, a philanthropist, and a playboy. But what about you, Rogers? You're just an experiment, and everything you have is just from a small bottle of serum. Two people can be said to be tit for tat to the extreme. Steve commented, people like you are selfish and you'll never be a hero. Hero? Like you? Tony didn't seem to care. But only Yuan knew that Tony would still care and feel hurt. With a light sigh, Yuan said without turning his head, I didn't want to say it, because the people present have a good relationship with me. If they had to say it, they were probably meeting each other for the first time. But only Yuan has dealt with almost everyone. Especially Tony, the first friend he knew. Yuan couldn't help but say something fair, Steve, after all, you only served for a certain country, so don't call yourself a superhero, you are a person who serves the country. It's just a soldier, that's your responsibility. Then Tony is the one who really works for world peace, and it's a bit biased to say he's not a superhero. This is Yuan's view. Even though Steve has fought against Hydra, it is undeniable that he entered the battlefield as a soldier of a certain country. Since you are a soldier of a certain country, how can you be so embarrassed to call it superhero? Co-authored superhero is just a superhero of a certain country? It was Tony who acted from a global standpoint. What about you? Natasha Romanoff suddenly burst out at Yuan, if you want, you can find the whereabouts of Tesseract and Barton, right? But you don't do anything, do you think you are a hero? Yuan sighed again, and pointed his hand out, okay, your Barton is here. Everyone looked out the window subconsciously, only to see a plane chasing up from the outside. Because the aircraft's signal turned out to be the internal signal of S.H.I.E.L.D, the aircraft carrier was not alert yet. At this moment, the door of the plane opened, and as expected, Agent Barton stood there raising a bow, and decisively shot an arrow that hit the engine near the crowd. Be careful. Boom. The next second, Barton's arrow suddenly exploded with huge amounts of impact. It turned out that his arrow could be modified, and it was also a high-tech weapon. Barton's attack came so suddenly, everyone was arguing before, and he didn't even notice. Yuan definitely noticed, but he did nothing and let Barton's attack succeed. For a time, the mothership was in chaos. The attacked engines also lost power, and the entire carrier began to slowly tilt. Steve and Tony stopped arguing, and Steve opened his hands to protect Peggy and Tony respectively, and said to Tony, go and wear a battle suit. Listen to you. Tony didn't try to be brave, knowing that he was just an ordinary person with a mortal body, and could only rely on Steve's cover to find the storage of the battle suit. On the other side, Natasha Romanoff was blown up to the next room with Banner. And because Banner was attacked, he was in an abnormal state. He is about to transform. Natasha Romanoff and Banner were blown away together, and fell into a place like a computer room. There are many pipes here, and it should be a more important place. Natasha Romanoff was a little unlucky. After being blown up, a pipe fell and pressed her calf. At the moment, she lay on the ground and couldn't break free, and Banner was beside her, looking very bad because he was about to transform. Bruce, it's okay, Natasha Romanoff could only try to soothe Banner's emotions. However, when Banner looked back at her, there was only endless anger and madness in his eyes, and he couldn't control it. As he watched Banner's body begin to change, he became huge little by little, and the clothes on his body were also torn apart, revealing gradually green skin and terrifying muscles. At this moment, Lu Yuan came to Natasha Romanoff's side. Looking down at Natasha Romanoff's posture, Lu Yuan couldn't help but pat down Natasha Romanoff, but the target at the beginning and the final landing point changed a little. She used psychokinesis to help her remove the tube, and quietly healed her ankle. Can you still stand up? Lu Yuan asked. Natasha Romanoff glared at Lu Yuan, but she wisely didn't say anything. Instead, she glanced at Hulk, who had completed her transformation, and asked, "Can I leave it to you?" "Definitely no problem," Lu Yuan replied confidently. "Why don't you think Fury asked me to do something before?" When he went to capture Loki before, Fury had specially left Lu Yuan behind in order to let him watch Hulk. Natasha Romanoff was relieved and got up to leave. "Be careful." "I know." Natasha Romanoff is gone. She has seen Barton and is going to look for Barton. But don't get me wrong about Natasha Romanoff's relationship with Barton. At least in the movie universe, Barton and Natasha Romanoff are just best friends. One of the reasons Natasha Romanoff cares about Barton is that it was Barton who brought Natasha Romanoff into S.H.I.E.L.D, freeing her from her unforgettable past. Another, the Barton family has always regarded Natasha Romanoff as family, and she also regarded the Barton family as family. And people Barton has a wife and family, and may even have a second child. Do not think too much. The key is that Lu Yuan can't think too much. Roar. Hulk's roar made Lu Yuan come back to his senses. Hulk? Long time no see. Lu Yuan didn't care at all, and didn't take Hulk to heart. His attitude annoyed Hulk. Hulk didn't know that Lu Yuan was the more terrifying monster Doomsday. He didn't know Lu Yuan's human attitude, and he had just transformed, full of anger, and rushed over with a pair of big feet. Lu Yuan looked at Hulk who came to him, when Hulk raised huge amounts of his right hand and waved over. Lu Yuan raised his left hand and slapped it forward, throwing it all over Hulk's chest. Hulk was knocked out by huge amounts of power at once, and it was really flying out. He was smashed by Lu Yuan from the armor of the aircraft carrier and made a human-shaped hole. This shot knocked Hulk off the aircraft carrier. Lu Yuan can definitely kill Hulk, but he chooses to let Hulk get out of this mess first, otherwise he will only cause more trouble. Looking at Hulk's incompetence and fury in the sky, while quickly falling to the ground, Lu Yuan didn't worry that he would be killed. If Hulk is going to die like this, that's too fishy. Turning back, Lu Yuan looked in other directions. Thor was heading towards the cell where Loki was being held, but he was a step too late and Loki was rescued. Instead, Thor was deceived by Loki's magical vision and rushed into Loki's cell. This hot-headed bastard is such an idiot. But also Loki is too cunning. After all, he is the god of tricks. On the other side, when Natasha Romanoff learned about Barton's specific actions, he was on his way. And Steve and Tony are urgently repairing the hit engine. Fury, Hill, Phil Coulson, and Paige are leading the agents to fight back against the attackers. Everyone is busy, fighting, and doing their part. Only Lu Yuan, he stood there after knocking Hulk into the air, with a thoughtful expression on his face. In fact, as Natasha Romanoff complained to Lu Yuan before, he could have ended all the plots at the beginning. For example, when Loki came to Earth, he rushed over, and after killing Loki, he could take away the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter. As we all know, those are two infinite gems. But he didn't do that. Because of Lu Yuan's hesitation, Loki can be said to be a good and evil character in the movie universe. He committed many sins in the early stage, and there are opportunities to make up for it in the later stage. If you only look at it from an outsider's perspective, maybe he shouldn't die. In addition, it's not that Lu Yuan can't take infinite gems, but the problem is that he will be the enemy of the Earth. At least he needed an excuse for S.H.I.E.L.D to give him the gem willingly. Going up and grabbing it is not enough, his identity is already very embarrassing, and he doesn't want to be chased and assassinated by Natasha Romanoff. That bastard Fury, knowing that he will be merciful to beautiful women, will definitely send beautiful women to deal with him on purpose. In fact, there is the most important point. Do I want to debut? Lu Yuan was still hesitation. He had previously declined Fury's invitation to join neither S.H.I.E.L.D nor the Avengers. But he has also been hesitation. After all, it is an opportunity to make a name and become a superhero and be admired. This is a big scene and can be shown in front of people all over the world. 0. So why stop it from happening? If Lu Yuan is willing, he can become the protagonist in this battle. Make Superman's official debut in the Marvel Universe? Others do everything possible to take the initiative to plan in order to become famous, but he is a good, ready-made opportunity. Speaking of which, do those people in Hydra want to take the opportunity to solve it? Lu Yuan muttered. He also has a bigger purpose, and that is whether the Hydra people should take advantage of the chaos. It may be difficult for others to distinguish, or even know that the aircraft carrier and the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters have been thoroughly penetrated by Hydra people. But this is not difficult for Lu Yuan. He can use his mental power and even Charles Professor X's ability to directly read other people's memories, whether Hydra can see it at a glance. In short, Lu Yuan has always been able to say that he has deliberately allowed the plot to develop according to the direction of the plot. He has not destroyed the integrity of the plot. Until now, there has been no more honest time than at the moment. It stands to reason that it would be boring to follow the plot blindly. But if such a battle was missed, even Lu Yuan would feel a pity. Then let the war come more violently. Lu Yuan raised his head, as if he saw that somewhere in the universe, a Chitauri army had already assembled. Chitauri, is it? When you come, don't want to go back. Lu Yuan also has another biggest purpose, and that is to take this opportunity to let the whole universe know that the Earth is covered by him. Loki managed to escape after all, as he used the power of the Mind Scepter, the Mind Gem, to cause the newly assembled Avengers to have an infighting, and let Barton lead someone to destroy the important engine of the aircraft carrier, and no one could stop him from escaping. In fact, many people wondered why Loki was arrested. The answer is also very simple, it is to distract everyone. Loki was stalling, and while he was stuck here, someone was actually finishing the portal device all the time. Even Loki was very proud of his plan and performance, but he didn't know that someone was watching him perform, and Lu Yuan could destroy his plan at any time. Only Lu Yuan also had his own plans and calculations, so he deliberately cooperated with Loki. If Loki's plan is to make the plank road dark in Chenkang, then Lu Yuan is the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole. Even Loki can't understand the power of 390s to understand Lu Yuan, and he has no way of knowing that Lu Yuan had paid attention to him as early as last year's Thor episode. Lu Yuan can also lift Mjolnir. Loki doesn't know anything about it, which is why he's arrogant. Loki leaves, sitting on the plane to pick him up, to start his final plan. He's going to open a hole in the sky above Earth, and he's going to use the power of the Tesseract space gem to open a portal and lead Chitauri's army in. It was his borrowed army that would help him rule the world. On the other side of the aircraft carrier, Natasha Romanoff finally found Barton's whereabouts, and the two fought a fight. They were all too familiar with each other, but because Barton was in control, he was slow in some respects and was knocked out by Natasha Romanoff's headbutting against the railing. Thor on the other side fell into the cell himself after failing to prevent Loki from prison escape, and was thrown from the sky by Loki. In fact, Asgard people are also going to die. They are not real gods, at least not like the 5 gods, but more like powerful aliens. Or it is. So they will die too. It's up to Thor to get out of trouble in time. And the engine of the aircraft carrier was repaired by Steve and Tony, finally avoiding the danger of crashing. Everyone else is safe, except for Phil Coulson, who was mortally wounded while preventing Loki from escaping. His heart was pierced by Loki, and he was dying. He's one of Fury's most trusted men, having known him in the Captain Marvel episodes. For Fury, Phil Coulson is both his most trusted subordinate and his longtime friend. But now he can only watch Phil Coulson die. At this time, Lu Yuan came. How is it? Lu Yuan came to Phil Coulson and asked knowingly. Phil Coulson gave a forceful grin and said weakly, I can't seem to wait for you to get me an autograph. Even in death, Phil Coulson was obsessed with getting Steve to sign his autograph. Because he's Captain America's biggest fan. Stop talking, Fury said, looking at Phil Coulson reluctantly. Phil Coulson knows that his state is not good. He is about to come to an end, but he is not afraid at all. He also said, Boss, they need a motivation, only then can they take on the responsibility of heroes. He intends to use his own death to generate a momentum for the superheroes. At least it's an opportunity. Lu Yuan finally couldn't stand it anymore, mainly because if he continued to watch the drama like this, Phil Coulson would really die. Although it was not a problem to resurrect Phil Coulson, Lu Yuan still took action. Okay, don't talk anymore. I'll help you heal your heart first. As he spoke, Lu Yuan suddenly released a stream of pure golden energy that enveloped Phil Coulson. What he had to do was simple enough. Phil Coulson's heart was broken and a hole was pierced in the middle, and Lu Yuan helped him repair his heart. Lu Yuan is not a biological expert, and his research on the human body is almost zero, and he is not a doctor. But this is not difficult for Lu Yuan. He can even transform a universe, and reorganize any matter, which can not only erase a certain existence, but also reshape it. It's just a small injury, and even the power of time can restore Phil Coulson's heart to its pre-injury state. So Lu Yuan easily healed Phil Coulson's injury. Both Fury and Phil Coulson looked at Lu Yuan stupidly. You didn't say you still had it, Fury complained, and he nearly cried. Lu Yuan said, you haven't asked. I know a lot of things. That's right, he even solved Natasha Romanoff's most tangled things, and built the children's houses that were demolished. Think about it. What is omnipotence and omnipotence? Lu Yuan has already begun to enter this stage. He has stepped into the scope of the almighty universe with 1 foot, and he can follow the law. With a single sentence, he can change anything and make things develop in the direction he wants. Okay, since you don't have to part with life and death, you don't have to be sad anymore, right? Let's study what to do next. Loki ran away. It is estimated that his portal will also be fixed, and the battle is about to begin. Lu Yuan explained the current situation. Fury's face became serious, and he seemed to know that. At the moment, the three hurried to the previous conference room. The conference room, which used to be luxurious and clean before, is now in a mess, and the people couldn't get together. Banner and Thor fell from the aircraft carrier. One was photographed by Lu Yuan, and the other was designed by Loki using tricks. and Natasha Romanoff is now with Barton, keeping an eye on him. This made Lu Yuan express dissatisfaction and complain to Fury, "It's a meeting. We can hear it," Natasha Romanoff said in the headphones. "All right." At the moment there are only Lu Yuan, Tony, and Steve. The three of them are sitting there, opposite Fury and Peggy. Phil Coulson and Hill are also responsible for the aftermath. "That bastard," Tony cursed, and Loki screwed up 2.0 and the others, making everyone lose face. A cold hum from Natasha Romanoff came through the headset. "There's a bastard in front of you too." Lu Yuan spread his hands. "Although I like you, I still want to sue you for slander." Natasha Romanoff spat and continued, "You clearly found Barton ahead of time, but you didn't do anything. You could have stopped it. Why?" Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Yuan. Everyone knows that he can fly and has the power to crush the Hulk. But as Natasha Romanoff said, why did he do nothing? Lu Yuan secretly scolded Natasha Romanoff for this silly bitch. Can he still hurt her? He's the only one who won't be bad for Natasha Romanoff. But in the face of everyone's eyes, he still had to explain, "Okay, I have a showdown. I did it on purpose." So direct. Everyone present looked at Lu Yuan stupidly. He had a showdown, he admitted, he did it on purpose. Why did you do that? Natasha Romanoff was even more excited and almost rushed over to confront Lu Yuan. Because Natasha Romanoff knows how complicated the current situation is, and now the Earth is facing an alien invasion. And Lu Yuan is just an alien. Are you really good at exposing yourself like this? What do you make Earthlings think? Facing everyone's skeptical eyes, especially Natasha Romanoff's worry and eagerness to get an answer, she showed a faint concern. Lu Yuan had to explain, "Well, in fact, everyone's state was not right at the time, and I realized it only after I realized that it was Loki's scepter that affected your judgment and emotions. Based on the situation at the time, I am very worried that you may fight at any time." Everyone was speechless. Because Lu Yuan was right, they somehow couldn't control their emotions, and they even turned into anger, and as long as someone opened their mouths, they would become the target of concentrated attack. Even Tony 06 and Steve almost got into a fight. Steve said Tony was nothing but the dress. Not to be outdone, Tony said that Steve was a guinea pig. Steve wants Tony to put on a battlesuit for a fight, and Tony insists that bullying an old man doesn't require wearing a battlesuit. Definitely later with Barton's attack, Tony finally stopped talking and decided to follow Steve's words and wear a battlesuit. "So I can only let Barton attack the aircraft carrier to distract you. Am I doing something wrong?" Lu Yuan asked the crowd. But he didn't say that he could have solved everything in the first place. Lu Yuan just followed Natasha Romanoff's question and answered why he didn't stop Barton in advance. The crowd fell silent. Lu Yuan's answer was correct, so he passed the test. Natasha Romanoff was also relieved. She was actually worried about what if Lu Yuan was really an enemy. It's not about her feelings, but she is worried that if Lu Yuan's strength becomes an enemy, it will be terrifying. Lu Yuan can instantly kill the Hulk and pick up Mjolnir, which means that the two strongest Avengers in the first generation of Avengers cannot be counted on. Who else can stop them? Fortunately he is still here. So, we can continue to trust you. Fury didn't care about the atmosphere at the scene. He was ruthless when he spoke. Lu Yuanxin said that what I said before was all in vain? You can do whatever you want. Anyway, it has evolved into the current situation. If I were the enemy, I might as well take action now. Can I kill you and take Natasha Romanoff away, killing two birds with one stone? Lu Yuan didn't care. It looks like I'm too lazy to explain it anymore. Natasha Romanoff spat again. Not serious. What time is it? And Barton kept looking at Natasha Romanoff and suddenly said, "You like him?" Natasha Romanoff paused and shook his head again. "He did me a big favor, and I owe him a favor." But Barton didn't think so. "Xiao Na, what you showed is not like that." Natasha Romanoff was obviously reluctant to talk about it. Looking at Barton's bound hands and feet, he said angrily, "You should still care about yourself. How about it? Can you get rid of his control completely?" Barton has recovered a little since being knocked out by Natasha Romanoff, but he's still not fully awake, and his head is still a little dizzy. In the face of Natasha Romanoff's concern, Barton smiled. "Don't worry, I won't drag you back, and I still have an unresolved bill with that guy." Although Barton became an enemy under the control of Loki's brainwashing, he did hurt a lot of people, including the previous Iridium element who also killed a lot of people in the process of looting. Barton did more than half of the more than 80 people Loki killed in a few days. In fact, just like the Winter Soldier Bucky was brainwashed and controlled by Hydra and did many bad things, but legally speaking, Winter Soldier cannot be held responsible. Definitely, that's what you say. You can only know how difficult it is to be rational if you are closely related to yourself. This is not mentioned for the time being. After Lu Yuan's explanation, everyone believed him temporarily, and his position was still here. Then it's time to discuss what Loki will do next. Loki is arrogant and extremely narcissistic, and he even wants to be recognized by the audience. If it was a preview before, then the next highlight is the premiere. Tony had been silent just now. He was thinking, reasoning about Loki's character. But he didn't notice that Lu Yuan and Fury looked at him strangely. Because what Tony said can actually be put on himself, and he is such a person. "Tony, does what you're saying have anything to do with what we're going to discuss?" Steve was more concerned about the reasoning he said about Loki's character, whether it had anything to do with this. Definitely, Tony said with a serious face. Forget about his other goals, he's complacent, he's enjoying, he broke us, and used his plans to break them one by one. But then he will further become the protagonist, he may be a monument to the sky with his name inscribed on it, so. The more Tony spoke, the clearer his thoughts became, and the more excited he became. But in the end he couldn't help but keep his mouth shut. Lu Yuan felt amused and shook his head. Maybe Steve didn't understand it yet, but Lu 390 Yuan knew very well that Tony finally noticed that what he said was actually in line with himself. And most importantly, when it comes to towering monuments, and the best stages to engrave their names, there's only one place. That is the Stark Industrial Building. Damn that bastard, Tony cursed, hurriedly getting up to leave. It seems that we can finally act. The Stark Building is the center of the stage. Lu Yuan also stood up. Fury suddenly said, Lu Yuan, I hope we can trust you. Then you have no choice. Lu Yuan waved his hands indifferently. Fury wanted to use this method to win over people's hearts? It's useless to him. Lu Yuan followed Tony, because the Stark Building was also Lu Yuan's property, and his hometown had been stolen. How could he just sit back and ignore it? However, on the way to the Stark Building, Lu Yuan found that there seemed to be a problem with Tony's armor. How is this going? When I used the laser to repair the engine before, it consumed a part of the energy, and then I was involved in it after pushing the propeller. Don't mention it, I guess I will find a place to recuperate later, Tony complained. Lu Yuan had no choice but to hold hands and take Tony straight to the Stark Building. Then they did see Loki on the roof. The roof of the Stark Building is not exactly the roof, but the balcony of the top room. Loki, who had demoralized the Avengers not so long ago, came here after fleeing. Lu Yuan put Tony on the edge of the balcony, and the J.A.R.V.I.S system immediately activated the robotic arm. As Tony walked towards the balcony door, the robotic arm automatically started to remove the battlesuit for him. By the time he got to the door, the battlesuits were all lifted. Even when taking off the battlesuit on his feet, he is very dashing. Lu Yuan whistled, no wonder you haven't activated the new battlesuit yet, cool. Tony looked back at Lu Yuan and spread his hands beside him, meaning you don't reveal my secrets. It turns out that Tony has already created a new battlesuit, which has greatly improved the tedious procedure of wearing a battlesuit. The new battlesuit is a complete set, rather than being split into pieces as it is now, so the new battlesuit can be split in the middle and put Tony directly into it. Loki came in from the other side, not thinking of himself as an outsider at all. Perhaps in his opinion, even the Earth is about to become his, let alone a mere building. And Lu Yuan regarded this place as his own home. He sat down in front of the bar near the entrance. There was a wine rack behind it, and there were a lot of good wines. Lu Yuan patted the table, would you like a cup? Tony secretly cursed in his heart, two stinkin' shameless people. But he still gave face very much. He walked behind the bar and poured 2 glasses of wine. At the same time, he made a small gesture behind the bar with a calm expression on his face. He put a pair of bracelets on each wrist. That's the idea of the new battlesuit, which needs to be scanned to automatically wear it for Tony. Tony came out with his glass and asked Loki, who was looking at them with a smug smile, would you like a drink? You want to please me? Loki looked smug. Tony pouted and took a sip himself, definitely not, I'm actually trying to persuade you to surrender. Loki laughed as if he had heard some big joke, like I won. Really? Lu Yuan crossed his legs, turned, and leaned on the bar behind him, just looking at Loki. In fact, he is restraining, otherwise he is already itchy and itchy. He really wanted to try Loki's hand, and he still remembered Hulk smashing him, that must be a good feeling, right? Want to try it? But Lu Yuan was really afraid that he would accidentally break his upper body. Just looking at Loki like that, Lu Yuan was even more relaxed than him and asked, do you really think you can win? Loki asked back, why not? I have already defeated you one by one, and my army is about to invade in a big way. What are you doing to resist me? Lu Yuan smiled, it seems that you really didn't realize that I deliberately asked you to bring in the Chitauri army so that they could beat the dogs behind closed doors. Just Chitauri's power? You know that they have always been in the universe. Do you have the title of the penultimate army in the universe? Loki was taken aback, obviously he really didn't know, because even Thor was hearing the name of the Chitauri army for the first time and didn't even know where they came from. Tony on the side also looked at Lu Yuan silently, trying to eavesdrop on the way to defeat the enemy. Naturally, Lu Yuan didn't aim for nothing, but the old god said the solution, which is Chitauri's weakness, they have a fatal weakness. As long as the general control room or the general fleet is killed, they will be finished. Chitauri's warriors are like robots controlled by the main drive room, so once the main server is destroyed, the entire army will be destroyed. It can be said that once they know their weaknesses, it is no exaggeration to say that Chitauri is the last team in the universe. Because this weakness is too deadly. But Loki smiled, I thought you were saying that with Earth's technology, it's impossible to rush into outer space and blow up Chitauri's fleet, right? Even Tony looked disappointed. But Lu Yuan said again, I can do it. I'm also an alien, I'm not afraid of your Asgard at all, I can do it. You. Loki finally looked suspicious. Tony looked at Lu Yuan with bright eyes. That's right, how could he forget about this? When Lu Yuan came to Earth, the first person to see Lu Yuan was Tony. He still remembered that Liu Yuan came to the Earth alone at that time, there was no alien spaceship or anything, and he himself said that he flew over by his own strength. F88F. So Liu Yuan can definitely survive in outer space. Loki wanted to say more, but at this moment, there was a loud noise from the rooftop upstairs. OM. From the top of the She-Stark building, a dazzling blue energy beam suddenly shot up, reaching the sky. Then in the sky, a huge amount of holes suddenly opened. Liu Yuan and Tony glanced at each other, knowing that it was the portal device that Loki made, and he succeeded in the end. With the opening of a hole in the sky, the Chitauri army who had been waiting somewhere in the universe could no longer hold back, and rushed over from the other side. Suddenly, while Liu Yuan and Tony were distracted, Loki moved silently. He left a phantom avatar where he was best at, and the real body had come to Liu Yuan. He lifted it up. The spiritual scepter in his hand is about to meet Liu Yuan's heart. But suddenly, Liu Yuan grabbed the mind scepter and looked at Loki who was invisible in front of him. He's actually been watching Loki's little actions. Loki doesn't really think he can hide it from him, does he? Loki was startled. He didn't know if he could hide from Liu Yuan's eyes, but he didn't know that Liu Yuan could see through his magic. Are you the #1 magician in the 9 realms? Liu Yuan laughed, grabbed the scepter easily and lifted Loki together, and then slammed it forward. Loki was unprepared for a moment, and the huge amount of strength made him unable to hold the scepter, and the whole person flew out. Liu Yuan still didn't solve Loki himself, it was a selfishness and an exception. He threw Loki out casually, and Liu Yuan didn't care whether he was dead or not. He looked down at the scepter in his hand, and his eyes quickly flashed across what would happen next. Then Liu Yuan deliberately found a place and threw the scepter in the hands of blank to a conspicuous place. Tony didn't understand Liu Yuan's actions. He opened his hands and shouted at J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Dispatch the latest battlesuit. J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately launched a complete battlesuit from Tony's battlesuit warehouse and automatically flew behind Tony, and after scanning Tony's identity, the entire battlesuit was opened from the middle and attached to it. Liu Yuan nodded approvingly, and after the two looked at each other, they flew to the sky outside together in tacit agreement. And in the process of flying out, Liu Yuan quickly put on a classic dark blue tights and a red cloak with his own strength. Liu Yuan still made this choice. If Superman was only acting in a small area before, only a small number of people knew of his existence. So now, Superman is finally making his official debut in front of the world. It's just that this is the world of Marvel, not DC. He will be the only Superman in the Marvel universe. The sudden appearance of the sky surprised the people on the ground. Just as people raised their heads at a loss, looking at this sudden and strange landscape. All of a sudden, from the other side of the universe, countless faint black dots rushed over. Looking closely, it turned out to be one after another of aliens riding a motorcycle-like single-person flight device. The Chitauri army had already assembled and had been waiting for this signal. At the moment poured in, straight to the surface. But at this moment, a body of steel with red as the main body and gold supplemented by gold, and a body of steel in another sense, two wearing dark blue tights, with a bright red robe fluttering in the wind behind them. One left and one right went straight to the alien army in the sky. Don't let them go, Tony shouted. He knew Liu Yuan could hear him, even though Liu Yuan had always been the only one who didn't wear radio headphones. But that never stopped him from being able to communicate with everyone. Sometimes Liu Yuan's voice can be directly transmitted to everyone's ears, and sometimes it is even transmitted to their minds, which is commonly known as the heart. Liu Yuan really responded, "You attack first, I'll make up for it." Tony smiled. This kind of tacit understanding is good, and it feels even better to have teammates you can trust to fight side by side. 390 So Tony launched the attack first, and when he approached the Chitauri army at a certain distance, the two-shouldered battlesuit took the lead to reveal 2 rows of seemingly small and inconspicuous missiles. But when he fired 1,000 arrows, aimed at dozens of Chitauri in one breath, and hit them, boom, the sky suddenly bloomed with a splendid brilliance. Those missiles are definitely more powerful than they appear to be. But how could Chitauri's army only be so small? The first batch of troops that tried to charge was far more than tens of thousands, and the dozens that Tony killed were only the smallest part of it, and it was not worth mentioning at all. At the critical moment, Liu Yuan shot. OM. 2 golden heat rays were suddenly released from Liu Yuan's eyes, reaching the sky, instantly melting all Chitauri he encountered. Not only that, it is surprising that Liu Yuan can not only make heat ray circle around the sky quickly with his eyes, and instantly clear a large area of enemy troops. In the end, Liu Yuan simply closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again and released heat ray, the heat ray was no longer concentrated in one point, but turned into 2 huge amounts of searchlights. That is to say, if the power of the previous heat ray was concentrated in one point, now it seems to gradually spread the coverage of the heat ray from near to far, and in the end it is like 2 huge amounts of lamp posts. In this way, every time he sweeps the sky, he can turn the Chitauri into fly ash. Tony was stunned to see this. Can you still play like this? Liu Yuan on the side laughed. He could have played like this long ago. As we all know, the farther you look, the more things you see, and the wider your line of sight. Just because he hasn't used it before, doesn't mean it can't be done. Even Liu Yuanxin said that if it weren't for the Marvel Universe, it was impossible to study the origin power of the DC Universe smoothly. If he had mastered the Omega effect, with the characteristics of Omega rays, he could even let Heat Ray do whatever he wanted. Change direction. It will be even more powerful then. That's right, DC God also gave Liu Yuan countless powerful powers, all of which involved the origin of the DC universe. Those powers combined will not lose to the infinite gems and the heart of the universe that OAA gave to Liu Yuan. The power of the entire emotional spectrum is already at the multi-universe level, not to mention the Omega effect that Darkseid relies most on, and even the anti-life equation, and even the complete power of origin. It's a pity that this is the Marvel universe, and Liu Yuan can't study the power of DC here. Anyway, with Liu Yuan's arrogance, whenever a Chitauri warrior emerges from the portal, it will turn into ashes, and the sky will return to calm for a while, and no one can break through Liu Yuan's blockade. Until a huge amount of monster jumped out. That is Chitauri's special means of transportation and their important combat weapon. It looks like a water creature, but it has the ability of flight. It obviously has no wings, but flies in the sky in a cruising way. Liu Yuan frowned slightly. The bodies of those monsters were too huge, and each of them had a file size comparable to that of the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D, maybe even bigger. And the monster's body is covered with a thick layer of iron armor, which has a strong defense. With Liu Yuan's power, he can definitely kill in an instant, but one thing, Liu Yuan dare not raise the temperature of the heat ray too high, otherwise if the Earth warms globally, the Arctic and Antarctic glaciers will merge. First of all, the creatures in those two places will suffer. It's time to take care of the aftermath. Moreover, Liu Yuan's heat ray at the moment is in a dispersed state. As mentioned earlier, it is no longer aimed at concentrating firepower, but the farther away, the wider the coverage area of heat ray. Just when Liu Yuan's hesitation wanted to concentrate his firepower to kill the monster first, and then adjust his sight, Tony on the side volunteered and said, "I'll take it elsewhere, others should come, and we'll solve it together." Okay, Liu Yuan agreed. He couldn't stand alone, and then let all the Avengers watch the show, right? Although he could indeed do that. So Tony finally had something to do. When the monster finally passed through Liu Yuan's blockade, he hurried forward and attacked, diverting the monster's attention elsewhere. But there was one thing that Liu Yuan didn't say, and what Tony didn't know. As mentioned earlier, this monster is still Chitauri's vehicle, and it carries numerous Chitauri's land troops. When the monster followed Tony to the sky close to the ground, countless Chitauri land troops rushed out from both sides of the monster's body. Tony was dumbfounded. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff and their voices came on the radio in time. "Tony, what's the situation now? You guys know what to come? I thought you guys were out for takeout. What time is this?" Tony complained. Liu Yuan also used a certain ability, such as Charles's ability, to contact everyone. Thor is also here, and Banner is also rushing over. The soldiers in the sky will be handed over to me, you guys in charge of the ground. Also, don't forget to evacuate people in time. This is the sky above New York, and this battle is the famous New York battle. You can imagine how many people there are in the city.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.